About 5 minutes remaining in this warm-up session for the third race for this MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. Just cover off some of the information coming out of yesterday and leading into this event for round one of the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. Car 4, the Soul and Rubus BMW, which is a new car, blew an engine last weekend in testing and had engine issues again on Friday. Unable to solve them, so they haven't taken any further part in this weekend. The same kind of issues have affected cars 13 and 31. The Osborne Motorsport McGain, Colin Osborne on Friday broke a suspension shock absorber, and the front strut was unable to be repaired for this weekend. So Colin Osborne in car 13 hasn't taken any further part on Friday. Unfortunately, the car 31 Osborne Motorsport Renault Megane had delays in preparation, left them short of time of getting here. The Ford Falcon of Michael Benton and Hadrian Morel, which I know a lot of people were wanting to catch up on with what was going on as far as that car was concerned. Blown head gasket in practice on Friday and out for the weekend. Weren't able to source the appropriate motorsport parts that they need to make that engine reliable for it throughout a race weekend. The number 76 Best Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo of Alexander and Zach Best, again delays in preparation and didn't make it to the track in this weekend. The Griffith Corporation car 12 car running throughout last year had delays in preparation. I mentioned earlier car number 23, the Berwick Linton BMW, broke a CV joint in final practice yesterday and had to rectify that. Berwick actually started race one from the rear of the grid. Wanted to make sure everything was okay as far as that drive shaft was concerned, and also made comment throughout later on in the day that he just wanted to bring the new control tyre, the MRF tyre, up to speed himself. So it was a bit of a live test session during the race. So he took his time over about the first 4 or 5 laps to feel the tyre out, and then he pushed extremely hard all the way from last place to get second in that first race. So the tyre was given a really good workout in that first race. He knew at race 2 that he had a good outfit. Started from the second row and came storming through to... started from the front row, led from right from the word go, and finished the race yesterday afternoon in first place. So the M3 looking set, and I guess probably favourite for going into race 3 this morning, the first race for today. Obviously the third in the series of 4 1-hour races for the Australian Production Car Series here this weekend. And there was plenty going on. There was a nasty crash during race 2 yesterday, which moved the compulsory pit stop window, basically for a window between minutes 30 and 40, so 10 minutes. So the first 10 minutes of the compulsory pit stop window were taken up under safety car and had issues there. Then there was also the Jordan Cox car that in race 1 and again in race 2 had issues. They believe it was a fuel pickup problem, and that's what had problems with that number 29. As far as this practice session going, not really a lot that can be taken from a warm-up shakedown. Grant Sherrin at the wheel of the number 18 A1 class car, 144.99. Lindsay Kearns in the Mustang is out there as well on debut. What a magnificent debut for this Aussie muscle car, and really a distinct advantage for these guys. In fact, everyone competing here this weekend on the new MRF tyre, they've got a jump on everyone else in the world of production car racing. There'll be in excess of 50 or 60 cars at Mount Panorama, and it's going to only be about these 20 cars that are going to have the knowledge on the MRF tyre. They'll certainly be sharing the data between teams in these early phases, but anyone that hasn't had a run on the MRF tyre in race conditions will go to Bathurst pretty blind, I would expect. Should have been here, should have taken full advantage of this weekend and got a good bit of running under their belt. So that's obviously over the Easter weekend. The next round of the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series, we go to Phillip Island again, will be 2 300k races. They'll be very, very punishing enduros. We saw at the end of last year the tyres and the cars took punishment and had numerous failures with the tyre that was being used last year. It's different. The MRF tyre is a different brand, and basically construction. Everything about this tyre this year is different to last year. Round 3 will be at Queensland Raceway, the famous Fight in the Night. 2 300k races on the 3rd and 4th of August. Sandown, 20th and 22nd of September, 4 1-hour races, the same as here this weekend as part of the Shannon's Nationals. And the Shannon's Nationals for round 5, the Bend in South Australia. 2 300k races on 15, 16 and 17 of November to round out the MRF 2019 Australian Production Car Series as the checkered flag drops on this warm-up session. Lindsay Kearns, Chris Lillis, Matt Boylan, Clay Eckhart, who did a terrific job getting home on the road in 3rd place yesterday, had a 5-second penalty and put him back down through the field out to 6th ultimately. Cade Olsen in the Hyundai, the number 14, Charlie Senesi in the 15 Hyundai, the little i30N, which is doing a tremendous job, being very fiercely reliable here this weekend. Scott Turner in the number 29 car out there as well, sharing with Jordan Cox this weekend. That's the number 87 of James Goldsborough, jumping behind the wheel of the BMW i30. Of course, we've lost a couple of cars in a big crash yesterday. The Evo 9 of Jason Miller and the Team Bramaco car of Brooke Mitchell, Scott Cameron and James Meaden. James actually didn't even get to turn a lap. Scott Cameron and the Evo got involved in a big incident yesterday. Still haven't seen any conclusive footage as to what happened there, but it was a nasty, nasty crash. We did see about 15 minutes of the race under safety car. And that concludes our warm-up, and that thumping you can hear in the background is that magnificent grey Mustang just motoring down the pit lane at the end of that session. So first race for the day, 15-lapper, a sprint race for the Radical Australia Cup, which has been predominantly run over 45 and 50-minute races for the best part of a decade now. So it'll be interesting to see how they go over 15 laps. A lot like the Supersport Series runs with the New South Wales State Series, very similar to that. Another 20-minute TA2 Muscle Car Series race starting at 9:57. New South Wales Production Sports Race will have a warm-up at 20 past 10. Then we have the race 3 for the MRF tyres, Sydney 240, and the makeup of 240 is there's 4 1-hour races, 4 60-minute races added up, 240, pretty simple there. And another TA2 race, the final race for the day starting at 12:15. The Radical Australia Cup for a 50-minute race at 12:55. 2:05 we'll see the final race of the Sydney 240, and then at 3:30 New South Wales Production Sports, the final race for the day. We will be back on Blendline TV here at the MRF Sydney 240 for the 3rd race for the weekend. A sprint race for the Radicals coming up very soon.
Okay, so we'll present the Pole Awards for the MRF Tyres Sydney 240. And we've got Vivek here from MRF Tyres to present to the winners for us. So we'll get going with C1, Car 50. We have James Keane, Trevor Keane and Matt Thulis. And in B1 of Car 20, we have Jason Miller and Richard Baskus. In Australian Muscle 1, we have Car 64 with Chris Lillis and Matthew Holt. In A2, we have Car 25 with Colby Cohen and Lindsay Cairns. And finally, in A1, we have Car 18 with Ian and Grant Sharon. Congratulations to all our winners.
Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park. We're using the Gardner GP circuit layout here this weekend. 11 corners, making up a fantastic journey around here. The traditional Eastern Creek layout, if you like, as well there. What the old GP bikes raced on when the GP was run here. As we see the cars come around for the Radical Australia Cup, they will be gridding up, and the grid looks like this as they come around. Peter Padden, who is having a terrific run in the Radicals as always, and bringing big points into his charge this year. He is lining up on the front row of the grid. Right beside will be Chris Perini. We've got the Mitch Nielsen, Brad Nielsen outfit, the number 38. Simon Haggerty in the number 5. Christina Kurov as well. So there's some word out of the Costa car. It was a nasty crash yesterday. Tore basically the back of the car off it. The guys from Garth Walden Racing were here up until 1 a.m. last night repairing it, and a heap of rear damage. Cars out on track. So that's really, really good to see. Safety car charges away and leaves the field to their own devices as they make their way around. Petty Clare had a gear issue yesterday. That's now been fixed. Michael Whiting's car was overheating, and that's forced him into retirement. Rowan Ross had the low oil pressure issue, tripping the ECU, but will take further part this weekend. Starting out of 7th, then it's Tony Haggerty, Phil Ancelon, Michael Whiting not there, Chris Medlin, Bill Medlin, and Jim Hernandez rounds out the field as they are all set to go. 15 laps here, so a sprint race. Bit of a change for the Radical Australia Cup, as it's always been run over those smaller sort of enduro type runs, 50 to 45 minutes and 50-minute races. They all get away nicely. In fact, it's a bit of bustle around there in the top 5 as they get down into turn 1. Tuck in nicely there. Peter Clare's right in the mix up there, as is Mitch and Brad Nielsen. So it's Mitch at the wheel there. He's clear of the melee going along behind. Just a couple of side pods touching each other there, finding their way around, muscling their way into it. Kind of under familiar territory for Radical Australia Cup racing. They like to generally settle themselves down into a bit of a rhythm pretty early. They got very lively down into turn 1 as all the field seems to have sorted themselves out now. Down the back of the field, Chris and Bill Medland in the very lively liveried cars, multicoloured extravaganzas. Inside there's Tony Haggerty looking down his old mate there in the number 16, Phil Ancelon. These two will get racy right the way through it. Looking up the inside again, Tony Haggerty as they go into the turn 8 around Corporate Hill. Next to the inside now, Phil Ancelon is definitely under pressure from Tony Haggerty. Good early race pressure from Tony Haggerty on cold tyres, but not being able to get through on the number 16 of Phil Ancelon. Right in behind him now is Rowan Ross. Great competitor, Rowan Ross, been to, I'm going to say, just about every Radical Australia Cup race. I haven't got an entire tally on how many he's been, but every time we call one of these races, it seems as though Rowan Ross is right there and in the mix. Mixing it up with his mates, and they are their mates. The Radical Australia Cup really do socialise together and race together. They have a great time. Of course, based here, big lock up for the 81 there, and that is Chris Perini. It's cost him dearly. Straight up the inside goes Mitch Nielsen. Fantastic run there for Mitch. Did a terrific job, take full advantage of that lock up. Absolutely under no pressure, Perini, only his own pressure to try and go with Peter Padden at this point in time. He knows that Peter Padden's not a guy that you let get away, but have a look at Mitch. Jumps onto the back of Peter Padden and looks as though he wants to lead this race, and why not challenge early and challenge hard, keep the pressure on. Number 38 now looking very, very lively on the back of the 31 of Peter Padden. Look for a charge down the inside into the hairpin. Around the power stanchions. Peter Padden covers it off in the first focus car. Looks very, very strong indeed, does Peter Padden. but fantastic pressure being applied by Mitch. This is a terrific run. The number 38 car qualified third and now running in second. Did a couple of good races yesterday and off into the dirt, coming onto the top of the very long Sydney Motorsport Park front straight. Streaming across the line. Mitch Nielsen looks to go right round the outside. It's not going to work. Peter Padden's got multiple lines he can take through there. And they line themselves up. Padden very, very defensive, so he's well aware of the 38 behind him. And how aggressive Mitch is attacking. This is really good race driving by Mitch Nielsen, applying the pressure, just clipping over the back of the ripple strip there. You don't want to do that too often in these radicals. They like to stay between the yellow lines. 5, through 4, now up to Brock turn 5. And Peter Padden is weathering the storm very, very well indeed here. 2 laps completed of the 15-lap journey. Coming out, they go around again, Corporate Hill. Blind left-hander, a mountain right in your way. Turn in, not knowing what's on the other side of the corner there. And then plunge down into this hairpin. Multiple lines being taken through here yesterday by these guys. 3 wide. And you can do that through this corner. There's a low, tight line, a mid line, and a high line. Generally, the high line gets the better exit speed. And that's what a radical thrives on, getting mid-corner and exit speed right up there. Great battle going on here now. I believe it right down the back of the field. It'll be the number 9 of Chris Medland. And Michael Whiting, who's now been dispensed by Chris. Again, Chris and Bill Medland been around since the very early days. About a decade ago when the Radical Australia Cup continued. Back at the front. Have a look at this. Mitch Nielsen has sold in the dummy there. Peter Padden's bought it. And he's checked himself up mid-corner. Mitch Nielsen takes advantage of it and leads the motor race. Gets around through turn 2. Leads through 3. Peter Padden doesn't like it at all. He is right off to the back of the number 38. But Mitch Nielsen now leads the sprint race. Terrific driving. Massive pressure being applied by Mitch Nielsen. Not a whole lot of racing experience under the Nielsen family, but I tell you what they lack in experience, they're really bringing along in ability. Great drive there, Mitch Nielsen. What a fantastic run. Applied pressure, did not relent on Peter Padden and found his way through. In fact, forced Peter Padden into a very, very rare mistake. And Peter Padden looks a little bit rattled now because Mitch Nielsen has driven away. Chris Perini is now getting his sights set on Peter Padden in the first Focus car. We've got someone down the lane. It's Costa Kurov. Massive damage as a result of a crash yesterday. Car got fixed up by a fantastic team down there at Garth Walden Racing. Burnt the midnight oil and got that car back out. Mitch Nielsen now, a very, very commanding lead on lap 4. Spent the first 3 laps sussing out Peter Padden, forced him into a mistake at turn 2. And Padden hasn't been able to return fire. We've got a car stopped dead on the track. It's the 88 of Rowan Ross. It's one of the newer shaped cars. And Rowan getting going again, just rolling around. That's a shame. Rowan been at the Radical Australia Cup for a long time. Absolutely loves it. Absolutely loves it. Lives a full life, Rowan, and comes here to just top it up and have a great time going racing. Here's this battle between Medland and Whiting. This is for 8 and 9 on the road. And this is Haggerty and Chris Medland. Now Chris Medland just getting through there. Another spot, ticked off Michael Whiting, now ticking off Tony Haggerty, going out after Chris Medland. So this sprint race format really coming to Mitch Nielsen and now the charging Chris Medland. Kurov has not exited the pits, so obviously attending to some issue after the big crash with that car yesterday. Chris Medlin charging through the field as well. Came out of position 11, sharing with Max Medlin, his first race meeting this weekend. Chris Medlin, very, very experienced. And here comes Rowan Ross in the lane. Attrition is not normally something part of Radical Racing in the Radical Australia Cup. But, both Rowan Ross and Costa Kurov in the lane now. We saw Rowan Ross stop on the exit of turn 3. Here we are. This is the battle for second and third. Number 31 first focus car, Peter Padden. 2 laps ago now was dispensed with by Mitch Nielsen. And now looks as though Chris Marini doesn't quite have the same pace as Mitch Nielsen had, but trying to bring the car on. These cars can be set up tyre pressure wise to be a little bit different. Of course, they've switched from the controlled Dunlop to the controlled Hankook tyre this season. And we're all just starting to get the feel for how it behaves, the difference between those 2 brands of tyre and how they go about producing their racing rubber. We're on lap 6 of 15, and our race leader, Mitch Nielsen, comes across the line. Fastest lap of the race is indeed Mitch Nielsen. Doing a tremendous job. This really is a stellar job by the Nielsens. They have brought this car along very nicely. Served their apprenticeship, and in that year got their Rookie of the Year award. That in itself speaks volumes of the commitment and passion that they bring to the racetrack with them. Now leading this race in front of one of the most successful Radical Australia Cup competitors, Peter Padden. Chris Carini certainly burst on the scene last year, particularly at Bathurst, then at Tailem Bend, for the first ever race at the New South Australian circuit. This car, this driver, tremendous job. He's always been thereabouts on the podium ever since, so always there. The other one, just in the background there, is the shared runway car of Peter Clare. Pretty strong, Peter Clare. So we've got down in the pits Sam from McGarth Walden Racing.
Accident that he had yesterday. We are really focusing on this afternoon's race. That's our main goal. So we're using this race more like a test session rather than full out trying to go for points.
And can you talk us through that incident yesterday? What happened there?
Well, this is a new car for Costa this weekend, so we're just spending a bit of time trying to get him acclimatised to the car again, just getting things set up the way that he likes it. So I think just yesterday was a little bit of him being a little unfamiliar with the car, with us trying to sort things out for him in the car, and hopefully this afternoon will all be good and he'll be able to challenge.
And so was there any damage yesterday to the car?
Yeah, definitely. The boys from GWR last night, they worked really hard all night. They got the car back together. It's good to go this morning. So full credit to them. They worked really hard. And Costa's really happy that they put that effort in. So, yeah, to answer your question, there was, but the boys have done everything required to get it up and running.
Yeah, well done to the team. It's good to see him back out there.
Yeah, we're really happy, and hopefully has a good result this afternoon.
Best of luck.
Thanks very much, Bree. Thanks, Sam, down there at Garth Walden Racing. Good to catch up with what's going on with Costa Kurov. He is back out on track, and they are using this as a live test session. So he'll stay out of the way of the racing. Talking about the racing, it's livening up very much. Back down here with the field, it's the number 9 of Chris Medlin, and getting right in the mix of things there with Phil Anseline. In fact, getting through on the number 16. Phil Anseline just succumbing to the pressure of Chris Medlin. It's a good drive by Chris, coming out of position number 11. And we're just gone past half race distance for this Radical race. So it's Nilsson, 8 laps completed, a very good lead, over 4 seconds over Padden. Perini further back there as well, and it's Peter Clare in the number 47, Simon Haggerty, and there's Chris Medlin, already made his way up to 6th place in 8 laps. So driving very well. It's a pretty big gap actually now between where Chris Medlin is to get onto the back of Simon Haggerty. It's about just over 14 seconds. So with 7 laps or 6.5 laps remaining, probably a pretty difficult task. But just having a look at the lap times. Last time around, Chris Medlin wasn't really setting the world on fire. In fact, it was 32.4. And pretty much everyone in front of him running in the low 32s or even 31s at the moment. Mitch Nilsson setting his fastest lap of the race on lap 6 at a 31. Peter Padden last lap round a 132.1. So maybe that's what we've done. We've seen this incoming tyre set running different pressures between the Nilsson car and the Peter Padden car, because it's starting to come on speed now in the number 31. So let's just see that gap at the moment between the race leader and Peter Padden is 4.9 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that gap. Chris Perini's 0.8 of a second back. So that time around, Chris Perini was half a second faster than Peter Padden. So Chris Perini's certainly coming on. But a 1:31.87, Mitch Nilsson is still the fastest car in the pack on that last lap around. In fact, he's fastest by about 0.6 of a second. That's why he's now well over 5 seconds ahead of the entire field. So this is a stellar drive by Mitch Nilsson. That's the number 31, Peter Padden, the most winningest driver here at Sydney Motorsport Park over the last 4 years of racing here in the Radical Australia Cup. Currently in second position, that's Chris Perini, just in the background. Not really in a position to pressurise Peter Padden in the first Focus car. Of course, Peter Padden in the older SR3 RS, and the car behind him, Chris Perini in the RSX. Bill Medlin also in the newer RSX, as is Rowan Ross. Rowan Ross still hasn't made it back onto track, so I would suggest probably a retirement. Costa Pekurov, who we heard from Sam down there in the Garth Walden racing team, is just making sure this car is safe and sound and ready to go for the 1 hour race for the Radicals, which will be starting at 12:55 today. Make sure you let everyone know to come and do that. And of course, if you're watching on the live stream and you want to come out to Sydney Motorsport Park, On-Tick Events has thrown the gates open for free today. Come out and watch some live motorsport, the best way to do it, live and in 3D. Have a wander through the pit and paddock area. It's a very inclusive race meeting. Come through the gate, park in the spectator area, and have a good look around Sydney Motorsport Park. It is free today. Well worth coming out trackside and seeing some fantastic live motor racing. We've got some really good categories. The TA2 Muscle Car Series is on. The New South Wales Production Sports Car Series is on. So if you like your Porsches and your Audi R8 GT cars right through to your older Porsche Carreras and everything in between, come out and have a look at those cars. And of course, the headline act, the MRF Tyres Sydney 250 for the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. Their third race for the weekend, the 1 hour race starting at 10 to 11, and then their final race for the weekend starting at 2 o'clock. 2 1 hour races for the Australian Production Car Series. We're looking forward to seeing how that plays out. We're also looking forward to seeing how the rest of the year plays out for the Australian Production Car Series as well. Great calendar set up. A couple of standalone events like this one here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Round 2, of course, at Phillip Island on the 29th and 30th of June. Well worth getting down to that magnificent, picturesque racetrack and seeing some fantastic racing. There'll be some prototypes racing down there as well, I believe. Queensland Raceway from round 3 as part of the Shannon's Nationals. The traditional fight in the night, racing at QR in the dark. I reckon it was good here with the supercars last year. Head up to QR on the 3rd and 4th of August for 2 300k races. Saturday night racing right into the darkness. Round 4, Sandown the 20th and 21st and 22nd of September for 1 hour races, and then the Bend Motorsport Park for the final round of the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series, 15, 16, 17 of November for 2 300k races again. Big spin there for Chris Perini. Goes round on the 11th lap. Still got 3.5 laps left to go. And he goes round, so Chris Perini dropped back. Spot, looks like Peter Clare did go through. And Chris Perini looks as though he may have an issue there. The car looking very stable at the moment. The GWR 991racing.net, 991racing.net. And yeah, Chris Perini not looking very comfortable in the car. It's moving around on its tyres. So maybe an issue there. There's our race leader in the number 31, Mitch Nielsen. Got last time round a lead of 6.1 seconds over Peter Padden, and maintains that lead of 6.1 seconds. And it's Peter Clare, 1.1 seconds back, and then it is Simon Haggerty and then Chris Perini. So Chris Perini's lost a couple of spots as a result of that. Spin coming around into Corporate Hill. Number 5 car of Simon Haggerty now sitting in position number 4. Costa Bakurov out and straight back in again. Garth Bolden Racing Team. So as we heard from Sam, they'll use this session for a bit of a test. Make sure that the car's going along okay. Peter Clare going off over the back there. That brings Simon Haggerty right back into it. So the number 47 just losing concentration momentarily. It'll affect his run onto the straight. And I would expect that Simon Haggerty should be able to take full advantage of this. We've completed 13 laps. Mitch Nielsen has led the last 11 of them. As we see Costa Bakurov, who really was one of those names to keep a big eye on this weekend, a new car. And certainly racing very well, as we see the number 5 of Simon Haggerty going through on Peter Clare. So Simon Haggerty now into a podium finishing position. This is a really good run for some names that we don't normally see at the front. Mitch Nielsen's always thereabouts. Peter Padden, of course, front runner. Simon Haggerty, a top 5 kind of guy. Peter Clare, also a top 10 kind of guy. Chris Perini has gone back. Chris Medlin's charged towards the front out of 11th to 6th. Has sort of all but been halted at the moment. The last 6 or 7 laps been just trying to close the gap on the front runners, and he hasn't really been able to do that. But what we are seeing is this run, which is for position, coming around just to put a lap down on James Hernandez in the number 23. But this battle now with Peter Clare and Simon Haggerty is for 3rd in the race. The black car in the back of the picture there is Chris Perini, was running right at the very front of the field. In fact, Chris Perini started out of this race out of position number 2 on the rolling start with Peter Padden. Didn't really go with the field. Chris Perini was languishing a little bit back there in 3rd place. Didn't have an answer for the guys in front as we head off on the final lap. The race being led by the number 38 of Mitch Nielsen, Peter Padden in the 31, and then Simon Haggerty currently sitting 3rd with Peter Clare, in a position to attack or to take advantage of if there's any issue for Simon Haggerty. The number 5 Axiom Wealth RA Motorsports SR3 RS. Of course, Tony Haggerty in the Axiom Wealth SR3 RSX. Just a little bit further back down the field, currently running in 8th place. Around the back of Sydney Motorsport Park goes the number 38, Mitch Nielsen. This is a terrific drive. Immense pressure for Peter Padden at the start of this race. poured on by Mitch. A fantastic drive, really, really strong, dominant drive. Very Neil Muston type of drive. Get off the line. If you have to apply pressure, apply immense pressure, and then get through and just not relent. Coming around onto the straight. The run down to the checkered flag for Mitch Nielsen to take the sprint race. The 15-lapper gives him a good head of steam and a good feeling going into the 1 hour race later on, or the 50-minute race later on today, starting at 12:55. So Mitch Nielsen takes victory here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The first race for the day goes to Mitch Nielsen. Peter Padden just cruising to the line there in the number 31. So the winning advantage is just under 7 seconds for Mitch Nielsen. Peter Padden to Simon Haggerty, Peter Clare across the line, ultimately in fourth. So good run there. Unfortunately for Chris Perini going backwards from second to sixth, but right behind to fifth, but right behind him. A great drive, albeit ending up in sixth place. Chris Medlin started out of 11th and pushed very, very hard to get himself into the top six. Phil Anceline ultimately home in 7th place in the number 16. Tony Haggerty in 8th place there. 9th is Bill Medlin. Unfortunately, Rowan Ross will not be classified as a finisher, and Kosta Bakurov just streaming down pit lane now as well. So Bill Medlin home in 9th, and Michael Whiting just making his way to the line now. So the number 33 getting to the line, ultimately in 10th place. So we're going to go down now with Bree, who's got an interview with Vivek from MRF Tyres.
So I'm with Vivek from MRF Tyres. Vivek, you've just signed a long-term deal with Australian Production Cars. Tell me, why MRF with APC?
Thanks, Bree. This is going to be a very, very good beginning for MRF Tyres in Australia. The main focus for us was introduction of our passenger car tyres in the Australian market. Yes, everybody is well known that we are one of the biggest brands in India. We hold close to 30% of the Indian tyre market. So now we are expanding globally, and one of the main reason is to introduction of passenger car tyres in Australia, and what better way to associate our product with Australian production cars, purely because it's not a one-make series. You know, you have cars from Toyota 86, Toyota Echo, which is a family car, kind of family fun car, to BMW M4, to the Audis, to the Ford Mustangs, which is the Aussie kind of icon. And so that is the main reason why APC. And the other important factor is that we want to be long-term. The main reason is when you're doing a product development, when you're doing R&D, it is good to be associated with motorsports, and particularly with a championship like APC, which gives us a bit more leeway into the market and more relevance to the market.
And what is the long-term goal for MRF?
The long-term goal for us is to be in Australian motorsport to start with, and also to be in the passenger car market. And also we are looking at the truck and bus sector as well, and also in the off-road side of it.
So this is really just the beginning for you guys here?
Absolutely, but that is the interesting part of MRF. We start slow, we do a lot of research, we do a lot of thinking before we make a call. But when we make a call, we do make a call, right? And then we are here forever, yeah.
And now you've actually brought your engineer and compounder along this weekend. Can you tell us why that is?
The very main reason is this is our very first event in Australia in circuit racing. Of course, as everybody knows, that we are the control tyre for the Australian Rally Championship because we have the pedigree in Asia Pacific Rally Championship, and also last year we were in the World Rally Championships, and I was running the team as well for that. And also this year we're doing a massive testing in World Rally Championship. But then in circuit racing, because the Australian tracks are very, very different. You come to Sydney, very abrasive on on the tires. Very, very challenging track, particularly the corner 1, because you're coming in such a fast speed, and then you load the tire, and also then the next round is in Phillip Island, which is going to be again a challenge, so it is an engineering excellence, I would say.
And we did see that last year, actually, in the last round, that Phillip Island is quite hard on the tyres.
Yeah, absolutely, and I was there as well, just spectating, and then I saw what I have to do, or well prepared for this year, and which we are. And the main reason to have the engineer and the compounder, and they will be there at Phillip Island as well, the main reason is they take home the real action, the real comments from the customers who are our competitors, right? And also the ambience, right? What makes it so special in APC, right? So the engineer, I think he has spoken to every competitor more than me who has spoken, and also the compounder understands what the weather is in Sydney. And even yesterday we had 2 races, 2 different weather situations. One it cooled down, one it was at the high.
Hi, Daniel,
so these are the things where they see it real, and then they go and implement in the future development. And also the talking to the competitors, which makes not only the customer service, but also gives them the importance to express their feeling about a tire, which they didn't have an opportunity so far. And even a lot of competitors came to me and said that, Vivek, this is fantastic, to talk to the engineer, the man who built the tires, directly to him, so that we get a better and far improved product as we go along in the APC.
Well, I know we're all excited about the partnership and keen to see how they perform. So thanks very much for talking to us, Vivek.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure, and thanks for being embracing us into the APC family. And we are here to stay, and we will put no stones unturned till we make the competitors so happy that entry numbers will increase. And also I would like to say special thanks to Ian Sharon from Ontic Sports, who are the promoters of APC. Genuinely, I have never met another promoter who is so passionate about what he's doing, and we've been talking about this for the past 2.5 years, and then at last when it happened yesterday, it was such a good feeling. And thanks once again for everybody to embrace us, and we will do anything what it takes to make sure that everybody is happy in APC.
Oh, very good. I'm sure you'll enjoy watching on this weekend.
Absolutely, I'm loving, and 2 more races to go for the weekend to finish, and I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Vivek.
Hi, my name's Nathan Hearn, driver number 29, Gulf Western Oil's Dodge Challenger, and you're watching TA2 Racing live on Blendline TV.
My name's Aaron Seaton from Castell Harris Racing, and you're watching TA2 on Blendline TV.
All right, I'm here with Matt McKeldin, and it seems that you've had a broken wheel stud.
Yeah, it's not exactly the most perfect situation, but the guys were just doing what they would normally do, and unfortunately it's broken a wheel stud as they were tensioning the wheels ready for race 3 here. So it's no use in me getting aggro. I'll just sit here and let the boys do what they do. We'll make it out. We may be last on the grid as opposed to starting 10th for this race. That'll be a little disappointing given it's been such a strong start. We've never really driven this car before, so we had a great time yesterday, great racing. Hopefully we get to do it again, and if I start from the rear of grid, I start from rear of grid. We'll just go and see if we can pass some cars.
Yep, just have to work your way up.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I think, for everybody, it's a learning process at the moment, especially sort of that backfield. So it's going to be fun. It'll be something to watch, that's for sure, if I do end up starting from last.
Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park, as we've just heard from Matt McKeldin. And the last thing you want to hear before you're about to go out is that you've got a wheel stud and the guys are going to fix it. As he said, he was going to come out 10th place on the grid. Let's hope he gets out there before we get underway. Darren Smith here, being joined by Brian Vanderwacker again, who we spoke throughout this racing yesterday, Brian. You're a lucky man. You get to watch these cars wherever they go and call a race. Get to know the characters behind the scene as well. And I'm going to say almost second to none. This field has got some characters that you've got to get to know, don't you?
Matt McKeldin is one of those characters, to say the least. But it's a great mix, isn't it, of the youthful and, of course, I say it, old and experienced as well. But we're looking forward to this race, of course, the third race of the weekend. We've got two more today. We've got this one and one just after midday today, but it's going to be Aaron Seaton that will start this one from pole position. 2 from 2 so far this weekend. George Madecki has got pace in position number 2, particularly over the longer run. I'd expect him to have a crack at Seaton towards the back end of this race. Nathan Hearn, the youngster, will start from position number 3. Andrew Madecki alongside of him on that second row. Ash Jarvis, Russell Wright, the 2018 versus the 2017 champion. Hugh McAllister out there as well. Murray Kent with his best result in Sydney in position number 8 yesterday. Drew Ridge, and as we mentioned, Matt McKeldin out there, but it doesn't look to me like he's going to be starting from that 10th spot. He is going to be coming from the back of the bus if he has actually made it out there, which from the cars that we saw there a moment ago going around the frame, I'm not sure if he has. I'm still waiting for that car to come through, so I don't think Matt McKeldin has got out there. We'll confirm that one for you, though, in a moment. The third race of the weekend, the opening round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series. 6 rounds ahead for season 2019. Let's get race 3 in the books for this weekend. Away we go into turns 1 and 2. Good start by Aaron Seaton, as you would expect, heading into turn number 1. Watch for George Madecki to try and roll around the outside, but he cannot get that position 1 spot as they make their way down into turn number 2 for the opening time of this race. Of course, 20 minutes on the board for the opening races of these cars here this weekend, as we've got the 2 champions side by side making their way through turn number 2. Ash Jarvis there holding on from Russell Wright. I spoke to Ash this morning, in fact, and he said, I had absolutely nothing. I cooked the tyres nice and early in that 22 car yesterday and was sideways throughout the rest of the race, holding off Russell Wright. And he said, got to give credit to Russell because he could have thrown it down the inside at multiple occasions, but they were both smart. They both were cool underneath that helmet and kept on filing through. So it was a good race yesterday. That battle for 5th was absolutely epic.
Yeah, both those champions from previous seasons got together. It looks like they're going to do that again today. Here comes Simon Taverner down the inside of the 10K car, and looking good there. Simon Taverner, of course, a very experienced saloon car racer, had lap records all over the country, won Victorian and national titles in the saloon cars. Loving his time in the TA2. He said nothing like having a big loud pedal when you go out to a game of cricket and you get a big loud pedal blast coming out of the corner. As we've got McAllister down there in the pit lane, ready to have a chat about that McKeldin car.
All right, Ian, we spoke to Matt just a moment ago and he was hoping to make it out. A bit of unfortunate news, though, apparently.
Yes, it's very unfortunate. It doesn't happen very often where a wheel stud breaks on tensioning. And so the boys got to it. We even got a new hub, but we'd rather be safe than sorry and do it all properly between races. We nearly got him there, but anyway.
But you'll definitely be able to do it for next race and get him back out there then?
Oh, absolutely. No, he'll be out there, yeah. Just it'll never happen in a million years, tensioning the bolt up and it broke off. Anyway, all new bolts next week, no doubt.
Yeah, like I was saying before, unfortunately that's motorsport, but as long as you get him back out there today, then that'll be good.
Yeah, no, Matt will be there. He might get the hard charges award from coming from the rear. I think he's already got that in his mind, so that should be good.
Yeah, he was saying he's keen to work it up the field.
Yeah, that'll be Matt. Let's get going and we do it.
Oh, well, a bit unfortunate now, but best of luck for later in the day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Back to commentary.
Thanks, Bree. Thanks, Ian, down there as the race continues on. Ash Jarvis putting up the inside there of the number 95 of Andy Madecki and gets on through there. So Ash has certainly found his mojo back again. But, yeah, let's hope, Brian, that he doesn't... Well, actually, I hope he does cook tyres because it was an entertaining ride yesterday. It was kind of like a ride at the show, wasn't it? It was all over the place. And Russell Wright played the gentleman racer. He actually didn't have the pace on board to challenge him, but as you said, Ash said he could have had him off and he could have got through him numerous times, but held off. Of course, he's got a brand new number 55 Mustang, so he doesn't want to be dinging that up for no particular reason either.
Watching Andrew Madecki here in the 95 car, he had some issues. He's actually had issues throughout the whole weekend. They're chasing a gearbox issue. The car seems to be missing and actually skipping some gears at particular points. And I spoke with the team yesterday afternoon, and they're still chasing the issue. So fingers crossed they changed some things overnight. Whether or not that has actually resolved the issue this morning, we're not quite sure. But they've been chasing gearbox issues all weekend. So it'll be interesting to see if they've cured that at the moment. He's got Russell Wright in behind him right now. Probably was covering a little bit then heading into turn number 2. Then that time by as we watch Hugh McAllister with Murray Kent in behind, having his best result in Sydney so far this weekend. And 8th yesterday, is up to position number 7 so far, so making the most of it in these early stages. It's critical in these TA2 cars. It's so easy to say it, but to not run too hard too early, because it's very easy to cook these Hoosier tyres. They are a tyre that can very easily be overheated, and if you run too hard too early, it's very hard then to actually try and gain that performance or regain that performance towards the back end of the race. Nathan Hearn struggled with that yesterday. He went to some of the more experienced drivers and he goes, how do I try and deal with these tyres? How do I make them work? And they said, yep, that's the trick. It is tough to get right. And once again, we're seeing Warren Wadley here off the pace. That 888 car has been off the pace all weekend, so issues once again for the 888 car. But speaking of Nathan Hearn, he actually had overheating issues, so that's why I lost 10 seconds to George Badecki yesterday afternoon. So fingers crossed everything will be A-OK in this race. Of course, we did experience quite warm temperatures here though yesterday.
Nathan Hearn this morning staying at the same hotel I am and across the breakfast table with his crew. It was some furrowed brows and a pretty stern conversation going on there. I heard bump and rebound from the rear and a whole lot of things like that being discussed. You sort of don't want to interrupt when it's such an intense conversation with the team, but a young Formula Ford race, a huge success last weekend. His peers racing this weekend at Sandown in the Formula Fords. So he's enjoying his time in the TA2s, of course, a big challenge, and I guess a big move to a fully slick-tyred race tyre as well compared to the R-Spec tyre that they use on Formula Ford these days. So he's gone from arguably the lightest Formula in the world to one of the heavier, bigger saloon, bulkier stock car, TA2 cars that are around the world. So a very, very big jump. He seems to be getting around it, but I guess talking to some of those experienced campaigners will help him as well.
Cameron Sendall down the inside, then that time by of the number 4 machine and Mark Crutcher there into turn number 2. So this is a nice little battle pack forming up for 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. You can even throw 17th and 18th into the mix as well. And there was actually battle packs all throughout the race yesterday, particularly deep in the field, and we're seeing it here once again. So a good move, as we saw, down the inside from Cameron Sendall. And the next one on his hit list now is going to be Darren Barry in the number 20 machine, as we've got this battle once again forming up for position number 3. So it's Ash Jarvis, your defending champion, now on the back of Nathan Hearn, making his second round start here this weekend. Of course, was his debut here this weekend. And he had a test day a couple of weeks ago at Queensland Raceway, but he's under attack from one of the more experienced campaigners in the categories. They head down into turns 1 and 2. I don't think Jarvis has got enough to get down the inside this time by. Remember, Hearn yesterday made a ballsy move down the inside of Andrew Badecki at turn number 1. It was a Formula Ford-esque move. He was able to pull it off and obviously take that 3rd spot away yesterday.
Race 3 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series underway, and it is Aaron Seaton that is leading the field with a lead of just 1 second there, as we see Ash Jarvis getting up on the ripple strip, trying to pressure the young Nathan Hearn, trying everything he's got in the book there just to try and put the pressure on the Gulf Western driver, and running wide there. That's not going to help him flow the car through 5. Manages to gather it all up. I guess he's got a fair bit more experience in the Lighthouse electrical car than Nathan Hearn in front of him. There's a run down the inside. Nathan left the door wide open. Now the drive out of the corner and around through 8. Nathan's got himself in a good, strong position, whereas Ash is going to have to come from the wide spot. That's an effective move. He's actually well and truly gone through there on Nathan Hearn. I certainly implore anyone watching this on the live stream to try and get out to the track and watch the final race for the day if you're not already here, but come out and join us. Make sure you're here by 12 o'clock. Get a spot on top of the pits and watch the start of the TA2 Muscle Car Series race. It is absolutely brings the hair up on the back of your neck, spine-tingling sort of stuff. In fact, watching this whole field come storming down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park, like this pack here, is absolutely an attack on your senses with these cars. It really is really cool to watch. They've got that great sort of lower revving thump of the North American style of Trans Am races.
It's good pace at the moment for Ash Jarvis. I was having a look at some of his times from yesterday. He did a 1:37.8, and so far this morning he's done a 1:37.6, so he's the only driver in the field right now that's actually gone faster than what he set yesterday in race number 2. So they've certainly found pace in that 22 car. The question's going to be now, he's got a 5-second margin between himself and George Madecki. I think that might be a little bit too much to ask for the 22 driver with just over 11 minutes to go in this race. So Seaton and Madecki, they're around about 2 to 3 tenths off times that they were setting yesterday, where Jarvis is actually in the clear and he's green compared to what he set yesterday, which is quite impressive. So they've smartened that car up. As we have a look at the number 10 now of Robinson going down the inside, and now we look a little bit further up through the field, and 10 Kate here is fighting as they work their way through the right and left-handers around the backside of the circuit. So some good battles wherever you're looking. George Elliott, Hollywood as he was sometimes known as well in the field. Had a bit of a moment at turn number 2 yesterday, got away with it, and they're still chasing performance and balance in that 555 car, but he'll be grinning from ear to ear at the moment, because he was saying yesterday, I don't care where I am, I'm still having a ball of fun right now compared to some of the other cars I've driven in my career.
Great to have George Elliott back out on the tracks around Australia again as well. Was one of the, I guess, Hollywood, I was going to say rock stars of the Thunderdome, and yep, I guess the nickname of Hollywood. He wears that well, shares it well with Peter Hackett of GT fame as well. There's the 18 going off of Richardson, and was involved pretty heavily in the battle there with Robinson as well. So I wonder what happened there. Here's this strong battle raging again with George Elliott. These guys and 10 Kate, Darren Berry will try to weigh in on this. These guys are fighting it out for 12th, 13th, 11th, 12th and 13th on the road. So the battle packs are forming right throughout. It is still only a 1 second lead that Aaron Seaton has over George Madecki, and I would be feeling, if I was George Madecki, just a little bit frustrated as George Elliott goes down the inside now of the 10 Kate car, gets through, giving up in the number 69 at the moment, stays with him. The 555 has certainly executed that move nicely and gone on through. Anthony 10 Kate loses a spot again. The number 18 going around in exactly the same spot. So Richardson just struggling with that part of the lap.
Cars working their way through turn number 4 here towards the rear of the field. Out in front it is 1.02, the margin between first and second, much like what we saw yesterday. In fact, between our top 2, the longer the run goes on though, the better that Madecki's car gets, and the only reason why that he was near enough to 2 seconds away at the end of yesterday's race, he actually caught traffic at turn number 1 on the final lap. Had that not been the case, the Madeckis believe he might have had a shot at the win possibly, because he could have possibly thrown it down the inside towards the back end of the lap. So interesting pace as we continue to watch. Hearn is struggling in this race right now because Andrew Madecki is looking towards the inside. The battle for position 4 here at turn number 1. Hearn stays around the outside though of the racetrack. Madecki will try and look down the inside here at turn number 2. So Hearn is struggling for pace here. The third race of the weekend, under brakes down into turn number 2 goes Andrew Madecki, pulled it up nicely and now takes away that 4th spot here on what is now lap number 8 with right on 8 minutes to go as they work their way back through turn 3.
Great shot coming down into turn 2 there. 2 Dodge Challengers, TA2 Muscle Car Series cars, one with Lubramax oil sponsorship, the other with Gulf Western oil sponsorship. So not only is it the battle of the oil brands, it's the battle of the Dodge Challengers, and now he is coming under fire. Nathan Hearn by Russell Wright, 2017 championship winner, pulls out of the stream, and he's now got McAllister behind him as well. So Russell Wright, one of the longest standing competitors, as is the McAllister team as well. They've been amongst it since the beginning and disappearing around the back of Corporate Hill.
Of course, for Russell Wright, he's one of 2 competitors that have actually competed at every round of the TA2 series since its inception as a full championship at the start of 2017. Of course, he and Cameron Sendell are the only drivers to have done that and competed in all 52 races of the category leading up to this weekend. You spoke of competitors. We originally started the weekend off with 25. We're down to 22, which is still a record for the class. Unfortunately, we lost one on Friday and 2 more yesterday. We started off with 13 Mustangs. 7 Camaros and 4 Dodge Challengers. We're watching a few of the Mustangs almost going side by side here into turn number 1. Hearn still struggling for pace. If you compare that to those around him, Hearn just did a 141.5. Andrew Badecki in front, a 140.4, and behind Russell Wright, a 140.9. So really, once you look deep through the field, Nathan Hearn inside the top 10 is the only driver in the 141 bracket. Everyone else is in the 140, so he is seriously off the pace in this race. I dare say probably struggling with these tyres again. Might have gone a little bit hard early in the race. As here comes Robertson. He is really moving through this field. Willis held them up. Sendell got nowhere to go around the outside, just held on to the rear of the car. It's a replay of what we're seeing down there at turn number 2. So Robertson, Sendell all going at it, and Willis held them up on the inside line. McAllister now looking down the inside here at turn number 6, and we'll get the Kubota number 6 car down the inside. So Russell right there losing a spot. He goes back to position 7 now. McAllister up to position 6. And Hugh yesterday had pace, but he got stuck in amongst that battle pack for position number 5, and he was known for going for a unique line right around here at turn number 8. Around the outside it was to try something different. And once again, he's been caught in traffic in this race, but once he's had a little bit of clear air, he's proven that he's got some pace there in that Kubota number 6. Your leader comes back to the line. The margin from first to second is at 1.1 seconds, so it's neutralising there at the front at the moment between Seaton and Medecky. A big margin then back to Ash Jarvis in position at number 3. Andrew Medecky now holding down position 4. We're watching him coming back down the main straight here into turn number 1. Hearn now might have just stabilised a little bit because Russell Wright lost that spot, of course, on that previous lap as well into turn number 6 as we watch Wright now into turn 1. That is a new Mustang. Not brand new because he did shake it down at Queensland Raceway and then ultimately ran it Bathurst a couple of weeks ago in support to the Bathurst 12 Hour. They did have a couple of niggling issues with that car a couple of weeks ago, but they got it sorted, and he's here this weekend for the opening round of the series as they work their way over the tunnel and down the hill into turn number 4. It's incredible, isn't it, how much the road actually drops away there as you go down into turn number 4. It's a real sort of sinkhole as you drive in, a bit of G-load through the right-hander, but a great part of the racetrack.
It's right where the tunnel goes underneath the track to access the inner pit area there. So, yes, it does drop away, and we just saw Hugh McAllister really, I guess, riding the bump through there. It almost gave him a little bit of extra push getting down that hill there. But he is certainly the mover in this field at the moment, is Hugh McAllister. Got through on the previous champion, Russell Wright, now challenging the young gun for his position in this race. We've got George Elliott's crew chief down in the pit lane with Bree.
All right, Cameron, George has had quite a break between racing. Can you tell us how he's finding this weekend and how he's finding the car?
Oh, look, he's really enjoying it. It's a major learning curve for us as a team. We've only had the car for 2 weeks, so we're working our way. We're currently in 11th. If we can crack the top 10 this weekend, we're going to be really happy.
Yeah, and so he's got this new partnership with Craig. Can you tell us how that came about?
Craig was actually a customer of ours at V8 Fast Track Racing. He came to every event and followed us. Got to the point where he said, Craig, enough. You need to buy a race car. He and George put a pack deal together. Craig bought 2 cars, and Craig asked myself, Kim, Jane, and our group of guys been racing production cars for 20 plus years. And we've finally got to the first race, and this is it.
So he's a super fan turned racer.
Big buddy.
He's a super fan turned racer.
Yeah, real race.
And how is he finding it?
Absolutely loving it. And Craig is just a sponge at the moment. He's learning every time he's on the track, and he's getting better and better.
Well, best of luck to both of them, and good luck to George as he's moving up the field.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Bree. Good insight as to how you get out of motorsport and then climb back into it. It's really interesting stuff as the temperature is heating up on track out there now. In fact, my fellow commentator, Ron Vanderwacker, just wincing at what was happening there with Nathan Hearn.
I held my breath there for a moment because I thought the door was going to be closed with Russell Wright over there in turn number 6. Thankfully, it didn't right now on the outside because he got the 74. Ken is really impressive this weekend, and he might just get a spot out of all this. So Hugh McAllister has jumped up in the process, got underneath Hearn around the back side of the circuit, and now Kent and Wright are side by side into the final section of corners here. So it's all taking off here with just under now 2 minutes to go in this race. Race number 3, the penultimate race of the weekend for the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Round number 1, look at Wright searching for a little bit of grip then coming out of the final turn as they work their way back down the main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I dare say it will still be 2 more laps to go as the cars cross the line once again with just over 90 seconds remaining on the clock. So Hearn, he is struggling in this race right now. The car setup is not where he wants to be. Struggling with the tyres. Wright again, almost showing the nose down there into turn number 2, making sure that he is wide in those mirrors of the 29 car right now as they work their way back through turn number 3. They'll come over the tunnel here once again, but it's a very impressive run this weekend for the 74 car of Murray Kent. When they were here at Sydney Motorsport Park at the back end of last year, he was 8th. His best so far in the series is 5th back at Queensland Raceway in round 6 last year. He's almost knocking on the door of that once again in position 8. If he can make up some spots in the final race this afternoon, he might just be on for a personal best result here as they work their way back around the backside of Corporate Hill. Turn 6, Hearn, you can see it's visibly struggling with the rear end of that race car, and he drops the car off the left-hand side of the road, right-hand side I should say, going into the left-hander. Lucky to get away with that one then just on that previous occasion, because quite often it can end in tears. And Wright going the long way around here at the hairpin. He's got to be careful because Kent has got the nose down the inside.
Really good second part of this race for Murray Kent. It'll be interesting to see him coming into the final race of the weekend, starting at 12:15 today, as he is really starting to come along strong. So the fans of the bow tie, the Chevy, third in this battle pack, and in fact third in the race. Medecky now challenging Aaron Seaton. There it is. This is for the lead of the race. George Medecky has left the best part of his Mustang underneath him to unleash an attack on the young gun Aaron Seaton. It wasn't that long ago that George was a young gun as well, was he?
Yeah.
He's probably not such a young gun anymore, but certainly serving it up. Bit of traffic coming into play here. George can use that well. That's his experience across many different categories. He was certainly at the top end of the rough and tumble of the success of the V8 Utes over many, many years, and he'll be bringing that to the TA2 Muscle Car Series. And have a look at this now. Aaron Seaton, a very cool mind. He's got that as the third generation. One of the nice things to inherit that when things come under pressure. George Medecky now moving left and right, Brian, as we come around to the final few corners in this race.
George has said all weekend, my car is better over the longer distance. Well, it's come on with a lap to go here. The margin was just near enough a second a couple of laps ago. It was 3/10 of the line last time by. Forget about that at the moment. It's all going to be about this run through the final corner. Seaton struggled right at the middle part of the corner then as they come through now the final section that leads them onto the main straight. This is going to be a scintillating battle. Checkered flag is just at the ready here. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Aaron Seaton, it's been 10 from 10 so far at the moment. It's going to be 11 from 11. 11 in a row for Aaron Seaton as he comes across the line, takes out race number 3 of the weekend. Speaking of 3, it's 3 wide at the moment as they work their way into the final section of corners. You've got Russell Wright, Nathan Hearn and Kent all in amongst the mix. This is the battle for position 6 as they tippy-toe their way through the penultimate turn. It's all got off for this final lap. It's got more drama at the moment than Married at First Sight, you would say, as they come through the final turn and down the main straight. It is going to be Russell Wright, though, that gets the job done here on Nathan Hearn. Kent close to getting position number 7, but not quite close enough. Good final lap of the TA2's race 3 of the weekend.
Nathan Hearn handed out a short back and sides in the last segment of corners there. Went back 2 spots. These veterans behind him, the previous champion from 2017, lined him up from all the way out. And ultimately, it was Ash Jarvis that got to the line with Andy Medecky and Hugh McAllister. What a great run, that second bunch. But that battle that was, let's put some perspective on it. They were fighting it out for 6th, 7th and 8th on the road, as they were at the front. And Aaron Seaton ultimately bringing George Medecky home to complete race number 3 for the weekend. Brian, that was a ripping race, and they have not disappointed. Still another race to go, and I'm going to suggest that George Medecky might get down there and nut out a couple of changes and try and go with Aaron Seaton right from the start of this race, because Aaron's getting away very, very smartly. We saw that twice yesterday, and we'll have a look at that. He's actually just trying to get a little bit of debris off the tyres as well, so when he comes back they're nice and clean for the team as well.
I saw Glenn Seaton yesterday getting some of the debris off the tyres, in fact, at the completion of, I think it was qualifying, in fact, yesterday. But yeah, that's the thing that Aaron and you touched on, has been very good this weekend. He's been great at the starts. He has bolted clear, even on the restart of the safety car period that we had in race number 1 yesterday. He was very, very quick, and that's one thing George said. He goes, we need to be a little bit better at the restarts and the starts of these races, because over the longer distance we are great, but Seaton's getting too much of a margin on us. So let's quickly run through the top 10. Aaron Seaton with the win in that one. George Medecki in second. Ash Jarvis position number 3. Andrew Medecki P4. Hugh McAllister in position number 5. Russell Wright. It looks like Kent did get up to position number 7 in the end there for what we're seeing with Nathan Hearn. In fact, Hearn there in position number 8 from what we're seeing on our timing screen at the moment. Drew Ridge and Simon Taberner completing the top 10 there at the completion of race number 3 of the weekend. Better run, you've got to say, for Ash Jarvis in that one as well in the 22 car. They've smartened that machine up, and looking forward to the 4th and final race of the weekend, which I think will be probably just after our luncheon break as well. Yeah,
12:15. There's a bit of an officials break for 15 minutes in this hot weather. It's a good plan to be able to get those guys and girls tucked into some shade and get a bit of a feed and some drink into them as well. There's George Medecki just going back into the garage. Of course, Matt McElden will also be back into it, and he is going to have a whole race set of tyres fresher than everyone else here in this race. So keep an eye out for Matt in the Kubota team, because he'll be bringing a fresh set of tyres, albeit that it'll be tucked up down the back of the field, but we might see him start to push hard through the pack.
He's a live wire at the best of times. That's when he starts at the mid-pack. Imagine what it's going to be like when he starts at the rear of the field. He'll be passing them all, you would think, well, most of them anyway, on the opening lap there on race number 4 this afternoon. So looking forward to it. You've still got a busy program ahead, haven't we, this afternoon?
Certainly have. We've got a warm-up now for the New South Wales sports cars, and then we go straight into the first of the 1 hours for today, the third 1 hour race for the Australian Production Car Championship. Brian, thank you very much for your time and the great show that you guys are working very, very hard on with Dewey and Craig and all the team down there at TA2. We'll see you back here at about 12 o'clock for the final race for the weekend.
Looking forward to it. It's not too far away, my friend.
Absolutely. So we'll take a quick break here on the live stream here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's just a sports car warm-up coming up, and we'll take a break for a little while here on the live stream.
All right, George, the battle between you and Aaron continues. You thought the car was going to be better over a slightly longer distance. How did it feel?
Yeah, it does. It gets better towards the end, as you can see. He sort of gaps me at the start of every race and on safety car restarts and stuff, so we've got a little bit of work to do there. But towards the end of the race, our car was faster, so that's a really encouraging thing. We were able to close back up onto the back of him. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a battle all year long, and hopefully he'll be chasing me as much as I'm chasing him.
Yeah, so Aaron is so quick off the restarts. Do you think if you improve there, that'll be the difference and be able to get him?
Yeah, I think it's a change in philosophy, really. He wants to get out there, lead, and sort of break your heart, and then, have you sort of, fall to pieces trying to catch him. But, I'm a bit of an old dog now. I've been racing for 15 years or something, so didn't fall for that one and looked after the car and looked after the tyres. And you could see at the end there, we were just closing up at a rate of knots. So pretty happy with it. We were hoping to come here and win, but to run him this close is also a good feeling.
Well, experience has to count for something, so I'm sure that'll be a difference in the future too.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, best of luck first today.
Yeah, cheers.
Back to you guys.
get straight into it as soon as he comes out.
All right, just waiting for Aaron Seaton, the winner of that race there. We'll see if we can grab him for a quick chat as he takes his helmet off. He's just gone to grab a hat apparently, so he'll be right back. You can hear that Camaro starting up behind us too, very loud. Here he is running back to us. All right, Aaron, Wadecki was coming up the back behind you, really closing that gap. How is it driving with that pressure?
Yeah, definitely. It was awesome to have George to race there, like throughout the race, and he was coming really hard at the end, and thankfully we were able to hold our own and come away with the win. I'd like to thank Craig Harris from Cashel Harris Racing for the opportunity this weekend, and also Don Demetriadis for his help.
Yeah, so we were saying before as well, Tim Wadecki, that you're really fast off the start. Do you think that really is what the difference is at the moment?
Yeah, definitely. Our car's really good at the start, and we just need to keep improving it at the end. So I look forward to seeing what we can do to the car for the next race and have another good race with George.
All right, so well done again, and best of luck for the next race.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Darren.
My name's Nathan Hearn, driver number 29, Gulf Western Oil's Dodge Challenger, and you're watching TA2 Racing live on Blendline TV.
My name's Aaron Seaton from Cashel Harris Racing, and you're watching TA2 on Blendline TV.
Commentary booth to the van. Commentary booth to the van.
Test, test, test. Is this on the talkback line? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I'm with MRF Tyres Australian Production Cars Series Category Manager Ian Sharon. Ian, you signed a new contract with MRF Tyres, a long-term contract. Do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, look, it's a 5 + 5 year contract, so hopefully 10 years for the future, and it's a great deal for us. It's a full naming rights sponsorship, and obviously they also supply the tyres as a control tyre to the category. So really good for the future of Australian production cars, really cements us for the future. We're not going anywhere. You get a major sponsor like this, it's just a fantastic thing. So.
And what are the plans for the future of Australian production cars this year?
So this year we're starting here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and then we're moving to Phillip Island for our second round. After that we'll go to Queensland with our Fight in the Night round up there. And then we're off to Sandown, which is a track that everyone loves, and it's one of those tracks that may not be there forever, so people really want to get there and race there, so that's going to be a fantastic event. And then we finish at Talon Bend, new track to Australia. Again, a lot of our guys have never raced there, so that's going to be a great finale for us.
Yeah, that's going to be quite exciting for everyone.
Absolutely. I have never been there either. I'm really looking forward to it as well.
And what are some of the new cars we can look forward to seeing this year?
Yeah, so we've had some new cars even this weekend. So we're seeing the Mustang for the first time, which is just fantastic. And, I'm hoping to see 4, 5, 6 of those on the grid.
Yeah, it's going quite well, isn't it?
It's doing really well. Straight out of the box, the car's running fantastic. It's a credit to the guys. Mark Cars were actually involved in building that. A credit to Ryan and his team up there, and to Lindsay and Colby that own the car and run the car. They've done a fantastic job, and straight away it's on the front row in the first race. That's fantastic for them. And look, we'd love to see that. We'd hope to see in the future some Camaros out there with that as well. Other cars that we've got coming in, there's a Lexus that I seen at a test day not long ago. We're hoping that will be at Phillip Island this year as well. And there's some more M4s being built. There was another one here this weekend. Had a few issues, so he's not going to be able to run, but there's a couple more being built, M4s as well. So Alfa Romeo out there being built at the moment. So plenty of new cars coming in.
Yeah, we've all enjoyed, I think, this weekend, but we'll look forward to seeing some more of those cars in the future rounds as well.
Yeah, look, it's just going to throw it up and make it more competitive. We've changed our class structures as well. So we've made some of the cars that were probably the top tier in years gone by, we've put them down to A2, so it keeps them competitive with all these new cars coming in. So they don't feel like they're coming along and they haven't got something to race for. So, and along with that, we've also introduced a Aussie Muscle class, which is basically your Ford Falcons and your Holden Commodores racing against each other. So it's Aussie Muscle cars, Fords and Holdens. We're giving somewhere for those guys to come and race, which I think is just fantastic. The guys in the Holden today, that's a brand new car they built for Australian Production Car Series this year. And again, they've rolled out, they've actually finished third outright today, which is just an amazing thing for a brand new car, brand new build. And they've come along, committed to the series to take on the Aussie Muscle, and they've done fantastic today. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're all excited to see what's to come. Thanks very much for chatting with us today, Ian.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Thanks very much down there with Ian Sharon and our interviewer there, Bree Phillipson. Great to have Bree on board, and certainly Ian working very, very hard with OnTick Sports. They've thrown the gates open here this weekend. OnTick events, free entry. So if you're watching on the live stream, still plenty of racing to come here today. The first of the 1 hours for today, which is actually the third for the weekend in the Australian production cars, the MRF Tyres Sydney 240 for the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. We've heard from Ian Sharon. We've also heard from Vivek from MRF. There's a lot of energy and a lot of groundswell of support growing for the Australian Production Car Series, going from strength to strength. The Mustang being on the front row of the grid yesterday was an exciting moment for the series as well. Exciting for the crew, the Mark Cars, people that built that car for the owners in Colby Cowan and Lindsay Kearns. And we're really looking forward to seeing some of those new cars. You touched on a Lexus and another BMW that's already showed its head on Friday. Unfortunately had engine issues and won't take any further part, but certainly very, very exciting times on the very near horizon for the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. We've got the third race in the series of 4 here this weekend, promoted as the MRF Tyres Sydney 240, so 240 minutes essentially of racing, 4 4-hour races. And we've had some really good racing yesterday. The weather is certainly playing its part. It's giving some cars some headaches as far as temperature is concerned. The new tyre is not in any concern at all. In fact, it stood up great yesterday. Tim Lay was a little bit trepidatious initially, started from the rear of the grid, wanted to bring the tyres up in a manner that suited him to temp. Once he felt that they were good under him, though, he absolutely served the punishment up to them yesterday afternoon. So he came from the rear of grid in race 1, finished second in that race, and then came home to take out the win yesterday. So we will see a BMW front row of the grid. Berwick, Linton and Tim Lay. Tim Lay at the wheel of the car today. Berwick doing the 2 races yesterday. So Tim Lay out there really combining very, very well with these guys over many years. Tim, of course, needs very little introduction to the Australian motorsport landscape. An accomplished racer, won a lot of stuff over his career, and will be really good to see how he goes up against the number 18 Sherrin car, Grant Sherrin. So Ian will sit out this morning's race, and I dare say will take on this afternoon's race exactly what the Sherrin brothers did yesterday. So it's going to be good to see the battle between Tim Lay and Grant Sherrin. They will certainly know that they've been out there. The temperatures here locally certainly rising now and giving the test to these drivers in this race. Second row of the grid is where it's about this year, is the Aussie muscle class. Some plenty of cars touted to come out of the shed, but the 2 that have come out are the brand new ones for 2019. On the 3rd position on the grid is Lillis and Matty Holt. It'll be Chris Lillis at the wheel of that car, the number 64. So we're looking forward to seeing how the number 64 goes with this run today. The Jack Motorsport team, Chris Lillis and Matthew Holt with that car. We'll see the cars go around, seeing their siding lap. They'll now go off on a warm-up lap. Position number 4 was on the front row of the grid after qualifying yesterday. Didn't quite land there, disappeared into a bit of wheel spin, which I guess is synonymous with a high horsepower rear-wheel drive car. Got to get the car off the line a little bit easier today, but it is going to be Lindsay Kearns at the wheel of the Mustang. Then the next row of the grid, we'll see Clay Eckhart, who was running in the top 3, in fact finished in the top 3 yesterday. Had a restart penalty of 5 seconds, pushed him back to 5th there. The Dimitri Agathos, Matt Boylan car. It'll be Matty Boylan in the number 66 starting that WRX. And then it is the number 8 car motorsport outfit, which is Bradley Carr and Ash Jarvis. It'll be Bradley Carr at the wheel of that car, going away from position at number 7. Then it is Jordan Cox and Scotty Turner in the number 29. Not too sure whether the car, yes, it's made its way onto the grid there. And we go back to Kem Usel and Ian Salteri, and that car on debut here this weekend. They're really, really happy with it, taking C1 yesterday. And it'll be Kem at the wheel of the number 40. Charlie Senesi and Alfie Senesi in the first of our 2-car team, the i30N Hyundai outfit. You know them. They're in that lovely powdery blue type of colour. And it is the Senesis that are 1 row in front of their teammates in Frank Mammarello and Kate Olsen. Looking for a good run from those guys out of 11th. Then we go back to position number 12, the 87 of Free Spirit Tattoo Racing. Jake White, James Goldsborough and Gavin Driscoll. It is Goldsborough at the wheel of that car as we see the field just venturing off on their warm-up lap. The 2 BMWs leading the 2 Aussie muscle class cars away. So a bit of Eurotech could easily be gazumped by a bit of North American and Australian muscle cars as they go down through turn 1. We look back down through the field. There's the Full Gas Racing, Hog's Breath Cafe Nova Employment Subaru WRX. Mixed it up in there. The first of the Japanese-built cars in the field. And then a whole plethora of German cars, including that, the Volkswagen. The Matt Thulis car not taking in a further part with James Keane this weekend. The number 50 Volkswagen Golf R had suspension failure yesterday and haven't been able to source more parts. So that was a real shame. The battle between those C1 class cars, which it is always strong, Class C. Unfortunately, we haven't got the two Osborne Motorsport cars here either this weekend. Suspension failure saw Colin Osborne withdraw on Friday practice, and the other car there, that the number 31 Osborne Motorsport entry as well, hadn't been able to finish their preparation for the car, so didn't quite make it to the track. That one there for Callum Jones. So that was a shame that they didn't make it out. We have got a compact field, but I tell you what, when it comes about panorama time for the Bathurst 6 Hour at Easter, these cars will have the absolute jump on the rest of the field up there. They'll have had an entire race meeting on the new MRF tyre. They'll have a very, very strong knowledge of the capabilities of that tyre, and they'll go to Mount Panorama with probably, I'm going to say, about another 40 or more cars to front up for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour race for production cars, and these teams will have leaps and bounds ahead. I bet you there's some teams out there now that are kicking themselves that didn't get to this first round, the MRF Tyres Sydney 240, to get some good time under your belt. This is all good and well to do testing, but until you get out there under race conditions and you're having to move the car around the track and not always be on the ideal line and defend and attack, you never really can deal out the punishment on the tyre until you're in a racing situation. So I would suggest come Mount Panorama time, these 20 cars that entered here this weekend, 15, 16 that we've got here on track now, are going to be at a distinct advantage running the first round of the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. Of course, the round 2 of the series is at Phillip Island, the 29th and 30th of June. That'll be a good one. Field lining up again, very Formula One-esque, peeling off into their spots as they come closer to their grid positions. Tim Lay will move right over to the driver's left, to just in front of where that yellow flag is being displayed. He'll lock into his grid box, and we see Grant Sherrin now coming into position as well. The two V8s behind them will lock themselves in. Chris Lillis on the pit lane side there, the car right behind the BMW M3. Watch that off the line. The Mustang hasn't got away from the line so well, disappeared in wheel spin. They're going to try and ease the car off the line today without getting too much over temp in those rear tyres. But the field is set. There's the green flag. We're all set to go in race 3 of the MRF Tyres 240, and indeed the MRF Tyres 2019 Australian Production Series. This is race 3 of the year, and they all drive away very nicely indeed. It is going to be Tim Lay that gets away. The Mustang does just get slowly away from the line, but they did not disappear into wheel spin. So a good start there. They have not lost a spot because the HSV locks into third place. The Mustang there, and then it will be the BMW 135. Oh, sorry, the 135i there, number 29, the Jordan Cox and Scotty Turner car. So it's Jordan Cox at the wheel of the number 29. It's a B1 class car. Various classes being represented here this weekend. Tim Lay and Grant Sherrin, the only contenders in A1. Lillis in the HSV in Aussie Muscle 1. Then we've got the Mustang running out there as well. It's in AM2. And then we look at that BMW just popping its nose out. Jordan Cox at the wheel. That's B1 class car. And Lindsay Kearns is an A2 car in the Mustang there. So Jordan Cox just looking to straddle that oil slick that was left by a Lotus during the production sports race. So that's going to play just a little bit of havoc until they get some wind and get some of that dust off the track. They have seen it during a sighting lap and then again in the warm-up lap. They all know it's there. As we just watch Tim Lay, he's establishing himself a very, very handy lead indeed, driving away from Grant Sherrin. It's out to over a second already at the start of this race, but Jordan Cox doesn't want to see them drive too far away. Fuel pickup issues in the Dynamite Fierce racing car number 29 yesterday. That's that black BMW sandwich between the two V8s, the Commodore of Chris Lillis and Lindsay Kearns in the Mustang. Jordan Cox, an absolute sensation out of improved production Great to see him jumping into a National Series car. Because Improved Productions enjoy an annual Nationals event where they all get together and have one weekend to duke it out. But this is the series, 5 rounds of this series this year. Throw in the Bathurst 6 hour as well into the mix, which is not part of the production car series. Standalone event, but all these cars will be there running on the MRF tyre. Down the inside goes Jordan Cox. Lillis says, righto mate, you want to have it, away you go. I've got to bring this big thing home, and the BMW going through on me, I can kind of live with that. If that Mustang gets up on me, not so happy to see that. We saw actually yesterday, right there, you can actually see the dust on the track and the marks on the track there. That was where we saw the Team Bramaco outfit the BMW of Brooke Mitchell, Scott Cameron and James Meaden, with Scott Cameron at the wheel, came together with the Evo 9 out of the Stokes Skis racing outfit with Jason Miller and Richard Vasquez, and basically totaled both those cars. I'm not too sure as to the program of repair or if they are repairable. The BMW was a nasty, nasty wreck, basically engine sitting on the ground as all the undercarriage on the front of the car was torn out from it. It's a good battle. Cam Uslaney and Salteri, previously running the older Nissan Pulsar Triple S. They've now jumped into this Golf R, Volkswagen Golf R, and really, really enjoying themselves. A couple of experienced campaigners now. They've got James Goldsborough behind them in the number 87, which is the Free Spirit Tattoo Racing. Jake White, James Goldsborough and Gavin Driscoll. Gavin Driscoll now running it yesterday afternoon. Just looking at that gap at the front of the field, the number 23 of Tim Lay over Ian Sherrin. It's out to just over 1 second, 1.0051 of a second. Then back to Jordan Cox, 6.5 seconds there as well. And I would suggest that at the moment Jordan Cox is setting fastest sectors, as is Grant Sherrin. In fact, Grant Sherrin's now setting race fastest sectors on lap record time there. So the fastest lap of the race, this last lap around, was Grant Sherrin at a 1:46.34. Tim Lay leading the race at a 1:46.53, so that lead is now down to 0.7 of a second. So Grant's felt that the BM underneath him is nice and strong. Tim's already established the fact that the number 23 M3 is good, and it's jumped away nicely indeed. Here's this battle of the V8s. Jordan Cox has got through on the Commodore, just a little bit down the road there. Hasn't exactly... So we've got a report from pit lane with the Mustang.
All right, Colby, the Mustang has been all the talk this weekend. It's going very well out there, keeping up with all the fast guys. So how are you feeling about the car?
The car's amazing. It's beautiful to drive. Lindsay's out there now doing his second race, race 3. Doing a good job. It's doing everything we want of it. Learning heaps, so yeah, we're wrapped.
Yeah, so the lap times are very fast, but what do you guys think you can do to improve?
Well, we've just got to get our head around driving the thing first of all, and then once we can learn to do that, we can move on to develop the car further. So yeah, it's looking good.
And will you be jumping in this race?
I'm staying this one, sitting in the pits this one. I'll hop in for race 4 this afternoon.
No worries, well, best of luck for this race and the next.
Thanks heaps. Cheers.
Thanks. Back to you, Darren.
Bree, good news down there with the Mustang guys. They really did come into this weekend. I guess they had expectations of finishing the races. They certainly didn't have expectations of being on the front row of the grid, but really, really strong debut. In fact, the 2 new cars here this weekend, both those V8s, the Commodore, which the guys from Western Australia have built a magnificent race car, and the Mustang, which has been built out of McLeod. This is Ryan McLeod's workshop. This is a change for the lead. Grant Sherrin now has pushed through on Tim Lay. That's testament to the last 2 laps being fastest laps of the race for Grant Sherrin. Tim Lay has just really didn't put up a fight there. Looked to the inside of the corner, coming into turn 6. Executed the move nicely there. And Grant Sherrin now goes through to the lead in car number 18. So yesterday in the second race of the day, the number 23 with Beric Linton at the wheel drove from start to finish to win the race. Great long shot of those 2 BMWs, the M4 and the M3. Magnificent looking kits, those cars, really nice looking machinery And that dark blue that the Berwick Linton Tim Lay car really does suit the BMW. Looks the goods. Sharon Rental's car, of course, both these cars proven that they can win this championship and have done previously. Go back down through the field. Here's Clay Eckhart running with Steve Engel in the WRX. And this will be a good battle. Clay Eckhart currently 8th on the road, ran up as high as 3rd yesterday. In fact, came across the line 3rd in the race, and it was, I guess, a cruel twist of fate that he was given a restart penalty, which took him 5 seconds back, and it was such a close, bunched up field for the last 3rd place, so 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th indeed, that it put him back to 6th. So, although got to the line, didn't get that taste the champagne on the podium at the end of yesterday's second 1 hour race. Here we go again, the Commodore and the Mustang. These two cars were line astern with each other. In fact, line astern with each other right there, or back one corner before yesterday when we saw that Evo 9 and BMW 330i coming together. A real shame to see those, I'm going to say, veterans of Australian production car racing, although they're not that old. Certainly the Evo 9 and the BMW had won races in previous iterations and owners of those cars, I guess, earlier in their production car career, and were both still very capable of winning races. In fact, were challenging this Commodore and this Mustang at that point in time. All four cars were racing for position as we get a really good look at the performance of this Nova Employment Hogs Breath Cafe Subaru WRX, being driven by Matty Boylan. We know from previous seasons that Dimitri Agathos and Lachlan Gibbons can really get up on the wheel of this Subaru. They just lose a little bit of impetus in a straight line. The Mustang and the Commodore really stretch their legs away from Subaru. And we get down under brakes and then around the back of the Sydney Motorsport Park layout, it comes into its own strengths. Subaru has over many years been very successful in dirt racing and rallying, world champions with one of the greatest names ever in motorsport, Colin McRae, and certainly has been a strong car in production car racing. Remember when a young Dean Canto fielded back in 1998, one of the first Subarus on Australian racetracks, sponsored by Canadian Bacon, and his career gone from strength to strength, full-time supercar racer for many years, now sought after co-driver and Bathurst 12-hour driver for the Trofeo Motorsport outfit with their Lamborghini Huracan GT3. And this is the latest iteration from Full Gas Racing, the Subaru WRX. As Chris Lillis now knows all about it, Lindsay Kearns and Matt Boylan filling the mirrors. Not being able to get through on this Commodore, a new build, as is the Mustang. And I've said it and I'll say it again, a fantastic quality build program on both those cars to be running at the front of their respective categories and indeed in front of this production car field. So talking about Tim Lay out on track now, the number 23, Bree Phillipson down the lane with Berwick Linton.
All right, Berwick, Tim's in the car at the moment. He's up the front with Grant. Are you happy with how he's going?
Yeah, look, we had a chat to Tim. He had work commitments yesterday, so he's running both races today. We gave him a plan and just trying to get him to stick to it. A bit hard being a good racing car driver to get him to follow the plan.
Yeah. So him being in second at the moment, that's part of the plan?
Oh, look, he was quite happy to follow Grant, and, it's a 1 hour race, and we're still learning the tyres. So we keep making changes, as everybody is, and just testing really what they can do and how far they'll go, and, keep making changes.
Yeah, so you said Tim's running both races today. Is it a bit hard to stay in the garage the whole day today?
Yeah, but, maybe I'll lock him in the trailer later on and jump in for the race too.
Well, you did your job yesterday for sure, so hopefully Tim can do his today.
Yeah, the pressure's on him now to back it up.
All right, back to you, Darren.
Very much Berwick Linton, a guy that always tells it how it is, and that's how it is according to Berwick right now. And let's hope that they can get a strong result, because Berwick drove an absolutely stellar day of racing yesterday. Back of the grid to second in race 1, and then from lights to checkered flag won the race yesterday afternoon. So Tim Lay, very experienced racer, lots of results in his experienced career. A bit of a journeyman racer these days, and loves jumping on board with Berwick Linton and going racing together. They really have teamed up over many years for so many fantastic results together. But yes, the pressure is on Tim Lay to back up team principal, team owner Berwick Linton here today, and we'll see how Tim Lay pans out at the end of this weekend. Looking back at a couple of the classes there, that's the leader of AM1 and A2 class, so the AM1 being the Aussie muscle class this year. Plenty of cars eligible for Aussie muscle car class, and there is plenty of them in garages around Australia. It's now time to stop being so timid, production car racers, and get out there and have a go, because AM1 has got a full page of eligible vehicles as we watch the A1 Mustang down the inside of the Commodore. Absolutely traditional Australian production car type racing. The FOMO Co against the General, and a very, very nice, clean, respectful run there as Chris Lillis goes through. Lindsay Kearns goes through on Chris Lillis. Now, Chris Lillis will have the Subaru WRX of Matty Boylan to deal with, and just watching the Mustang taking a completely different line through Brock 05 than the Commodore. And now Chris Lillis just not letting the Mustang get away, wants to stay with it. So in AM1, Aussie Muscle High Performance, in your Fords you've got the FGX range, XR8 SC Sprint, XR6 Turbo Sprint, XR8 SC. Let's see if we get George Karadimas back out from the northern suburbs of Melbourne. Great to see George back out racing the FPV GT, which we were due to see here this weekend. The FEDC Michael Benton, Hadrian Morale entered. Car, unfortunately, a head gasket on Friday, and didn't quite get the head gasket fixed up. Here's a replay of the BMW in Class C, the number 87. Bit of a foray off into the weeds there. Gathered it back up. Nicely gathered up indeed by James Goldsborough, and continues on. So that puts James, unfortunately, down to 12th now. The two Hyundais of Charlie Sinesny and Caden Olsen, 15 and 16, just in front. This is for the spot 4th in the race. Of course, leading the race now is Grant Sherrin to Tim Lay in their respective M4 and M3, and Jordan Cox in the 135i. The giant beater these days, it seems, is that 135i. So back to that Aussie muscle class high performance. FG, FPV, FG Mark II GTR spec, FG, FPV, F6, GTP, F6, GT and GTP in the BFs. And of course, then you look at your Holden range as we see the WRX looking to the inside. Around turn 5, it's going to put the Commodore in a difficult spot, coming up to 6. Big under brakes there, but look at the torque just coming up over the rise there of the Revolution Roofing Bilstein shot. Cachet Homes Commodore. Full gas racing, Nova Employment WRX, waiting for another opportunity. And very, very defensive line for the number 64 being driven by Chris Lillis. Sensible racing also from Matt Boylan. That wasn't the opportunity. Live to fight another day. So the Holdens in Aussie Muscle 1 High Performance. VZ HSV GTO Coupe and GTS Coupe. As the pit window opens for this race. 40 minutes remaining. So 20 minutes completed of this race. The VZ HSV R8 Club Sport VY CSV Monaro Mondo GT. The VE and VE2 HSV GTS, VX HSV R8 Club Sport, VX HSV GTS, VY VY2 HSV GTS, VE R8 Club Sport, and the VF Club Sport, all eligible in the Aussie Muscle 1. In Aussie Muscle Performance, is the Ford FGX XR6 and XR8, the BA GT GTP F6 Typhoon XR8 XR8, BF Mark 1 and 2, BF Mark 1 and 2 FPV, F6 Typhoon and XR6 Turbo, XR8, and in the Holdens, the VZ SS 6 litre, SSV, SSV Redline, in the VE and VF models, and then in the VZ and VY, SS and SSV. And the first car into the lane is the car Dr. Car number 8, being driven by Brad Carr. Mandatory stop will be to pull a wheel off. Talking about looking to pull a move off is the Nova Employment sponsored Subaru WRX, being driven by Matt Boylan. This is really the focus of the race at the moment. AM1 and B1. It's a B-class car, the Subaru All-Poor four-wheel drive. As Grant Sherrin has established himself a 3.5 second lead over Tim Lay, setting the fastest lap of the race on lap 3. They're now on lap 10. Jordan Cox setting his fastest lap of the race in position 3 on lap 7. 1:48 dead. So the M3 and the M4 really are, as far as lap time's concerned, in a class of their own. They've got a good second and a bit over them. There, peels off is Chris Lillis in the Commodore, leaves Lindsay Kearns and Matt Boylan to continue that battle, but breaking it up nice and early, coming down the lane in the big Commodore. Great looking car. It just looks like you get out and walk alongside it as it comes down the pit lane under pit lane speed limit, 40 kilometres an hour. Long gone are the days where you would absolutely rocket down the fast lane. Right hand side of pit lane there. Now very safe 40 k's an hour comes to a halt. And feverish work on the left-hand side of the car, passenger side of this car. Looking at it there, really well-presented vehicle. Done. Turn the wheel out and leave the lane. Very, very tidy stop. Well-drilled crew. Really got to be congratulated from the front to the back of this team. They've come here this weekend with an expectation, but I would suggest that at this point in time, with still 36 minutes left in this race and another hour race starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon, that if they can wheel this car back into the garage unharmed and put it on the truck and head back home, they'll be very, very happy. A fantastic debut for this car on the MRF tyre. Talking about fantastic debuts so far, we're having a great run with this new tyre. Big commitment from MRF. They've brought numerous people from the factory in India to this weekend. Vivek from Mentor Tyres MRF has certainly shown a commitment to Australian motorsport, involved with the Australian Rally Championship now with the production cars. Open wheeler racing throughout Asia, running the MRF tyres. So a very big commitment, and the new road car range coming to Australia very, very soon. Some 4,100 outlets throughout India selling the MRF tyres. And let's see how they go in the Australian marketplace. Very, very well established, mature tyre industry in Australia. And let's see how the MRF road tyre brand goes. Motorsport really should show them the support. As he storms down the inside there. Spencer's with Brad Carr on his outlapping car number 8, the BMW, and the Mustang just goes through there. So Mustang hasn't stopped yet, hasn't been in the lane. It's only 3 cars that we've seen do the compulsory stop. So it's Chris Lillis leading the way with the Commodore, Brad Carr and Charlie Sinesi in the Hyundai i30N. As we've got the Sherrin crew standing by, ready to do their magic, and the M4 comes in out of the lead of the race into the lane. So Tim Lay will now try and set the fastest laps of his race, try and take full advantage of the fact that the M4 is now in the lane. The Sherrin Rentals, Wirtgen Group, Clark Equipment, Cabelco, M4 comes trundling down pit lane. crew ready. Very, very experienced crew. And Michael Sherrin just on the control board there, just letting the cameraman know that you might want to watch out, mate. This is going to be a quick stop. We've got a very quick bit of work to do. We'll take this left front tyre off. And it's going to go straight back on again. Working away with the battery-powered drill. There's the tyre on the ground, hands off, and wheel back on. There's Vivek from MRF Tyres in the white shirt, just wandering down pit lane. He's going down to have a quick look at the MRF tyres. He's looking straight under the back of that car to get an idea of wear on the tyre and get a good eyeball at the condition of it. So lots of support, tech support coming from the MRF crews. And Vivek yesterday after race 1 was very, very proud. He was like a father watching his new child run around in the backyard. Was very, very happy that everybody came home safe and sound after the issues that were experienced at the end of last year on the older tyre, which wasn't an MRF. If you remember that one, there was some issues with that tyre. And the Sherrin Rentals car straight back out, number 18 on track for Sherrin Rentals, JCB, Cabelco and Clark Equipment. And that puts the number 18 into position number 7. Tim Lay now running around in a 47.7 last lap around. And there is our number 14, Cade Olsen. Caden Olsen driving with Frank Mammarello here this weekend in the brand new Next Gen Racing Hyundai i30. MRF engineer under the back of the car there. Again, looking at the tyres on this one. All drive and steering through the front of this car. Front wheel drive, east-west engine. And exits the lane. N-Gen Racing has been another couple of brand new cars. The Hyundai i30Ns. As we see the Mustang now in the pit lane. Lindsay Kearns, very, very experienced racer with a roof over his head. And prolific saloon car racer and winner. Comes to a halt. Car Motorsport. In fact, it's not for Car Motorsport. That's the Mustang. For CK Motorsport. Colby Cowan and Lindsay Kearns. Both out of Queensland, and they are debuting this car here this weekend. Haymans Burley making it happen. Good to have them on board with that team and tyres plus of Burley heads. I guess in the future you'll be able to get yourself a new set of MRF tyres there. Again, the MRF engineers looking over the Mustang. They're as excited as everyone to see how the Mustang goes. Such an iconic automotive brand. Along with HSV here in Australia, another iconic brand with that partnership between Walkinshaw and Holden, producing so many fantastic HSV products over the years and diversifying these days with the Colorado, the Silverado, and now the Camaro that was released on Friday onto the market. Hoping to see a couple of Camaros in the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series in the not too distant future. As we heard Ian Sherrin saying, he knows of a couple coming out, as well as a Lexus. That'll be good. There is the Sherrin number 18 championship winner from previous years, and of course the brothers in their 135i, multiple Class B championship winners between them. Great debut for this car as well. The number 40 Volkswagen Golf R. They're taking the tyre off that they have to and replacing it as well. The tyre looks in good condition. So the rules state that they do have to change or take a tyre, wheel and tyre off. They don't actually state whether you have to change it with another one. It's just a matter of taking it on and off. So these guys have chosen to take it off. The working tyre here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the same as it is at Sandown International. That right front at Sandown cops an absolute hammering. Being the left-handers, the the constant radius corners here. So around Corporate Hill, turn 1, of course, then around Corporate Hill, and then coming onto the straight, longer constant radius corners. Loads up that right front tyre. Here comes the AM1 car. Down in 6th place now, so in the cleansed field, actually sitting second behind Grant Sherrin. Tim Leahy staying out. Jordan Cox also staying out. They've given themselves a really good long run at it. Just eclipsed over 30 minutes, so just over half race distance. Pit window is still open for another 8 3/4 minutes. And it'll be interesting, I'd say, that they haven't come in that first lot. They'll probably push all the way to the end of the stint and bring it in and see how the cards fall after those front cars. So the first 4 cars now in this race: Tim Leahy, Jordan Cox, Matt Boyle and Angel, all having not made pit stops. So Steve Angel not making pit stops, and then the list behind them is growing. And the storm is coming, so being led by Grant Sherrin, Chris Lillis, Lindsay Kearns, Clay Eckhart, Brad Carr, Caden Olsen. First of the C1 cars, doing nicely. James Goldsborough, who is in the 87 BMW in the C1 car, now in pit lane. Would expect that Charlie Sinesi will probably, there goes Charlie now, so he should jump into second in class. As we have Steve Angel now in the Lockbox Technologies Mitsubishi Evo into pit lane. There's the 87. Great to see Race Fuels on board with the Australian Production Car Series. Fantastic group of people down there at Race Fuels, being led by Mark Tierney, the owner, his operations manager Sean Scott, and Matt Smith doing a tremendous job here this weekend. Pretty happy crew member getting on TV there. Didn't quite pick who it was. G'day to the family at home. So Race Fuels jumping on board as a series partner, a very, very strategic move for the Australian Production Car Championship, aligning with a fuel supply. Very, very important to have consistency in the fuel, because it can be an area in production car racing where there can be distinct advantages made if the quality and makeup of the fuel is not strongly and very closely monitored, and Race Fuels are the leaders in this country at that. So we've got a good run there with Race Fuels, and we've also got Bree Phillipson down in pit lane with one of the guys, Frank Mammarello from the Hyundai team.
We've put him in a certain position, so he's got a good balance, yeah.
And being a front-wheel drive, it's obviously turn 1's a bit harder on your car. How are you managing that?
Just basically lift and coast through, and then power out a little bit later on. So don't accelerate too hard under steering.
So it is affecting your car quite a bit, though?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. It would be a lot easier if we could manage to get a little bit more grip, yeah.
And what are your hopes for the rest of this race?
Keep it in one piece, bring it home nice and straight, which is, I'm sure Caden will do that. So.
No worries, I'm sure he will. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Crews down there, it's very important to bring the stories out of pit lane, because a lot of them unfold down there, and really good to get the news back there from Frank Mammarello. Caden Olsen just easing into this car. These Hyundais are both brand new. Oh, and hot news now, our race leader Tim Leahy is in the pit lane. He's going to be one of the last cars to come in. Jordan Cox will continue on, so he will lead the race. In fact, hasn't come around just yet. There is Tim Leahy in the Bridgestone Select Southport BMW M3 Bruce Linton outfit. Again, the Race Fuel sticker emblazoned across the back of the car. There's your MRF engineer right under the back of the car. You've never seen a tyre manufacturer so interested in what their tyres are doing. Diving under the car during the pit stop. Wheel coming off. And the crew member putting the wheel back on. Good to see him using the pneumatic gun. A lot more torque being delivered by the air-driven machine there. So you can get wheels on and off a lot quicker using the pneumatic tool. And there's the M4. Just a little bit offline there for Grant Sherrin. So we'll start to see this. Matt Boylan's in as well. So he came in the number 66 out of third position on the road. The BMW comes across the line now with Grant Sherrin at the wheel. That will and should see him now move into P2. And Jordan Cox still leading the race, but Jordan has not been in the lane now. Tim Lay now serviced and exiting the pit lane. MRF engineers looking to the crew to try and get a chat about the Bruce Litton Body Shop paint and panel specialist entered M4, the Bridgestone Southport entry. Here's number 18. Grant Sherrin won yesterday's race, the first race, then Beric Linton in that blue M4 winning the second race. Dimitri Agathos and Matt Boylan. Matt Boylan at the wheel, making their stop in the number 66. Very keen to get going there as well. Good to see enthusiastic exit of the pits and charges back out onto the Sydney Motorsport Park layout. The Gardner GP circuit, 3.93 kilometres is what we're using here this weekend. Gets back out with that pit exit road, joins in halfway through turn 1. One of the most daunting turns in Australian motorsport here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But is absolutely rewarding when you can get it right. Lots of time can be made up if you put the car in the right position through turn 1 here at SMP. Talking about putting the car in the right position, Sherrin Brothers had a torrid time the initial half a season or more developing that M4. They were using tyres with abandon. They had blown engine at Winton and numerous setup issues. They worked hard, doggedly, in fact, behind the scenes between events and brought the development of that car along very, very quickly indeed. It's now been really the benchmark, I guess, in Australian production car racing as far as outright A1 class cars are concerned. This is Jordan Cox currently leading the race. And looks like Jordan's teammate down there getting himself ready to go. Scott Turner. They're driving the 135i. Scott Turner, the Queenslander. All set to go. Here comes the Fierce Racing Dynamite supported outfit. Comes down the straight again, not into the lane. So we've got 21.5 minutes left to go. Pit window closing is not too far away, so let's hope that they've got the call right on this strategy. The gap between Jordan Cox, who hasn't pitted, and Grant Sherrin is there on the screen, 1:04. So interesting to see if Jordan Cox can emerge in front of Grant Sherrin. It's well out over a minute. They should be able to do the B1 mandatory pit stop. A pretty tricky time frame. Interesting to see how that cleanses out, but Grant Sherrin now is pushing very, very hard. Did his fastest lap, as I said, on lap 3. We're now on lap 18. We've got 29:30 laps completed in the 1 hour race yesterday morning. Didn't get anywhere near that many done yesterday afternoon, with a lot of the time, 15 minutes or so of the time of the race taken up with safety car. Scott Turner looking very pensive. Going to jump in and we'll get to complete the last 20 minutes of this race. Dynamite Fierce Racing 135i. I would suggest would want to probably point to the pit entry road this time round. And there it is, into the lane. I'm just watching the crow's nest putting the hooter out saying pit window closed. We see Jordan Cox into the lane. Fierce Racing crew ready to receive him, and like Scott Turner in his regalia ready to go. They came into the pits with a 1 minute and 4 seconds, 64 seconds in the lead of this race. Will they get the driver change done and dusted and be able to hold on to the lead in this race? Driver out now. Scott Turner in. Of course, Rob Rubis joined this team going back towards the end of last year. A rapid little BMW, this one. You know, a very effective piece of racing kit indeed. So that's now 1 minute in the lane. They've done the compulsory pit stop aspect of it. There goes Tim Lay. Grant Sharon's already gone through, so they will not hold on to the lead in this race. In fact, Turner at the wheel. And Tim Lay now going through into position number 2, and the matte black and orange 135i exits the pits. Let's have a look at the other classes. A1 being led by Grant Sharon to Tim Lay. Then B1 it is the exiting Jordan Cox, now Scotty Turner at the wheel. Chris Lillis leading AM1. Lindsay Kearns leading AM2. A2 in the Mustang. And then it's Matt Boylan second in B1. Clay Eckhart third in B1. So those fortunes have swapped around since the race late yesterday. Clay Eckhart had a huge amount of pace and was in fact running up the front of the race. Brad Carr in the 3 Series BMW, car number 8, is second in A2 behind Lindsay Kearns. And then we see the charge of Class C1. Caden Olsen leading the way in the Hyundai i30N. Charlie Sinesi second in the Hyundai i30N. And it is Cam Bussel in the Volkswagen Golf R. You were seeing the closing speed from the M4 to the Hyundai i30N. It's pretty rapid once they start to get onto the back of them. And the number 14 being driven by Kate Olsen, giving an indicator so that Grant Sharon knows the safe way through. Very, very good stuff there by Caden Olsen. Very aware of his surrounds, knowing that the faster cars are coming through. Pretty sure the flaggies would have given him a blue flag, but he was onto it. He indicated exactly where he wanted Grant Sharon to go, and Grant Sharon can't do anything other than go there. It's the preferred line, so well done to Caden Olsen. Good, sensible racing, good spatial awareness, knowing on what's going on around him. There's nothing worse than some of the class running cars getting tangled up with the outright cars. Great to have the class cars here. In fact, this Class C1 battle this weekend between the Hyundais and the Volkswagens is immense. Okay, so a little bit of controversy coming down from the pit lane. Bree is down in the lane to talk us through the penalty for the number 29.
Son, unfortunately, we just heard some bad news that you got a bit of a penalty.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just missed the CPS by 2 seconds. We're sharing a garage with the Lintons, and unfortunately, we're at their mercy as when we pitted and we just missed out. So it's unfortunate. Look, we're just here to get points and have some fun. First time we run on the MRF tyres in qualifying yesterday, and we're happy with where we're at. We're running third on road, but we had some issues yesterday, and we got to get a result finally at some point.
And how are you feeling? You look a bit hot, you were saying before. It was hard work.
Yeah, it's hot out there. It's actually hard driving the car on these tyres because they're just not durable enough, basically. So they're a good tyre, but we just haven't got the setup sorted for what we're doing. So we'll work on it. It's hard work, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, no. So once you kind of adjust that setup, you might have a bit more luck.
Yeah, pretty much. So we only bolted the MRFs on in quali yesterday, so it's a bit of an unknown for us. A few guys have done a lot of days testing, and we haven't. So we're happy with where we're at, and we'll just press on.
No worries, and I'll just confirm as well, Harrison's actually jumped into the car, Scott's son, so we'll be keen to see how he goes. But back to you, Darren.
Thanks very much for clarifying that, Bree. I've got an entry sheet that says one name and a timing sheet that says another, so I was running with the Scott being there, but good to see that Harrison, his son, has jumped on board the car and getting out there. Looked a bit nervous getting into the car too, so let's hope that Harrison goes very well, and we'll shake his hand at the end of the day, bringing the number 29 home. There he is, just getting out of the way of the AM1 class car. The number 64 coming through. That car is actually third on the road, so they were battling for place. But yes, the number 29 will get a 2-lap penalty, so that certainly erased them from being inside that top 10. 22 laps now completed by our race leader, Grant Sherrin. He's got a 17-second lead over Tim Lay. Tim jumped away early, had some good pace, but hasn't managed to go with the pace that the M4 is setting. And the Sherrins themselves with the M4 are really looking forward to handing out a dose of punishment to the new tyre. They're very interested to see how hard they can push it, what sort of geometry that they can run. And I guess they're leading the way at trying to punish the MRF, and that's what they want to do. Of course, Ian Sherrin being the guy behind Ontic Sports, the promoter for not only this weekend, but the entire MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. And he is wrapped that MRF has not only come along for the riders as a tyre supplier, but they're also putting their money where their mouth is and being a naming rights sponsor. 5-year deal, so some real consistency in Australian production car racing. Really good when you're looking at a category to go racing and to know that some of these things have got a long-term future. You can develop a car on the MRF tyre and you're going to be competitive with it for the next 5 years of racing. A really strong commitment from both Ian Sherrin and his On-Tech Sports crew and MRF. Great partnership. It really is. 5 years deal on a controlled tyre is almost unheard of. So that sort of consistency is what the competitors out there are looking for. They've voiced their opinion on that. They really wanted to have a deal that was for the long term and for the future. And as the sign says on the back of the fence there, the MRF Tyres company themselves are throwing a big wodge of effort with Vivek and his team at Mentor Tyres as well. But the MRF brand developing a tyre specifically for this series, specific for the Australian conditions. And a 5-year deal is absolutely fantastic. And as I mentioned before, the Race Fuels deal there as well, a fantastic partnership for production car racing. Great to see that Mark Tierney and Ian Sherrin have got on board together and will be the fuel supplier right across this series, and also a partner in the series as well. So we look forward to seeing great quality products that Race Fuels bring to us. Of course, the suppliers of Elf Motorsport Fuels here in this country, running the high octane, unleaded 98 in this series. And this is the later of the WRXs running here for Nova Employment, Hogspeth Cafe. Full gas racing. And at the moment, this is Matt Boylan at the wheel of the number 66. Currently 7th on the road in A2, second in class. It's Lindsay Kearns that's leading the class, and that's the Mustang just disappearing off screen there, the grey one. So there they are on the road. Not exactly line of stern with each other, but they are certainly within reach of each other, both on lap number 24 now. Lindsay Kearns 4th and Matt Boylan 5th, Clay Eckhart 6th, Brad Carr 7th, and off the lead lap. So on lap number 24 is Grant Sherrin, Tim Lay, Chris Lillis in the number 64 HSV, Lindsay Kearns in the 25 Mustang. Then it's that car on screen, the number 25, crests a run from 5 down to 6. Great effort. Really, really well run car, and in fact really good strategy that they've run for their racing as well. Leading the class Down in 7th now is Brad Carr in the BMW, then it's Caden Olsen in the number 14. Leading the way in C1 from Charlie Snessi in the other Hyundai i30N. So the Hyundai i30N's leading C1 now, 1 and 2, and 3 in that class is the Volkswagen Golf R of USL. Not seeing James Keane and Matt Thulis race today. They were rapid yesterday. Unfortunately, a suspension failure put paid to their challenge for Class C1. This is the car leading the way, car number 18, Grant Sharon Rentals outfit. And we're getting a re-look at this pit stop because the pit stop is under investigation. Not too sure what for, but we're having a look at the replay. Everything that we've seen so far looks to be pretty much okay. Not too sure what that is about. Everyone over the line at the end there. So has been flagged by race control that pit stop is under investigation, but I don't know why. Nothing there that I saw that was untoward. Both tyre changes put the wheels on the ground, took their hands off the wheels and put them back on again. So there might be a nuance to the rules that I'm unaware of that race control are very keen to learn about. The number 18 continues in the lead of this race, and until we see something about what's going on there with the investigation into that pit stop, we'll focus too much on it. Tim Lay currently second, and he's actually chipped back 2 seconds over the last 4 laps into the lead of this car, but it is a very, very strong lead of 15.5 seconds still to go in this race. We've had just over 7 minutes remaining, so Tim Lay's going to have to be 2 seconds a lap faster and overtake the number 18 to be able to get back into the lead of this race. The interesting news is that the Aussie muscle car class AM1, car number 64, is currently sitting 3rd in this race. As we see Lindsay Kearns in 4th in the Mustang. It's a fair old gap. It's about 7 or 8 seconds between those two. So a lot of work for Lindsay to get onto the back of Chris Lillis. And Matt Boylan in the number 66. Clay Eckhardt in the 19 Sharon Rentals car. Brad Carr. And Harrison Turner now at the wheel of the number 29 Fierce Racing BMW. And unfortunately for those guys, car number 29 is down in 12th place. 2 laps down after the penalty that they received. Clay Eckhardt now to the pits. Steve Engel also in the pits. Why has Clay Eckhardt come to the pits? Already done his compulsory stop. So let's see the number 19 out of the Sharon Rentals garage. An unscheduled stop into the lane. The Symmetry Engineering Clay Eckhardt Sharon Rentals car. 135i, championship winning car from a couple of years ago in Class B. Let's see what happens here. Coming in shallow, so stopping in the lane, not going into the garage. And they're looking to put a tyre on this car. So right front. Good look at the back of the 135i. Ontic Sports on the rear window, Race Fuels. Category sponsors, MRF tyres. And wheel going back on for Clay Eckhardt here. Unscheduled stop. Tyre was still inflated. Appeared to be still in good condition. Grab the wheel and back out over the line. And the number 19, B1 car exits the pit lane. So the B1 lead will now go to Matt Boylan in the number 66 Subaru WRX. And Clay Eckhardt now losing that 1 spot in Class B1. 4.5 minutes left to go in this 3rd race of the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series for the year, and 3rd race for the MRF Tyres Sydney 240. 4 one-hour races this weekend for the production cars. Great way to start off the championship season. Of course, many of these cars, in fact all of them, off to Mount Panorama for the Easter 6-hour classic up at Mount Panorama. And they will all have a distinct advantage and will be, I would suggest, extremely happy that they've had an entire race weekend on the new MRF tyre, as opposed to everyone else may have done testing on them, but they have now punished this tyre and know exactly what to expect. And we'll take all of that knowledge, and don't be surprised to see if every one of these cars is at the front of their classes come Mount Panorama. The second round of the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series is at Phillip Island, 29 and 30 of June. Well worth getting down to one of the world's most picturesque race circuits, let alone picturesque, one of the best racing surfaces in the world as well. Heard MotoGP drivers, riders for over 25 years now singing the praises of the Phillip Island Auto Race track. Get down there to the Pyack event on the 29th and 30th of June, 2 300k races for the Australian Production Car Series. It's known as Island Endurance or Pyack Endurance Weekend down there, so a good range of endurance races being put on by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Always run a terrific event, as they do here with the ARDC. Run terrific races. He's the guy currently second on the road, the Tony Lee, Bruce Linton paint and panel body shop sponsored BMW M3 of Berwick Linton and Tim Lay. Second on the road. Now the gap is down to 8.5 seconds. So Tim is absolutely churning out the laps now. He's pegged back from 15 seconds down to 8.5 seconds. It's not going to be enough with only 2.5 minutes left in this race. Because there goes the M4. It seems to be going okay. It just easing out of it, I guess, bringing the car home. It's at a 19-second lead going back about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, now down to 8 seconds. And the times tell the story. The lead car at 151 and car 2 on the road at 148. So there's a distinct 3 seconds. And it's now down to 7 seconds with exactly 2 minutes to go. Interesting to see what that actually represents when we get to the end of this 2-minute stanza. And we've got the number 29, Harrison, in the wheel, in the wall. That's a shame. Harrison Turner, the number 29 Fierce Racing car. That is on driver's right, the inside of the exit of the hairpin. Tricky spot to get into. Can be going off the back of the ripple strip on the outside and spearing across the road. Did not actually see that happen to be able to make any further comment on it. There's our race leader with 1 minute left to go. You'd have to suggest that we're going to have another lap, but that car not in an ideal position at all. Here's a bit of a bunch up. This is the 66 and the 19. Playercard fighting back to try and get through here on the number 66. 66 fifth. Playercard is 8th and a lap down on those guys. As we see the officials eventually getting over to the Harrison Turner car. Only just jumped in that car, well, it was 19 minutes ago. And as we've seen over the last 10 minutes, the gap come from 17 seconds down to 3 seconds. We're on the final lap at the lead of this race. Last time round a 52 versus a 48 for this battle for the outright race win and A1. Effectively leading the championship for an outright contention. Grant Sherrin has certainly eased up the pace here, and Tim Lay has not relinquished. In fact, down into 48s, so 4 seconds a lap faster over the last 3 laps anyway. and it was at least 2 seconds a lap for the previous 10 minutes. Checkered flag has been unfurled and getting ready to be shown to, well, car 18 at the moment, but controversy is reigning at the moment. Well, not so much controversy, but there is a challenge coming from that car right behind, number 23. It is seriously faster, to the tune of 4 seconds a lap faster. And at the moment, Grant Sherrin just bringing the M4 home, but Tim Lay cracking it sideways. He is giving it a real big hurry on, coming out of the hairpin for the final time in this race. From my vantage point, I can see the checkered flag at the ready. And I dare say Grant Sherrin is saying, please drop it, let's get this job done. As we come to the end of race 3, 3 60-minute races have been now completed. Grant Sherrin takes 2 of them, and in second place it'll be Tim Lay. In that car yesterday, Beric Linton got a second place driving from the back of the field and a win. And it's exactly how they came to the line yesterday. It was the number 18 M4 being driven by Grant Sherrin over the 23 with Beric Linton at the wheel, now Tim Lay at the wheel of that car. So that's exactly how they finished the first race of the day yesterday. They finished race 3 in exactly the same manner. Race 2 was won by the M4 that Tim Lay is at the wheel of. Let's see how the 2 BMWs will line up side by side in this afternoon's final race in the MRF Tyres Sydney 240. There's Harrison Turner, get the car mobile again. Doesn't look like it's from this angle anyway made any contact with the wall. Looks to be all in one piece, but certainly an interesting place to park it up. It's got all 4 tyres pumped up. They don't look to be pointing in the wrong direction or anything, but he's certainly going to bring it down and be classified as a finisher at least. Harrison Turner will be classified as 12th and last in this race, so 12 contenders getting to the line there. He is just easing to the line now, so a spin exiting the hairpin, ultimately getting the car home. There it is. Grant Sherrin leads the points, and at the moment just leading the points by only 5 over Tim Lay, who was second in that race. A great run for car number 64, Chris Lillis, and number 25, the Commodore on the Mustang, getting home 3rd and 4th in the 3rd race for the MRF Tyres Sydney 240. We have one more race to go. Matt Boylan home 5th in the number 66. A really good drive there in the Subaru. Brad Carr, another good steer in the number 8. And getting home very, very nicely indeed. Cade Olsen and Clay Eckhart, Charlie Sinesi, Jem Musil, James Goldsborough, Harrison Turner, Angel not there. Matt Thulis didn't start the race. Justin Miller and Brad Mitchell crashed during the race yesterday afternoon. So we've got the final race for the MRF Tyres, round 1 of the Australian Production Car Series to go, and it will start at 2:05 this afternoon. The next race on the card is the TA2 Muscle Car Series, starting at 12:15. We've got a bit of a break now, a short, sharp break for the officials to stand down to have a bite to eat. Sounds like a really good idea to me. Have a bite to eat and get their energy ready for the rest of the day. We've got Bree Phillipson down in the pit lane, ready to talk with our race winners down there. Grant Sherrin bringing it home there. Real tough run towards the end. And we'll get Grant to talk to Bree, and it's down to pit lane with the winner of race number 3.
Yeah, we're here with Grant. That's a second win for you, Grant. I'll let you put this cap on. All right, well, congratulations, Grant. You were out the front, but seemed to just ease off the pace towards the end there. Ian was saying you were having some vibrations at the back. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, we had a couple little vibrations, so we had a bit of a gap, so I thought we'll just manage it and bring it home. And yeah, the team done well in the pit stop and got us in and out and got a nice little handy lead, and yeah, we'll be able to manage that right through to the end.
Yep, so do you think you'll be able to make some adjustments to that before race 4?
Yeah, we made some adjustments. We had a bit of vibration yesterday, so we made some adjustments which cleared it up, but got it back again, but we'll tighten it up and be ready for the next race.
And will Ian be jumping in the car for race 4?
Yeah, we'll be jumping in the car for race 4. So he put me on pole. I put him on position twice now, so he has to finish the weekend off in first. So
the pressure's on.
That's right.
All right, well, good luck and well done.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Nathan Hearn, driver number 29, Gulf Western Oils Dodge Challenger, and you're watching TA2 Racing live on Blendline TV.
My name's Aaron Seaton from Cashel Harris Racing, and you're watching TA2 on Blendline TV.
Joined us early this morning. You will have enjoyed a fantastic TA2 Muscle Car Series race start, and I've got to say, this is probably one of your oral pleasures that you'll get throughout the 2019 racing season. And if you've made your way to the track, this first lap is absolutely fantastic. Don't close your eyes, but certainly for feature periods. Brian Vanderwacker has joined me. I'm Darren Smith. Again for the start of this race. Brian, it's not a lie, is it? Really, these things off the line, they sound terrific, don't they?
It's a symphony of motorsport orchestra as it heads down the main straight, that is for sure. Great to be back for this final race of the weekend for the TA2 muscle cars here this weekend. Looking forward to this one. Aaron Seaton will start from position number 1. George Medecki alongside on the front row. Ash Jarvis, your defending champion, to start from position number 3. Andrew Medecki out of 4. Hugh McAllister from P5. Russell Wright, Murray Kent, position number 7. His best weekend in Sydney so far in that number 74 car. Nathan Hearn to start from position number 8. Drew Ridge and Simon Tabin at the top 10. Now there is a little bit of changes or differences in terms of tyre strategy. They were allowed 2 new tyres here this weekend on top of their 4 that they were given at the start of the weekend. I've done a scan over the top 8. Only 2 drivers inside the top 8 have actually gone for a new set, and that was, or 2 new tyres. That was put on earlier on this morning. That was Ash Jarvis and Murray Kent. So they've got a little bit better tyre life than those around them heading into the final race of the weekend. Everyone else, though, inside that top 8 has stuck with the same tyres that they started the weekend on, because they'll bank those 2 tyres for later on in the season and hopefully get the benefit at a different point. So the final race of round number 1 for the 2019 TA2 Muscle Car Series at Sydney Motorsport Park at Seaton and George Medecki off the front row as they power into turns 1 and 2 for the opening lap. Good start once again from Seaton, typical of what we've seen so far this weekend, how the car is very good on that initial jump. Watch for Jarvis here to look towards the inside at turn number 2. Can't do anything about it. Big move as well from Hugh McAllister. He's got to be careful because he has got Russell Wright on his inside, but he'll make that spot up as they work their way through turn number 2, although Wright will have the inside line then for the right-hander at turn number 3. It's the great characteristics of Sydney Motorsport Park, particularly there through turns 3 and 4. If you don't get the job done at turn 2, it means you're on the outside there for turn 3.
Murray Kent's got his hands full with Nathan and Hearn trying to put the pressure on, but at the moment Murray Kent is the stormer in this field. He goes up the inside of Hugh McAllister. He did this towards the second half of the race this morning. Russell Wright looks out down the inside of Andy Medecki, so there's passes afoot. Hearn goes through on McAllister as well, so he's lost 2 places in 2 corners as we see Murray Kent and Hearn go through on that car.
So keeping in mind, Murray Kent there in that 74 machine has got fresher tyres. The rear tyres are newer tyres as they were first up this morning, so they're in a little bit better condition than those around right now, so you would expect him to have a little bit more pace compared to those in front of him. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. As we saw earlier on, Aaron Seaton was very strong at the start of the race, but George Medecki, I had a look at some of the times between laps 9 and 13 earlier on this morning. He was actually the fastest driver on the track, and he was at least a tenth to 2 tenths quicker, in fact, than Aaron Seaton in front. So it'll be good to see if that trend continues. Ash Jarvis already looking on the rear here of George Medecki as well. Jarvis, just like Kent that we're seeing on screen at the moment, has got fresher tyres on the rear of that car as well. So he's running well right now. Speaking of running well, running wide in turn one was Andrew Madecki and also Nathan Hearn. Now, Nathan Hearn made it, speaking of running wide, that is a long way off the road, and I think that is Robinson possibly in the 10 car. It looks like it is as he comes back onto the field. He was back to Penrith there, just about there at one point at turns 1 and 2. But going back to my point for Nathan Hearn, he dropped all the way back to position 8 at the completion there of race number 3. The reason for that, they went a different way in terms of car setup, and it was completely the wrong way, so they reverted back to the setup that they had in race number 2. You couldn't even switch the tyres on, it was that bad, unfortunately, for the youngsters. So it'll be interesting to see if it has a little bit more pace in the final race here of the weekend.
I wonder how out of place, if out of place at all, the TA2 Dodge Challenge would look in Penrith down through the shops there. But probably wouldn't even get a flinch out of anyone. Just, oh, this just goes another loud car.
Might be a bit more upmarket than what they're probably used to out there.
Yeah, exactly. Here's our race leader. This is young Aaron Seaton. This is synonymous with how he has gone TA2 racing. Hasn't even been doing it for 12 months yet. And he is just fantastic on cold tyres. And George and Ash behind him are both looking at him going, you've just got to get and stay with this kid on these starts. And you've got to say, George and, well, even Ash this time, they've not allowed him to get away with quite the lead that he has got over the first 2 laps in the first 3 races this weekend. He's within, half a second, just over half a second of him. So he'd eased it out to 2 seconds in the last race by lap 2. So they've made improvements and they've adjusted their strategy to go with Aaron Seaton. And they are getting quite aggressive at it. Both the lines we're just watching that they are doing. There's a spinner as well. Is that Simon Taberner?
Yeah, that would have been the 45 of Simon Taberner around there at turn number 2. So that was frustrating. He had a moment there yesterday as well. The reason for that is he actually had a bit of knockoff on the front brakes after running over the rumble strip on the exit of turn number 1, and because of that he went down to turn number 2 and had no brakes, believe it or not. That was yesterday. Yep. So here was the moment for Robinson. I tell you what, he is seriously lucky to get away with that, not make contact with the outside wall there. He eventually rejoins at turn number 2, but he would have lost a bunch of time. Now the pace is interesting out in front, so get this, on the last lap, a 1:39.093 for Aaron Seaton, a 1:39.090 for George Madecki, fast up the race, but only by 3/100ths of a second. And then Jarvis, a 1:39.1, so they're basically on par with each other in terms of lap times out in front. But when you compare that to the times that we saw in race 3 earlier on this morning, the fast lap of the race was 1:36.9, so the pace has dropped off considerably here at the moment. Obviously tyre life has got something to do with that, but the track conditions are very much different to what we saw. Obviously track temperature is now up and a lot of UV light on the racetrack right now as well, so cars not particularly liking that at the moment. A 1:38.9 now on that lap for Aaron Seaton.
What is interesting about those top 3 is that they're the only ones that have dropped into the 30s at all. Russell Wright has remained in the 40s, in fact just under a 41. Andy Madecki, 41s there as well. They've dropped into the 40s on lap 2, but now dropping back into the 41s. So these front 3 cars have certainly got the game on a string at the moment, whereas the others behind are struggling to even get within a second and a half of the lap pace that these guys are setting.
Oh, moment for your race leader, Aaron Seaton. I could hear the tyres protesting on the road, and he's gone all on his lonesome at turn number 4. Big moment for the first time this weekend. Aaron Seaton not leading the race, and simply because of a moment that he had at turn number 4, you could hear the tyres in the background screeching, and that was straight away my ears pricked up because I knew it was a moment for the race leader, and this is costly now because all of a sudden he's going to have to go from defensive mode straight into attack.
Certainly is, and George Madecki, testament to the pressure that he was putting on early in this race. As I said, he's got himself a 2-second lead in the first 2 laps over the first 3 races of this weekend. George didn't let him get more than half a second away, so he knew that he was struggling there. Got a deteriorating surface flag out down there as well, exiting turn 9. So I'm wondering what that's about. Not seeing anything on the road, going all the way around there, and haven't seen a green flag to say, hey, it's safe here on in, but it'll be interesting to see why that flag has gone out. Obviously no one caught out yet, but there's Aaron Seaton, there's our race leader, George Madecki. And good on George remaining there, always Being in a position, if you can't lead the race, be in the position to take advantage of something if it happens. And that's what George has done right now. Let's see how this number 88, let's see how the young Aaron Seaton can respond to his misfortune. There it is. Didn't quite get it sideways. No harm, no foul, but there was certainly no reason for him to go off there other than he went off all of his own fruition. It certainly wasn't any outside foul play, that's for sure.
Obviously, with the slippery surface flag, I'm only, speculating here. Was there possibly something on the road, maybe down there?
Yeah, that flag was about 4 corners later.
Yeah.
After that. Yeah.
So whether or not there might even have been a little bit of fluid or just simply lost it, under brakes or, rear end of the car stepping out, not quite sure. It was tough to sort of get an idea with that particular camera angle. Watching Matt McKeldin here, who started from the very back of the field, remember, because he had an issue at the start of the previous race as well with that broken wheel stud. So he right now showing in 13th position, so not a bad drive right now for Matt McKeldin, making his way through the field in the Kubota number 5 car, back through the back section of the circle once again as we go to the sister car in the team, Hugh McAllister, back into the tight hairpin. Turn 8, the right-hander working on the back at the moment of Murray Kent. That is a battle for positions 7 and 8 respectively on the racetrack. Right, a bit of
tyre
smoke.
rubbing too,
Yes.
Murray Kent. Coming through there was the left-hand rear tyre. Sorry, Brian, to jump across you there, but that was
Good
certainly
spot.
very evident as the car loaded up. Won't do it out of this corner because it'll be pushing the load the other way. But maybe it might have been wheel spin actually, maybe not rubbing on the guard.
I was having a quick look there. Looks like that guard on the left rear is just pushed in a little bit on the 74 car. If you compare it to, I know they're two different bodies and two different cars, but if you compare it to the car in behind, it is just pushed in a little bit on that left rear. We might get a better shot of that in just a moment, but hard to tell. Ken, in fact, on the defensive down there at turn number 2. Now, the more these keep fighting, the more it brings into the fight here. The number 3 of Drew Ridge hasn't had the best of weekends so far in that Mustang, but he might just have a nice little dice here towards the back half of this race. Oh, Ash Jarvis has had a moment as well at turn 4. Now, this is going to be a fight for position 2, incidentally, because Aaron Seaton is closing as well. So what on earth is going on down there at turn 4 at the moment?
It's not a spot that we often see anyone going off. Certainly these TA2 cars. So Ash Jarvis went right across the grass from turn 4 to turn 5. So that's that big gap that was 4 or 5 seconds between back to him to Aaron Seaton that he's lost. And now Aaron Seaton's going to apply the blowtorch onto the back of that car and try and drag that point position back. This is a good battle. A couple of very experienced racers. Russell Wright and Andy Medecky. Wright going right out over the back of the ripple strip there. That's cost him some time. Had a bit of a wobble back onto getting things straightened back up again in the 55. New car this season, Russell Wright. Previous champion of the category going back into 2017. And very experienced racer like Andy Medecky. He's done a lot of Porsche racing. Had some Group N, Group NC type racing as well in a Mustang. And said, why can't I drop into one of these TA2 cars? Looks just like my Mustang. Yeah. They do. They are the best iteration of a Mustang we're seeing on the Australian racetracks at the moment. Of course, the production cars have got one that looks exactly like the production car. But I've got to say, I actually like Murray Kent's that gunmetal grey Camaro. Really smart looking race car and being driven very, very nicely today as well by Murray.
I think this one's come up looking pretty good as well. George Medecky with the grey and the white livery on it as well. Seaton closing in here on Jarvis out in front. It's crazy the pace and how it's dropped off from what we saw earlier on this morning. 2 seconds.
Kent and McAllister now. It's the battle pack. It's the 6th, 7th and 8th on the road.
So that tyre rubbing has improved somewhat. How's McKeldin here? He is McAllister, I should say. He's charging because Hearn is really under attack once again. So clearly they still haven't got the balance of this car right, as Ken is using the extremities of the road there around the back side of the circuit. So this is a battle that we're watching for positions 6, 7 and 8 on the road right now as they head back into the hairpin at turn number 8. Ken using that inside line, and we've typically seen McAllister go right around the outside like what we've seen again there at the hairpin, just trying something different because he knows he's got to try and get around these guys in front, but because they're using the same line, he's thought, well, why not try something different again? He's going to go around the outside. In fact, that might have even been a slight moment. Looked like a bit of smoke there. Might have brake himself ever so slightly as they come through the final turn. Needs a good exit here to launch himself down the pit straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It leads you down the hill very fast into turn number 1. Madecki still trying. Andrew, that is, on the back of Russell right there. Hearn off the pace into turns 1 and 2. Now, they had high engine temperatures in this car yesterday. I wonder if there might be a little bit of an issue with this car, or if he's just trying to nurse it home because he knows that he hasn't got the pace and it's not worth getting embroiled in this heated exchange right now, you would say, for position 6.
Nathan Hearn, play it clever, mate. Bring it home. If it's ailing underneath you, just bring it home. Drag some points out of this weekend. Don't get a DNF, because we're at the end of the year and we count back the points. You want to grab points from every single race. Kubota Racing, I'm going to call them the Macmix, or the McMax. McAllister and McEldrin. McMax.
McMax, I like that. I'm going to use
McMax.
that.
Motor Racing.
I'll copyright you every time we use that for the rest of the season.
I'll get a credit, do I?
Yes. Looking down the inside, though, at turn 6, McAllister gets the job done this time by. Puts Kent back a spot. Hearn still not out of the fight just yet, even though he gave it up on the pit straight at the previous lap. Here comes Drew Ridge now as well, closing in the number 3. Done a semi-alright job. I think he probably wanted a little bit more out of the car, though, this weekend by his own standards. Kent not giving this spot up easy, is he? Coming out of that hairpin section, he's a lot lower on the racetrack, then searching for the drive and the exit as they launch themselves into the final series of corners. Incidentally, though, the margin out in front was 3.7 on the previous lap. It currently stands at exactly 3.7 again, so no change out in front from first to second. And Aaron Seaton hasn't really been able to close in either at the moment in position number 3 as we head back through the field. Robinson and Scatella having a fight here at the rear of the field. That is for positions 20 and 21st at the moment.
The points for the Performax Cup so far this weekend see George Madecki on 211, currently second for the round behind Aaron Seaton on 215, and it's Ash Jarvis on 198, then Andrew Madecki on 196, 190 for Russell Wright, 186 for Hugh McAllister, then it's Kent on 181, Drew Ridge on 179, and in the mix there Nathan Hearn 187. He's just going backwards at this point in time, but wisely continuing on. There's 6 minutes left to go. If you can nurse the car through it, drag whatever points you can out of the race. They all count when you get to the end of the season.
Saw Robinson there a moment ago on screen, just having a bit of a moment there at the final turn as we head back up through the field now and have a look at Anthony Tengate at the moment, holding on from George Elliott, positions 11 and 12. And Nathan Hearn falling back. He's all the way back to position number 10 here, so he's clearly had a moment. In fact, no, that car is slowing, so that'd be why, and it is mechanical issues. And like I said yesterday, they were having quite high oil temperatures showing in that car, so whether or not that is a continuing issue from what we saw yesterday, we'll get to the bottom of that one, no doubt, at the end of the weekend. Here's your leaders once again. George Madecki back into turn 1. He'll be looking for his first win in the series and stop the streak of Aaron Seaton. He was vying for 12 in a row here for the final race of the weekend, but the way it stands at the moment, that is going to stop at 11 in a row. What has been a dominant period in the sport for young Aaron Seaton, of course, third generation racer. I believe Bo is here this weekend. He was apparently spotted in the pits a little bit earlier on, so the 3 generations are here this weekend, which is good to see there for the Seatons.
Obviously not being able to take the fight up to Ash Jarvis at number 22, thereabouts. So if there is something, and Ash is starting to move that Lighthouse electrical car around the number 22 like he has done previously, nowhere near as much as what it was earlier. Obviously the newer set of rears has helped him with that. And just on McElden watch at the moment, he's made his way up into position 8, so that's a storming drive as we see Nathan Hearn. Trickling down the pits, hasn't been able to nurse it through the final 4 minutes of this race, unless he can of course get back out and get around and get the checkered flag. The crew will obviously spend a minute or so trying to rectify it, get the car back out if they can, as long as they're not going to cause damage that's going to cost them big bucks.
So in terms of the overall context of the weekend, that mistake hasn't proven too costly for Aaron Seaton. He'll still get the round win as it stands at the moment, but in terms of, I guess, the stats in series and the general race wins, it has certainly hurt. George Medecki will get one up here as he gets down the inside of Wadley heading into turns 1 and 2. There's Jarvis on screen there again, your 2018 Series champion. They've certainly smartened this car up. Obviously the rear tyres helping and probably shows a little bit extra pace compared to those around him on older tyres, but he was just focusing, when I spoke to him a moment ago, he was focusing just more on keeping the car straight, particularly on the exit of the corners, and just continuing to nurse those rear tyres, and they certainly smartened that up. They've had a new package installed in that car during the off-season just to focus on a little bit more of that rear end stability, new sort of geometry package and things like that, and it certainly has helped the car squat at the rear of the car to help that drive and that exit speed off the exit of the corner. So we've got 2.5 minutes remaining in this race. The field as it stands at the moment, George Medecki, Ash Jarvis, Aaron Seaton, right position number 4, having a better run so far. Andrew Medecki, position 5. Incidentally, when I went down and spoke with the team, they're still having gearbox issues with the Andrew Medecki car. They believe they might have found the issue, though. They think it might be an alignment out of joint there with the gear housing, so they'll try and get that rectified for the next round of the championship as well, which will be in a few weeks' time when we head to Morgan Park at the start of April. And that would be the 555 entry of Elliott. He has had a rough weekend so far in the introduction, and that would be, again, the run from turn 4 to turn 5. What has been the issue with turn 4 today?
Something we're not quite picking up on, isn't there? I guess so. It'll be the talk of the town at the end of this race down there in the pit lane, and we'll be able to colour that picture in. So Aaron Seaton, 11 wins from 11 race starts in a row.
Yeah, quite impressive.
Just trying to dig into my annals of history. In fact, I've engaged Gary O'Brien from Auto Action to help me with what was known as the Grice wash in saloon cars a couple of years ago, when young Benny Grice, I think that was actually 12 wins in a row, but I'm not going to rest my hat just on that. I'll get the Oracle Gary O'Brien onto that. He can fix us up with that one.
Gary was here. Hashtag.
He was there as well.
Yeah, sorry. Gary was there. Yeah, very true. So, winding down here, a minute left on the clock. I dare say it's going to be bang on the mark. Whether the checkered flags can come out in this race, I dare say they'll probably get one more lap after this here as Jarvis works his way through turn 5 once again here. What has been the drama spot of this race so far. Good start to the year though for Aaron Seaton. It's pretty well that he's going to drive this car for the entirety of the 6 rounds, depending on whether or not he gets opportunities elsewhere in the Australian motorsport. Seeing great shot as they come through Corporate Hill and down into turn 8. Here's George Medecki back on screen at the moment. This will be his first win in the series, and a little bit of a confidence boost for the entire team as well, particularly heading into the next rounds of the series. They came here with the desire to try and win the round. They haven't quite got there. He spoke to the team, spoke to our team, of course, at the end of race 3 there, and you could tell that he was a little bit disappointed with second, but not overly. And I think we might... No, checker flag has come out, so bang on as they come across the line. The time goes 0, and that is race done and round done as well for the opening of season 20 or 19. A moment there, unfortunately, for McAllister going through the final section of corners, and he's going to drop through the field here. That is going to be a costly little mistake there, unfortunately, for Hugh. So a good win for George Medecki. Ash Jarvis home position 2, Aaron Seaton, Russell Wright position 4, Andrew Medecki P5, Hugh McAllister there, position 6 in car 6. Close run to the line. Got to give it to Matt McKeldin. What a drive from deep in the field with the issues in race 3. Comes up and finishes position 7. That is a man of the match performance for me. Well done, Matt McKeldin. Kent home position 8. Good weekend for him. Drew Ridge, Anthony Tenkate home in position number 10. And there's still more dicing going towards the rear of the field, and there's dicing at different points of the racetrack as well. Unfortunately, Cam Sendell off the road. That is just around the back of Corporate Hill there at turn 6. So drama again on the final lap, as we saw in race 3.
Simon Taberner doing his initials on the top of the straight, a big S coming out following Darren Berry, who was copying him as well, and they both went side to side all the way to the line, so having a bit of fun lighting it up as they came down the hill towards the finish line there. So exciting stuff for those guys. They eventually finished 12th and 13th on the road.
So final few cars. Yeah, crossing the line. Strong win. Look at that, 3.7 seconds for George Medecki in the end. We won't be too far away from our podium presentation. We're going to do that straight after this as well, and that will be on the live stream too. So we'll get the opportunity to congratulate our top 3 in both the Performax Cup and also the Masters category this weekend. A couple of hard charges and hard luck awards and things like that as well. So we'll congratulate a lot of the drivers in our podium presentations, which won't be too far away. Of course, the big season coming up for the TA2 Muscle Car Series. It's going to be coming up next on April 6 and 7 at Morgan Park Raceway. Then they'll be across to the western side of Australia, and particularly Tailem Bend, of course, they're in South Australia, so they'll head west a little bit, of course, on June 22, 23. Winton on August 17 and 18. Round 5 will be back here at Sydney Motorsport Park on September 28 and 29, and then we'll complete the series at Queensland Raceway on November 2 and 3. So they are some of the dates if you want to catch any of the TA2 Muscle Car Series action at different parts of Australia this year. Looking forward to that immensely.
I'll tell you what, pack your thermals for that August round at Winton. That will be height of the ski season, and you'll be able to see the snow on the mountains just over the back of Winton there, over at Mount Hotham, Mount Buller Falls Creek. So that will be pretty chilly, and I would suspect probably ideal for TA2 cars.
Yeah.
Adjust the tyre pressures to suit, but certainly will be a good round to get to, and really does zigzag across the seaboard. Here we go, the race highlights for the final race of the weekend for the TA2 Muscle Car Series.
Typically from what we saw, a good start again from Aaron Seaton, pulling clear into turns 1 and 2. He had to hold off the 21 cars that were behind him into turns 1 and 2. McAllister with a slight look underneath the inside of Russell Wright into turn 2. That fight continued on, and Murray Kent with arguably his best result in Sydney, making his way up through the field in the opening lap, as well as Russell Wright, the 2017 champion, got down the inside of Andrew Badecki.
Murray Kent just making his way back in the pit lane, got some battle scars up the side of that car there as well, so he was pushing hard, and there goes one off into the dust, and that was that Dodge Challenger that we saw going down through there, heading towards Penrith, I dare say, to go and get a kebab. Managed to haul it back together and get back out on track.
A moment here for Aaron Seaton to turn number 4 midway through the race. All on his lonesome, unfortunately, threw away the race win, and what would have been probably 12 in a row for the third generation racer. It gave the race lead to George Badecki in the end, whilst Seaton had to fight back through and eventually caught Ash Jarvis, who had a moment on himself. We'll probably see that one as well, as George Badecki took away the race lead in the Badecki Motor Group number 35.
I tell you what though, out of that spin for Aaron Seaton, he had presence of mind as the car was spinning to get it out of 4, select it back on a first, and as soon as he could, drop the clutch and got the car forward motion again. So did that as well and got away nicely, and basically at the end of the weekend he's come away with a round victory, but probably just dropped a couple of points as a result of that.
Good battles deep in the field. Hugh McAllister there with Murray Kent, and further deep through the field as well. The battle packs continued on, although a bit of a moment there for Robinson as he came through the final section of corners. Scatella though getting down the inside. That was the battle for position 21, and then unfortunately for George Elliott, making his debut in the class this weekend, had a moment on the run between turns 4 and 5. Looks like no harm done. Got back on the racetrack and continued on, but a difficult weekend for the 555.
I like the message on the front of the car, life goes fast, and it does.
A great win though, George Badecki getting his first win in the series in car number 35. Ash Jarvis, the defending champion, home for position number 2, and Aaron Seaton was third in the end for the weekend. We won't be too far away from our podium presentations as well to complete round 1 of the 2019 TA2 Muscle Car Series here at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend.
Brian, I know you just ran through the calendar, but what is the next round again for TA2s?
Next round for the TA2s will be up there at Morgan Park Raceway in Queensland, April 6 and 7. So that's when we can expect the next round of the TA2s for what's going to be a very big year, we should say.
Well, certainly chatting to yourself and to Dewey and to Craig, there's another 5 cars or so that have landed in the last fortnight, found their homes over the last week or so. So we'd expect that those guys will certainly be champing at the bit to get their championship season underway as well.
It's going to be very, very busy. You can see George Badecki there in the white suit. He's heading down into the podium presentation area, and we'll have that right here on the live stream in just a moment as well.
George Badecki striking the shiny white driving suit. It looks like he's heading down pit lane looking for Dick Dastardly, doesn't he? Like the shining white knight riding in on his white steed. There he is, Big George, going up to the podium presentation. So, Brian, thank you very much. You've obviously got the podium to go and present. Thank you for all of your help right throughout this weekend, and we'll catch you in a couple of minutes with the podium presentation.
No, it should be good. Look forward to it.
We'll be back with the live stream in just a couple of moments. We've got a 50-minute radical race after the TA2 presentation. We'll go to that in just a couple of moments.
Hi, my name's Nathan Hearn, driver number 29, Gulf Western Oils Dodge Challenger, and you're watching TA2 Racing live on Blendline TV.
My name's Aaron Seaton from Castrol Harris Racing, and you're watching TA2 on Blendline TV.
Trophies part. I need to film the stall for a couple of seconds while I fiddle with that to get into
Just you give me the thumbs up when you're right.
So if you can, when we're at that stage, can you just get them?
So obviously we'll leave these three up, and you'll need to get a shot of those three.
Yep.
Together. Do you want them?
No, we can do them afterwards.
Yep. Okay.
Like just the main top three.
Yep.
For that one.
Yep.
Like the other ones, we can keep them back and I can get them individually.
Yeah. You just give me the thumbs up, Craig, when everyone's here. What do you... Geez, you give me... Shane, you give me the correct information, you fruitcake. Everything all good? Well, really, what was that? Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2. Podium presentation microphone. Test 1 2 1 2. Podium test for microphone. Podium test 1 2. Podium microphone test. Yep. You're good, Shane. 1 2. Shane Rogers. Have you got a copy, Shane? No. You got your microphone. There we go. That sounds like we're on. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the podium presentations for round number 1 of the 2019 TA2 Muscle Car Series here at Sydney Motorsport Park. A tremendous weekend of racing to kick off what's going to be a very big year of racing, of course, 6 rounds ahead. Trophies this afternoon will be presented by Moana Robertson. Thank you very much for joining us up here. Let's get it underway, though, with our Hypercoil Hard Charger Award. Of course, they're going to get a set of springs from Hypercoil as well. Congratulations from last to first in the final race of the weekend, Matt McKeldin. Matt, of course, joining the series for this weekend as part of Kubota. Joining a 2-car operation. We'll get Matt to pop on up to the podium. Come on up, Matt. Whilst he does that, we'll bring up our Willwood Big Breaker Award, of course. A tremendous result. Oh, there we go, microphone coming through. And our Willwood Big Breaker Award is going to win a set of rotors supplied by, of course, Willwood. So we thank their support for the TA2 Muscle Car Series. 7th outright for the weekend and his best overall result in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Congratulations to Murray Kent. Great weekend for Murray. Had a couple of new sets, or new tyres at least, on the car in that final race. So he's got some brakes. Coming up, Murray. Jump onto my left here. And then we'll bring up our Rookie of the Round trophy. A great weekend. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for George Madecki. We'll get a podium with these drivers. Pop on up, George. So we'll get a podium photo with these drivers, and then we'll do our Masters and overall round results for the weekend. End it off. Thanks very much for that, Murray. All right, let's get underway with our Masters category for this weekend. In 3rd place, how about it for Darren Berry? Congratulations to Darren. 3rd place this weekend. 2nd place for the Masters, Anthony Tenkate. Well done there to Anthony. And ladies and gentlemen, your defending Masters champion and first for round number 1. How about it for Russell Wright? Get a photo.
It is a pretty untidy old start there. They splayed right out across the front as they came down to take the green light to start that race. It was Chris Perini. In fact, it was Peter Padden and Chris Perini across the front row of the grid. They were left a little bit gazumped by the fact that Costa Pekurov and Simon Haggerty were ready to get away with it, but the number 31 is out in front with Pete Padden and the number 81, Chris Perini, right behind. So they gathered it all up through turn 1. There's Costa Pekurov. Had a troubled race during the 15 lapper this morning. sprint race. We've gone back into the enduro trim with a 50-minute race this afternoon for the Radicals, which will lead into 60-minute race for the Australian Production Car Championship. Later on this afternoon, as the race for the Radicals gets underway. They settle themselves down. There's the hard charger from the race earlier today, the 15 lap of the number 38. Down there in 6th for Mitch Nielsen at the moment, pushed right the way through the field. Had a tremendous run earlier on today. A big, strong job. Cars settling themselves down. Really hectic start that time around for the final race for the weekend for the Radicals. And of course Jim Hernandez has joined the field here this weekend. Great to have Jim part of it. And well, he's got some international fans watching over him here this weekend. Great to have our fans watching on from the USA. There is, of course, a domestic series in the US. There's a domestic series mostly around the world for the Radical fraternity. G'day to Jim Hernandez, friends and family. He's enjoying all of the track day services that Radical Australia can put on with track support, data engineering, coaching, event day management. This is his first race this weekend in the Radical Australia Cup. So jumping into a national series can always be a little bit daunting, but as we've cast our eyes over the timesheets, he's in fact dropped 5 seconds a lap since qualifying yesterday. So that's what you can do when you've got some good coaching and some good people in your corner, and it's great to see Jim Hernandez enjoying that as well. Also, a little bit of housekeeping tidy up as well as the car number 88, who withdrew from the race earlier on today, needed a new engine. Rowan is actually out there in the number 88. He's currently 7th in the race. They managed to sling a new motor into that and get him back out on the track. Good to see Rowan Ross, one of the long-time stagers in the Radical Australia Cup. This is Peter Clare in the shared runway, number 47. Pushed his way up into P4. Good to see Costa Bakurov after a tough run, a crash yesterday, and a bit of a live testing session, if you like, during the 15 lap of this morning. It's put him in good stead for this race, seeing him start out of position number 3, which came from the second fastest qualifying lap yesterday. So the fastest qualifying lap was for race 1, race 2 was the second fastest qualifying lap, and I guess you try and have them 1/100th of a second away from each other. Task, but certainly a novel way of going about picking qualifying spots for races. There's the number 88 of Rowan Ross, and this is Mitch Nielsen driving down the inside of Peter Clare in the shared runway car. Nielsen's, of course, recipients of the Rookie of the Year award, previous recipients of that award. And just up the road you can see Costa Bakurov. Let's hope that he's got everything sorted with that car after a trying run in the race earlier on today. Tony Haggerty, another long-time competitor. It's not the first time these two have waged a battle with each other out on track. And I think I'm correct in the fact that both of them are running the SR3 RSX. Yes, they are. Both running the newer iteration of the car. So they're pretty much in exactly the same machinery, albeit that Rowan needed to have a new power plant slung into the back of the number 88. As you can see, the airbox, the car number 5 there, the Simon Haggerty. There's Rowan Ross just behind his left shoulder. You can see the hole there. That's the airbox going down into the 1500cc Radical powered plant, which is based on a Suzuki Hayabusa engine. High revving, screaming for the sports cars. Run through a traditional gearbox and quaif type differential. So a proper race car, proper drive line, and really a strong piece of kit over these kind of distances. 50 laps will absolutely drain the fuel tank, and they will be bone dry by the end of this race. That's why we see them exit the pit lane and they come straight around into a rolling start, so they can get as much racing done as possible. Comes Costa Prokurov. Mitch Nilsson tucked in behind. Number 26 seems to have found his mojo again, and the setup, albeit that Peter Padden and Chris Perini have cleared out into the distance. In fact, it's 9 seconds between Prokurov and Perini, and it's nearly 5 seconds between Padden and Perini. So Peter Padden playing games earlier today. It looks as though he's managed to jump away at the start of this race. Nearly got gazumped on the start line by that second row of the grid. Kurov and Simon Haggerty off the line. Mitch Nilsson as well, pushing hard there. Almost looked like the front row missed the start of the race, but they've got on with it now. In fact, not only have they got on with it, they've streaked at the field. Absolutely driven away from them in 8 minutes. The gap between 1 and 2 is nearly 5 seconds. Between 1 and 3 is nearly 15 seconds. So Peter Padden is handing out a radical lesson. Not only is he handing out a radical lesson, he's in the older model car too, the SR3 RS. Still a very, very potent weapon being driven correctly. Number 31 First Focus car is doing exactly that. That car is going through turn 1, and these cars, 3rd and 4th on the road, just coming onto the main straight. And we've only had 8 minutes of racing. It's a dominant display by Peter Padden. A little bit of cloud cover moving over locally here. The ambient temperature hasn't dropped, but certainly there's some cloud cover forming quite quickly over the racetrack. So I'm going to say it's going to affect this race, but certainly it looks like a bit of cloud cover heading our way, which is forecast. It's forecast to be sunny and cloudy right throughout today. It's still 29 degrees here, so a beautiful day to come out to the track. We've still got lots of racing to go. The Radical race still on track that we've got now for the next 41.5 minutes. The Australian Production Car Championship, the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series 60-minute race, and then also the New South Wales Production Sports Car race for an hour as well. There it is, 27.8 outside, forecast for a sunny 31, possibility of rain absolutely 0. Having said all of that, I'd love to send a message to all of our friends down in Victoria that are doing a bit tough with some bushfires around that Narnagoon, Pakenham, Bunyip State Park area. A lot of angst being felt down in that part of Victoria. Another 40-degree day down there. We feel for the firefighters and we feel for the families that are caught up in that. So we send our love and wishes to all the people having a tough day down in Victoria with those wild bushfires out there, and there'll be some nervous, anxious people down there after the events of 10 years ago. So we send our thoughts out to all of our motorsporting friends and family, of course, area where our reigning Australian Rally champion Eli Evans and his brother, 3 or 4 times Australian Rally champion Simon Evans, come from. So we send our thoughts to all of our motorsporting family down there, all in the Pakenham Auto Club, right throughout that part of the world. Radical Australia Cup race continues on. We've had just over 10 minutes, and there's a car just easing its way back into pit lane. Not compulsory pit stop window hasn't opened yet, so either a retirement or an issue coming into the lane now. Costa Kurov now coming under intense pressure from Mitch Nielsen. Of course, compulsory pit stop window opens at 15 minutes, closes at 35 minutes. They've got to be across the control line whilst the window is open before entering pits to make it eligible. And we've got Costa Kurov slowing as well, so he's disappearing from the timesheets as well. Mitch Nielsen streams on by. That's 2 cars going very slowly now. In fact, I haven't seen that white car that was coming down the hill. There's Costa Kurov. He's lucky he's got gravity on his side by the looks of things at this point in time. GWR Tilton Interiors. Car looks flash. Really good livery on that car. So our race leader, Peter Padden, will serve a compulsory 95-second pit stop. So 1 minute and 35 seconds is what he will serve. There goes Costa Kurov. It is quiet too. He's going down the lane, so no fire in the belly there. Chris Perini's got an 80-second compulsory pit stop window, so does Simon Haggerty. 85 seconds for Brad and Mitch Nielsen. So all these guys have got to run away and hide, quite literally. And at the moment, Peter Padden's doing a pretty good job of it. Having said that, Perini has been the fastest over the last 2 laps, so has just arrested that march away by Peter Padden. He's kept it to 7 seconds at this point in time. Claire has a 60-second, 65-second compulsory pit stop. The rest of the field has the standard 1 minute compulsory pit stop. So Peter Padden will be an extra 35 seconds stationary in the pit lane. Chris Perini will have 15 seconds less. So I guess what we're seeing Peter Padden do right now is try and establish somewhere around a 15-second lead over Chris Perini so that he can emerge from the pits and still have the race lead. Comes Rowan Ross, again being chased down by Tony Haggerty. Lance line in the background of that shot. Peter Padden leading this race after 36 minutes. Chris Perini to Mitch Nielsen. Peter Clare, the number 5 is Simon Haggerty, and the number 88 of Rowan Ross. There's the Costa Kurov car in the Garth Walden pit area. Of course, the car damaged in a crash yesterday, and that will always lead to having some issues with the car. So scrutineers down there just checking it out. So engine cover off. The engine is tucked away right under the red cowling there. It's over the top of the inlet trumpets and sits very nicely down in the chassis. Fantastic balance in these cars. Great use of the centre of gravity. Good battle pack down in the field here. 2 Medlins in behind Phil Anseline there, so Max Medlin and Bill Medlin. And it's Jim Hernandez. He's got some fans watching on from the USA. G'day, USA. You haven't got 30 degrees and sunshine quite like what we've got here on the magnificent east coast of Australia. Unfortunately, we've got some wild bushfires down in Victoria. They're experiencing up to 40 degrees for about the 5th day in a row down there. So we send our wishes out to them. Of course, we send our wishes over to the US and some of the fans watching on from the European radical scene as well. Great to have them on board watching the Blendline TV streaming. Position swapping here, but race drivers line astern with each other, just feeling each other out at the moment. Phil Anthline will be quite confused by the darting of car number 52 and car number 9 from either side. Well, looks like he'll be thinking he's seeing double at the moment with the liveries run on these cars. The issue coming out of car number 33, Michael Whiting, is that it has blown a head gasket as well. So as the temperatures start to rise, the pressure starts to come on these power plants. And that was the white car retiring early in this race. Did have issues and has had ongoing issues with that car overheating as well. So they've obviously found that issue now. It's done the head gasket. Car number 31 now in the lane. The pit window is open. And our race leader, Peter Padden, comes in for 95 seconds, sitting still in the pit lane. Be able to have his lunch. Chris Perini coming in out of position number 2, following him in. So 10 seconds less for Chris Perini. They came in 8 seconds apart. So they can go out pretty close to each other. There he is, Peter Padden. You'd have to say the dominant force in Radical Australia Cup. Car number 31 for the First Focus outfit. RAC Radical Australia emblazoned across the rear wing. Taking his cold drink. And done with that, crew normalising tyre pressures, as in bringing them down to optimum hot tyre pressure. Actually letting a fair bit out, so starting with some high tyre pressures to get the best possible performance. Crew on car number 81 has exited, and car number 31 now just wait for the tick of the clock. The number 9 now into the lane, Max Medlin. Invisalign, car comes into pit lane. Padden and Perini just sitting there ever so serenely. Watching the tick of the clock. Peter Padden, visor down, tinted visor for the sunny conditions here today as they get ready to exit the pit lane. Here's Phil Anthline, the charging number 52 of Bill Medlin. A couple of experienced racers here, know all about it on the road at the moment, 5th and 6th. Kurov in there as well. We saw him go into the Garth Walden Racing Garage. Tucked away. Tucked away into the back of the garage area. It's Chris Perini back out in number 81. And Peter Padden also back out on track. And there's Peter Padden. So Perini has got the lead in the corrected race, if you like. Number 5 now in of Simon Haggerty.
So it's car 38.
Yeah, so
number 5 stopped.
Towards the end of the CPS window, so in another like 15 minutes or so.
Yep.
But yeah, we can grab the driver. You can have a chat.
Perfect. And I'm going to have a chat to Costa as well while we can.
Easy.
I'll go and see if I can find out any more info.
Simon Haggerty in the pits with an 80-second stop, so quite a long stop there as well. Only 5 seconds less than Perini. So he's going to go back a couple of spots. Didn't really come in with the commanding type of lead in the Axiom car. Seems like an eternity. Car controller right in front of the car, the Radical RA Motorsports outfit. Hard-working crew down there. They service a lot of the cars out on track. And here comes Perini. Perini now jumps to the corrected race lead. And Peter Padden also doing the pit stop. Corrected race lead. Simon Haggerty hasn't exited the pit lane yet, so it's going to hurt Simon, that compulsory pit stop time. On the 16 of Bill Medland and Phil Ansline. Ansline now 5th on the road, 6th is Bill Medland. They haven't done their pit stops, so keep an eye on that. And Max Medland, he has done his pit stop, and there he is just in behind these guys. So it'll be interesting to see how it emerges, because those three were glued together until Max did his stop, and Max is just in the background there. These guys are on lap 13. Max is on lap 12. And I would say that if I was Chris Medland, I'd be heading into the pits now to try and clear the hot air that I'm getting off the number 16 for Lance Line. Try and get back out and have a couple of laps and some fresh air. The hot air coming off the back of these race cars goes straight into the face of the driver behind. So can start to get a little bit uncomfortable. Clearly Max Medland is faster on track than these two as well at the moment. Ansline and Medland 37s and Max Medland at 36, so yes, he's a good second and a half faster. Chris Perini goes around in the lead of the race. Is he going to relinquish the lead of this race? There goes Pete Padden. Yes, he does. What was made up in the pit lane in a dramatic fashion, spinning, coming around turn 2. Chris Perini loses the lead of the race to Peter Padden. All of his own. Chris Perini goes around. Here's the number 47, the shared runway car, lockbox, Catasini. Car of Peter Clare. Again, tyre pressure checking, clearing the side pods. Obviously had a bit of an off in the gravel. It's a sticky rubber that gets flicked up from cars leading. Number 47 sitting there. Clearly had some damage over that right-hand rear guard as Phil Ansline comes in the WT partnership, number 16, SR3 RSX. Straight down to garage 19 he goes. Look at the rubbish they're getting out of the side pods. Rowan Ross's car. You don't want that there, and a pair of specs as well. Number 88, ready to go. Heaving chest and getting his breath back after a good first stint. 23 minutes elapsed there for his first stint. And the specs that came, sure they came out of the side pocket there, but they still remain the pit apron there. Ross heads back out onto track. Car looks really smart. Rowan Ross's car, really good livery they've chosen on that car. Good one to get a look at. Check out the airbox where he's written Rowan Ross Racing. Really clever bit of graphics there as car 6 exits the lane as well, completing their pit stop. So at the moment we are just waiting for basically our top 3, Mitch Nielsen, Bill Medland and James Hernandez. Jimmy Hernandez in 3rd place on the road at the moment. You can hear the fans of Jimmy Hernandez cheering from the US, doing a terrific job. There's Phil Ansline. I think it is anyway, number 16 wandering away. Talia Nielsen, she's keeping everyone abreast of what's going on. Works very, very hard behind the scenes. So Phil Ansline, yes, he's out, bent the steering in the WT partnership car and has retired. It was Phil Ansline wandering up the lane. News coming through. Jim Hernandez now in the lane, number 23. Here he comes to take his pit stop. Was as high as third on the road before coming in for his compulsory pit stop. A standard 60-second compulsory pit stop. RA Motorsport crew just checking out everything they need to on these SR3s. Of course, there is an SR8 race car, also played at the V8, but no longer eligible for the Radical Australia Cup. The SR3 is the weapon selected. You can see the newer car, front, the RSX, the longer front splitter, and the shape there. Spent a fair bit of time in wind design to get that shape, the leading edge of the car different. The older cars just come straight down to quite a small front plane. This one now shaped perfectly to be able to direct the air over the top of the guards, and more particularly under the car, clean the air out under the car, because that is where the rear diffuser and how they use the shape of the underside of these radicals for better grip. 23 minutes left to go, just past half race distance, and everyone except for our race leader Mitch Nilsson have completed their compulsory stop. Bill Medlin very, very slow out of turn 2. Got it going again, but very, very slow. Here he is coming up out of turn 5. 6 and around 8. Doesn't look too affected now, does Bill. Started down at 10th place, Bill Medlin. Currently in 8th. James Hernandez, Jimmy to his mates in the US. In car number 23, currently sitting in 9th. Tony Haggerty in 10th. Lance Line retired. I haven't had it confirmed yet, but Kostin Kurov has not re-emerged since lap 7. Now leaders are on lap 17, so you'd have to expect, we saw the engine cowling coming off that car, that it will take no further part in the Radical Australia Cup here this weekend. Of course, the journey started for 2019 up at Mount Panorama for the Radical Australia Cup, and as it has done for a number of years, they've done a ripping job up at Mount Panorama. Looking back down through the last few years, Tim Berryman was the last one to win the Radical Australia Cup in 2014 using the SR8, and he took the title over took the title over Chris Medlin and Neil Mustard. Michael Shaw won the SR3 title. Since then, it has only been SR3s eligible for the Radical Australia Cup. Peter Padden took it in the 2015 season over Kim Burke and Oliver Smith. Then it was 2016, Peter Padden again over Oliver Smith. Peter Padden again in 2017. 2018 was finally Kim Burke. We haven't seen Kim Burke since, so got his championship and took off with the silverware, but certainly was around since day one with the Radical Australia Cup. So first round this year was at Mount Panorama. Bathurst back on the 12-hour weekend, the fantastic, now classic 12-hour event at Mount Panorama. Starts off the motorsport calendar as far as circuit racing is concerned here in Australia and Australasia. Round 2 here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Round 3, Sydney Motorsport Park as well, part of the Shannon's Nationals. And round 4 goes to Phillip Island again, part of Shannon's Nationals. And the Bend Motorsport Park in August, and Highlands in NZ, rounding out the year. So a good, strong calendar there for the Radical Australia Cup. Of course, the New South Wales Super Sport Series is where you can cut your teeth in open racing with a Radical. Sydney Motorsport Park already coming up on the 6th of April. Round 2, Wakefield, 25th of May. Sydney Motorsport Park, 22nd of June. Phillip Island, some stage in August. Wakefield Park, 7th of September. And back here at SMP on the 26th of October for the the New South Wales Super Sports, where you can get started in track racing with a Radical SR3 RS and RS6, 2-seater carbon steel space frame, integral FIA safety cell, and aluminium front traction structure, 6-piece lightweight bodywork, fiberglass bodywork, diffuser, side pods, side skirts, composite tail with high downforce aluminium biplane wing. Number 9 back into the pit lane. Very, very quietly, Chris Medlin into the pit lane on lap number 17. Power plant is a 1500cc Hayabusa based engine. The RSX is the Generation 3 power plant for the Radical SR3 RS. 260 brake horsepower, 157 kilowatts at a whopping 9,500 RPM. That's why they sound so cool when they're screaming down the long straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. 168 Newton meters of torque at 8.2. Maximum revs 10.5. 0 to 100 in 3.1 seconds. Top speed 249 kilometers an hour. That's going off final drive gearing. 6-speed sequential transverse pedal, mounted pneumatic gear shifter with auto blipper, so all the nice things. Gearbox, quake, torque buying, limited slip diff, 4-spot calipers on each corner of the car, and a multifunctional AIM MXL2 LCD display. Keep the driver well aware of what's going on. Fully adjustable nick-link system for front and rear, unequal length, top and bottom wishbones, fabricated uprights. 77 litres of brimming tank of petrol will last exactly 50 minutes of racing here at Sydney Motorsport Park. That is a snapshot of the Radical SR3 RS and RSX. A couple of rules of engagement for as far as the drivers are concerned. An amateur driver, an AM, a driver who competes in the series as a hobby or a pastime, a pro, a driver who earns an income as a race instructor or have competed at a professional level or are paid to compete in a championship. Prior Camps National Radical Australia Cup champion may also be classified as a pro. A professional driver can only share a car with an amateur driver, whilst two amateurs or a single amateur can share the car. All starts are rolling starts. Grids are determined by starting position. Race 1 set by qualifying order, and race 2 set by second fastest qualifying time. I like the system. Awards available for each Radical Australia Cup. At the Radical Australia Cup, points awarded to every competitor entered. Radical Masters for drivers over 50 years of age. Radical Rookie for drivers who have competed in less than 2 rounds in their previous year of RAC. We're down to the pit lane now with Bree, who's got Costa Pekurov in pit.
So you had a few issues in race 1 with brakes. What seems to be the issue now?
Well, we lost power in the car coming onto the straight on turn 12. The oil pressure light came on the dash. And then when I tried to accelerate from that, it just turned the car off. I tried to start it again a couple of times. And it wouldn't start, so I just rolled it into the pits.
So a bit more investigating to do, or you're pretty sure it's just a sensor?
It could be a sensor, but we've replaced 2 of them already. That little accident, or the little shunt in turn 5, had a similar issue. I tried to accelerate where there was no power, and the car spun around and put it in the wall.
Talk us through that little incident you had there.
Well, I'd driven Eastern Creek, Sydney Motorsport Park for a while now. I do the same thing there, and you need to accelerate out of that corner. But there was no power when I accelerated, so the car just spun around.
Well, an unfortunate end to this race, but hopefully see you back out there next time.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
In pit lane, New South Wales, Sydney boy, driving his SR3 RS, as he said. Damaged it yesterday in an incident with the wall. And lost power. Makes it very hard to drive a car when you haven't got power. You just head the understeer off. There goes the Nielsen car after the compulsory pit stop. Getting that done just in the nick of time too, those guys. Getting the car back out there. And Costa Makurov, the Tilton Interiors car, looks fantastic. So let's hope he can get those issues rectified. He's with the right team with Garth Walton Racing to get that thing back out on track, so they'll work pretty hard to get the car going again. Just looking at a couple of the other guys that have not taken any further part. Lance Lyon went in on lap 14 and hasn't re-emerged there. 1964, lives here in Sydney, a quantity surveyor, and he's got a master driver grading, driving the 2013 Radical SR3 RS. Had some ups and downs results in the Radical Australia Cup, but 2016 third in round 4 of the Radical Australia Cup, and 2010 third in the 2010 third in the Radical Australia Cup. So a good run right back in those inaugural seasons of the Radical Australia Cup. Now in pit lane, and Chris Medlin, the number 9, the guy that's been around since the early days again, a master driver grading, has done a terrific job. As we go down to pit lane with Bree, she's got one of our drivers.
Your free run continues with no issues. But I'll just get you to repeat that one more time because we had a trouble with the microphone. So you've had a pretty worry-free race. How do you think your dad's going to go in the car now?
Yeah, I think he's going to go well. Hopefully he can just put in some consistent times, and we'll see where we end up. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I haven't seen where we're at. So, yeah, I'll go have a look, and hopefully he can finish it strong.
No worries. I hope your dad can too, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much, Bree. Good to see Mitch down there. A pretty serious young racer, but combines well with his father, and they've had some good results here this weekend. Currently sitting 4th on the road with Peter Clare, just up the road, 2.7 seconds up the road. In fact, Brad has already eaten into that gap down to 2.77 seconds. So chasing down Peter Clare in the shared runway car, and there it is. There's the battle on the front straight now. That's our race leader, Peter Padden, in the number 31. 2.24 seconds behind. There's Chris Perini after spearing off. Relinquished the lead of the race in the number 81. Has not put a foot wrong since. And I guess trying to catch Peter Padden is always going to be a tough ask. He really is the winningest driver here at Sydney Motorsport Park over the last 5 seasons in the Radical Australia Cup. Number 81. Great looking race car. In fact, the entire Radical Australia Cup field do come up with some really good liveries. Chris Perini, of course, an ex-motorcycle racer. And was second in the 2017 Radical New South Wales Supersport Championship. Second in Radical Australia Cup 2018. Got 2 wins throughout the year, and is driving as an amateur driver grading with Garth Walden Racing. And does a ripping job behind the wheel. He really drives well. Here's Rowan Ross with Tony Haggerty in the number 6 car from HRT. Number 88 is Rowan Ross. Currently 5th on the road, a fair way behind Brad Nielsen. In fact, 30 seconds behind Brad Nielsen. So you'd have to suggest with just over 10 minutes left in this 50-minute journey that not going to catch the cars in front. So what Rowan has to do is try and keep the charge from the number 6 Haggerty racing car. Simon at the wheel. Paul Medlin and Tony Haggerty, the ones next down the road. And there's the number 88 of Rowan Ross coming around in the newer iteration. That gap coming back now between Padden and Perini, 1.5 seconds. Perini's managing to draw in Peter Padden, and at the moment doing a tremendous job. Look at that, gap is visual now. Coming back to the first focus car. Chris Perini, of course, had the lead after the 10 seconds short of compulsory pit stop and then spun, allowing Peter Padden to come through, but he is coming back gangbusters at Peter Padden. They come to the line now. That lap around Peter Padden a 1:32.5, and Chris Perini exactly half a second faster, so that's now down to 1.28, the lead from first to second. So this is the closing 10 minutes of this race and this round of the Radical Australia Cup. Peter Padden has got 118 points if it finishes like this. Chris Perini 94. It's Simon Haggerty, then it's Brad Mitch Nilsson on 90, so it's 95. So Chris Perini third for the round. Then it's Simon Haggerty down in 6th place with 82. And then Tony Haggerty with 60 in this race. And the 23's gone round. That's around at turn 6, so not a good spot to be pointing the wrong direction. Not sure how you end up pointing the wrong way on that part of track there. That's not a cool situation to get yourself into, and having cars coming charging out of turn 6 in these things, 5th gear, and flat coming up over Corporate Hill. I want to say flat as in the pedal push to the boards, trying to go as fast as you can. He's our race leader. The leader's just gone back out to 1.5 seconds, so Peter Padden's worked it out that this is actually Chris Perini coming up behind him, and he is absolutely on a charge with just under 8 minutes left to complete for this round of the Radical Australia Cup. Sydney Motorsport Park now. That's out of Brock 5, corner up to 6. And Ryan Ross is going to feel the heat from both the HRT cars now. The newer of the cars is the number 6 there, the number 5 the older car, but that is Simon. This is a big, big push. Jim Hernandez does continue on after that spin, gets the car going again. He has remained out on track, so not sure how that spin occurred. A very interesting way to be pointing backwards at that point of the lap. Here's the gap between third and fourth. Blair and Nilsson, 0.6 of a second. It's going to be under that this time round, as we see on the main straight. Rowan Ross being gazumped by the HRT outfit. It's going to go back 2 spots by the time they get down to turn 2. Here it is. The 88 getting a short back inside by the 5 and the 6. The 5 being Simon and the 6 being Tony Haggerty. Father and son outfit, and Rowan Ross just sees them go either side of him in turn 1 and under brakes to turn 2, take the spot, and almost instantly start to drive away from the number 88. Pretty easy to tell the difference between the older and the new cars. The old car's got the big black front headlight cover, goes up over the guard, whereas the newer one's just got the little angled slit for the headlights. Also the rear wing has a different plane to different end plates, and smaller end plates, so just a smaller sort of rectangular shape on the newer car, and also the front is completely different, where you see the road meeting the car. On this car, just a angle down to the road, and then on the car proceeding, bit of an under tray comes out front there, or a air dam, a split up to make the car a lot more aerodynamic. Having said that, the older car being driven very, very aggressively now by Simon Haggerty. 5th on the road in this race, the race being led by Peter Padden still. Now that lead is back to 1.3 seconds, so Chris Perini is still motivated to try and get the result out of this weekend. Whether he will or not is a completely different story. forward to the next round of the Radical Australia Cup. Be right back here at Sydney Motorsport Park, 17, 18, 19 of May. Paddon, number 31, first focus car. 3.5 minutes left in the final race for the weekend of the Radical Australia Cup. And this is for the race lead. And it's been swings and roundabouts for the best part of 5 laps now between these two. And these two are the guys fighting it out for the championship. A lot of interest in how this year's title will play out, because Chris Perini, we saw him in the lead of the race, and basically all on his own threw it away, which is a real shame. Terrific race car driver. He's done well in the Super Sports Championship locally in New South Wales and won 2 races in the Radical Australia Cup last year, whilst Kim Burke, after many years of trying and getting very close, bridesmaid on a number of occasions, took the title. Shame we haven't seen Chris Burke here this weekend. He's always got a good result. Sydney Motorsport Park. Obviously extremely motivated to take last year's title, and in the off-season thought, well, I'm going to sit this out a little bit, regather my energy, and launch back into things. Hopefully we'll see him at Phillip Island, or even at Sydney Motorsport Park at the next round of the Radical Australia Cup. Set of tyres protesting there on the number 6 Haggerty racing car. As we see Rowan Ross just coming onto the back again of these two. So Rowan's found a bit of pace over the last couple of laps. Fastest lap of this race was set right back on lap number 4 by Peter Padden. Chris Perini is only 0.3 of a second behind with his fastest lap, and that was done on lap 13. So there you go. Those two cars certainly set for being rapid or at their best at different points of the race. Peter Padden having the car set to go hard early, and we actually did see a lot of air being bled out of his tyres at the compulsory pit stop. So it was set to go hard early and designed to gazump the field and drive away from them. 1.5 minutes left in the final race for the Radical Australia Cup. Race number 3 for the weekend. Of course, we had a sprint race this morning with Nilsson's, which Nilsson took. Did it very, very nicely indeed. Currently they're sitting 3rd on the road in this race. And you'd have to say that would be the natural order of things at the moment in the Radical Australia Cup, that Peter Padden and Chris Perini across the top, and then Brad and Mitch Nilsson into P3. And good drive by Brad. Jumped on board just past half race distance. Mitch Nilsson setting the early pace with the gunmetal grey car, and getting him in a good strong position. I doubt that he's going to catch 45 seconds left. These two, and Chris Perini has brought the gap back to under half a second now, so there is a challenge in the last 30 seconds. We're coming around to turns 9, 10 and 11. 21 seconds left to go. So we're going to go around for one more lap before we embark on the final race for the weekend in the MRF tyres 240. The last 60 minutes for round 1 of the MRF tyres Australian Production Car Series. This is our race leader, Peter Padden, and he is being caught rapidly now by Chris Perini. Chris Perini had the lead after the compulsory pit stops. Testament to the fact that he had an 85-second stop, whereas the car now leading the race had a 95-second stop. Chris Perini spun the car, and Peter Padden took advantage of that, got the lead of the race, and actually drove away and got himself a good 4.5, 5 second lead Now Chris Perini has got this back under half a second. Well, it's visual now. There's no point measuring it. They're coming around through turn 6. Does he have a challenge to throw? Got to be a lot closer to the car in front, let alone a lot closer to Peter Padden to be able to effect that pass. Peter Padden in the first focus car, the white, blue and black outfit. Coming up to the final stanza of corners for this round of the Radical Australia Cup. Peter Padden on board of his previous generation SR3 RS. Comes onto the straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Chris Perini tucked right in behind. He's not going to be able to get through. There's the checkered flag. And it drops on a great weekend of racing for the Radical Australia Cup. Peter Padden very happy indeed to be returning to victory lane. Terrific race there. Fantastic to see that result. A fairly distant Brad Nielsen in third place. In fact, hasn't come around onto the Sydney Motorsport Park straight just yet. We've got Australian production cars. Race 4 readying in the background behind the pit buildings here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Here comes the Sol Medland car, Bill Medland at the wheel, sharing with Max to the line. Comes home in 8th position. Here comes Brad Nielsen. Fantastic combination between Matt, Mitch and Brad this weekend. They've driven very, very well, driven with their heads and at times driven with their hearts as well. There is certainly still room for race drivers to drive with their heart. And it's controlling all of the senses when you get to that point in time. Jim Hernandez comes down. What a fantastic debut. Great to see the car number 23 in its red, silver and black livery. And great to have had his friends from the USA watching on. Please join us again in Australian Motorsport when next time we go live streaming with Blendline, or check us out at the Shannon's Nationals. It's always something streaming and free too. You don't have to pay for it. Check up, see what's going on down under. Great to see Jim Hernandez, James Hernandez. Jimmy, he's our mate now. Welcome to Australian Motorsport and the Radical Australia Cup. The other cars have all come to the line now. So Padden, Perini, Nielsen, Clare, Ed, Tony Haggerty, Simon Haggerty, Rowan Ross, Bill Medlin and Jim Hernandez round out our finishers on the lead lap. So that draws to conclusion round 2 of the Radical Australia Cup. Great to always catch up with the Radicals. Tremendous little race cars, and of course if you're looking for something to do around a race car, get out and join the people here at Radical Australia. They really do turn on a great show here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Got great facilities, fantastic facilities to come and join. Have a steer of one of their cars, have a ride with a coach if you want, but certainly come and join them. See what it's all about. The Radical Australia Cup concludes today's racing for the Radicals as the teams make their way back down pit lane. Next race of the card is the Australian Production Car Series, and we'll be back with the start of that race in the not too distant future. We'll be back in a few moments. Go to a break.
Peter Patton, congratulations. Look, you took advantage of Perini's moment out there, and then you raced ahead, and then he came right back up behind you. How was the pressure of that last lap?
Yeah, the pressure was huge. He definitely had a quicker car at the end of the race. I normally tell the guys that I like a quick car at the start, and I'll manage it at the end. But he was coming pretty fast. I reckon 2 or 3 more laps, and I would have been in some big trouble.
Did you have a bit of a moment of relief when Perini had that spin?
Well, I was wondering how I was going to get past him, and I thought all my Christmases had come at once when he spun. So it was kind of a cool thing. But he could have stayed there for a couple of seconds longer. It would have made the finish a bit easier.
Well, you did well to keep that momentum going and that pressure up and stay in front. So congratulations.
Thanks very much.
There it is. They're also on debut here this weekend. So cars being built out of the box, ready to go. And that's 4 of them. The AM1 car of Lillis. The A2 car, the Mustang. Colby Cowan and Lindsay Kearns instantly getting good results. And also the 2 Hyundais, i30Ns. Great to see them debuting in Class C1. Of course, yesterday we saw the Golf R, Sam Musil. And Ian Salteri doing so well, but it's the Hyundais that have stepped up today. We got down to by Eckhart in the number 19, then Alfie Sinesi in the second now of the Hyundais, and then it is Ian Sharon in the number 18 car. Confirmed, it's Ian Sharon, Sam Musil. And then it's the number 87 BMW, which has got Jake White at the wheel, and then Steve Angel rounding out our field to start this final 60-minute race. Just confirming that it is Ian Sharon starting the number 18 car, and that infringement, which was during the pit stop, the rear wheel has to be put on the ground and the handler of the wheel has to be clear of the wheel, hands off it, as in he's sitting on the ground all by itself, not touched by anyone but the ground, and then put back on. They'll be very careful doing that this time around, because what that has done is that it has given Tim Lay a really, really handy lead. Tim Lay and Beric Linton a really handy lead in the championship hunt in A1. Coming into this race, they're on 103 points. Ian and Grant Sharon on 80. Chris Lillis on 85. So they've now got a AM1 car between them and the outright lead in the championship. I really like how this field have got together and said, hey, let's line up Formula One style. Come down the line, all behind each other, and peel off into our grid positions. Looks good. Works for the cameras, works for me too. Hope you like it at home, watching on the Blendline TV, live streaming the Australian production cars. The MRF Tyres 2019 Australian Production Car Series. The final race for the MRF Tyres. Sydney 240 about to get underway. Will it be the big Aussie muscle from Revolution Roofing with its Bilstein suspension, or will it be Tim Lay in the Tony Lay Motors Bruce Linton Body Shop M3? There's a 4-wheel drive car behind it and another 2-wheel drive car. The iconic Mustang joins the productions cars this weekend, and it's the Commodore that gets away. The HSV gets the first 20 metres away, grabs second gear. The M3 draws alongside and will lead the field down into turn 1. The Mustang getting away really cleanly, disappeared into its own tyre smoke, sitting on pole on the front row yesterday, but manages to get motivated, just gazumps the field behind. Here comes the number 18 down the inside. ABS going off on board the number 18 there. We can tell that because the headlights and taillights flash and go crazy. Oh, Lindsay Kearns runs wide. In fact, it's Colby Cowan at the wheel of the Mustang. Sorry about that, Lindsay. Runs wide at turn 2, loses a couple of spots. Doesn't lose it to the Subaru though, just the spot to the M4. Manages to keep Dimitri Agathos behind. Great to see Dimitri back at the wheel. This guy's an attacking type of driver. Have a look at that. Ranges right up underneath the Mustang. It's getting pretty frenetic in the last race. Always thought it was going to be this way. Everyone started to feel out the MRF tyre. They're now going to give it a big dose of punishment. And we're already seeing the WRX doing that, moving the car around on tyres. The 4-wheel drive will certainly be hard on the tyres. Saw that with the way that the Evo 10s use their tyres. Having said that, the 4-race format fell into the Evo 10s 2 years ago, right into their lap. Bob Pearson taking 4 race wins from 4 races. So far, we've seen Grant Sharon take 2 wins in the M4, one yesterday morning and one this morning, and Tim Lay take the race win yesterday afternoon. With corrected races, once penalties are dealt out, we've now seen the number 23 take 2 wins out of the 3 races. So it was Beric Linton yesterday, Tim Lay this morning. That's why they've amassed those 103 points coming into this race. And we'll get Colby Cowan now, unleashes the Mustang down the straight. The M3's been unleashed. And have a listen to the thump of the number 64 Fan favourite, the big HSV. Everyone loves a big thumping V8, particularly when they're taking it up to the might of the European motorsport scene, albeit production cars. Ian Sharon and his OnTick Events, OnTick Sports Company, putting on this weekend. Free entry for all comers, so very generous opportunity for people to come to the track, see some top flight national motorsport here at one of the country's best permanent racetracks in the suburbs of Sydney. And of course being live streamed around the world. Yesterday we had race fans from India watching, as they have interest now in the MRF tyres, being an Indian source product, and how strong they were performing yesterday. Have a look at the Commodore, big power trying to get down into turn 6. Ian Sharon trying to look to the inside of the Commodore and going, nope, whilst you're squirreling around under brakes like that, I'll leave it for another corner. You get the feeling that the M4 is just poised to slip on through once the opportunity opens in the Cachet Homes Revolution Roofing Bill Stein suspension supported HSV. Sharon Rentals M4, previous winner of the championship, and that M3 disappearing at top of picture, now leading the race, also a previous champion. So Matt Holt at the wheel of the number 64. So unfortunately, news through from race control is that Matt Holt in the number 64 was moving as the lights went out, so there's going to be a 5-second penalty. There it is, applied on the timesheets to Matt Holt. What a shame. What a shame from my vantage point. Looked like a ripping start, but the officials have the final word on that. And of course, coming into this race, the news was that the number 18 Sharon Rentals car was to go to drop 2 laps, and it put them right back down on 9th on the grid. So they've now charged, made their way back up into second place. So who knows how much of the car and package that the insurance had to use getting there. Steve Entrell down the lane now in his Evo, struggling down the pit lane and turning into the garage, not into the pit lane, actually turning into the garage. So taking the car into the garage is not a good sign this early in a 1-hour race. We're only 8 minutes into it, and the M4 is now chasing out after the M3. So we've got number 23 BMW M3 out on track, and haven't we had a great time this weekend with the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Great to have Brian Vanderwacker along with us as well, calling those races. Can't wait to see TA2s at a track sometime again in the very future. Great racing, great show put on by that category. Strong race being put on by the MRF Australian Production Cars as well. This is a multi-class battle, so we've always got something going on through the field, and often we've got inter-class battles as well. So we've got a Class B car battling with a Class C1 car. I say that because that's exactly what we've got going on screen now. The number 8, the Bradley car, Ash Jarvis outfit. It's Brad Carr at the wheel now. He's an A2 car, and he's battling with a C1 car, the Hyundai there. In fact, he's got the 2 Hyundais behind him, and Clay Eckhart coming in the B1 car as well. So there's 4 cars, 3 different classes represented, all of them equally having as great a time out on the Sydney Motorsport Park 3.93 kilometre circuit. Cam Usil in C1 has got the Jake White driven BMW 130i following him around the track, and here's our 2 cars currently leading Class C1. Caden Olsen and Alfie Sinesi, the younger guns in these Hyundais. I see a lot more of this team. Great to have the powder blue or the sky blue Hyundais out there with that bright red accents. The next N-Gen racing outfit. Really good to see manufacturers engaging with motorsport. Tim Lay leading the way, doing it quite comfortably, just under 3-second lead now. We'll keep an eye on that. The last split on this lap, a 1:19.44 for Tim, 1:18.66 for Ian Sheeran. So he's catching, definitely catching. And have a look at this. C1 car draws right alongside and then has to relinquish to the number 8. Of course, horsepower becomes into the equation. Bradley Carr driven BMW M3. The Hyundai i30N, two of them now monstering the back of that Beamer as they come down Sydney Motorsport Park front straight. This is where the BMW just draws away. The ability that Caden Olsen's got to flow this car, the front-wheel drive Korean-built outfit, through turns 1 and 2, really flowing it very nicely, as is Alfa Senesi. They've learnt a lot this weekend on debut. As I said, 4 cars here this weekend on absolute out-and-out debut. Brand new cars for the Australian Production Car Series. We know of more. We know a Lexus. We know a couple of Camaros that are at the start of a build program. Another couple of Mustangs. Why wouldn't you? Come production car racing with something iconic like a Mustang. It's a good one to take to the sponsors, that one. We're going to be racing a Mustang. We're going to jump on board? Yes, we do. We love a Mustang. As we like the big HSVs as well. Newly released Camaros. That'll be really cool to see out of the Walkinshaw stable. Feeling that we're settling in for quite the battle between these 4 cars representing 3 separate classes in the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. We've had Vivek from Mentor Tyres and MRF up here yesterday, exceptionally proud of the work that his factory is doing to supply these tyres. A fully treaded race tyre. So far we've got through 3 races and 13 minutes. And the tyres have withstood the punishment. And just looking at the pace setting being set out front, Tim Layer 1:48.1, Ian Sheeran a 1:47.6. So that gap just coming back down. Tim Layer did get away nicely. Of course, Ian Sheeran coming from down the field in 9th position to try and fight up the front of this race. As we see Clay Eckhardt now getting through in a straight line on Alfa Senesi, the number 15 Hyundai. So BMW just getting in there now. It's in the Hyundai sandwich, or is it Caden Olsen in the BMW sandwich at the moment? Whatever way you look at it, it's glass half full, isn't it? Tremendous bit of competition. Each one of these cars bringing their own strength to the racetrack. This little special outfit, the i30N. It's not your average i30, that's for sure. The N being a pretty special bit of kit, and why not take it to the racetrack? Here's the team down there. We're all decked out in the Hyundai N livery. Regalia, and why not? I hope you've enjoyed the live streaming being brought to you live and free. There's not a whole lot of motorsport that you can get live and free these days, but check out Blendline TV at every opportunity you get on YouTube, Facebook, and of course the Australian Production Car Series. Jump on their Facebook page, give them a like, follow what they're up to all this year. We've certainly seen some terrific racing. We get into some of these longer races as well, like the Fight in the Night. You've got to absolutely have yourself ready in front of the computer on the 3rd of August. Tune in to the Shannon's Nationals live stream. 300k race starts at the end of twilight and goes right through into the darkness up at Queensland Raceway. One of those iconic races, the world's best kept secret in production car racing. We've been doing it for about 6 or 7 years now, and check it out. If you can't get trackside to that round of the Australian Production Cars, which is part of the Shannon's Nationals, check it out. Spend your Saturday evening watching production cars at the Fight in the Night. Really, really good event brings a whole different level of motorsport, of viewing to motorsport. It's really, really cool to watch. And also keep an eye on Blendline TV for all of the motorsport that Blendline TV covers off these days. And check out Blendline TV live. How cool is that? Daniel Beckinsale, Gary O'Brien. If Gary O'Brien didn't see it, it didn't happen in Australian motorsport. Really good. A couple of knowledgeable guys, right up to spec with what's going on in the Australian motorsport scene. Focused a fair bit on New South Wales and Victorian state series. Really good grassroots type of show, and a couple of blokes passionate about motorsport. Check it out. Blendline TV Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. Facebook.com/Blendline TV. Really well worth sitting down on a Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Have the family fed. We'll sit down and catch the facts according to Daniel and Gary. Blendline live. 43 minutes remaining in this final race for round one of the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. And this is the battle at the front. Tim Lay now coming under pressure from Ian Sherrin. Both experienced racers. Tim Lay driven many, many different forms of cars in Australian motorsport. Has found a very, very happy home driving with Berwick Linton. They both complement each other very well. Grant, Ian Sherrin also doing a fantastic job. There's an issue for that Hyundai, and that looks to be oil coming out from underneath the I-30N. They're disappearing in its own smoke and spinning. Whereabouts is that? That is coming around through turn 2, and that is oil down on the track. Absolutely positive of that, or coolant of some description, certainly smoke coming off that. Or was it steam? There's the BMW. Yeah, that's oil. BMW getting caught up in that. And it's the number 15 too, Alfie Senesi. And that doesn't look good. There's the shiny stream. He got off the track as quick as he could. Let's hope that these two BMWs get to see the slippery surface flag or deteriorating surface oil flag, whatever we want to call it. Hopefully it's out, because that's down into one of the bigger braking areas. And we've got a safety car being deployed. Safety car being deployed. So they've seen the oil now, and they've seen the safety car. Safety car boards and flags. Yellow flag, safety car board, yellow flag. So we come under safety car. We might try and catch one of the Hyundai team members down there in pit lane, see if we can get a description from them, what their driver just experienced. Certainly we can see oil. Now we know safety car has gone out. If we can get something from one of the team down there, that'd be great to be able to talk us through it, because those cars have until that point run absolutely faultlessly. In fact, they've been driven very, very hard. They've been driven to see if they can break them and to see how hard they can be driven. So we've just seen that the number 15. So safety car out on track. And here's the replay. The number 15 is the one at the back of the field there. Under brakes, coming down into the corner. There it is. Happened very, very, very quickly indeed. Just happened right at the end of the braking phase, and then got off the track. So it's not going to be too much of a cleanup that they have to do. It's only going to be 20 or 30 metres or so, something like that. But certainly that was coming into the braking zone. I wonder if it was a compression lockup of some sort of situation. There's the team. They're all watching the Blendline TV live stream as well. So they're just getting that information as we're presenting it to them as well. So I'm sure they'd love to see it again, but they're very, very concerned. So they've still got another car out there, the number 14, which is still leading Class C1. And they were until the safety car, were leading C1 by about 16 seconds. That'll come back as the safety car will condense up the field. We'll see if we can get Bree down there to talk to one of the team members. Probably see if we can get Charlie Senesi, a hard-nosed sports sedan racer for many years, leading the team down there. So we'll see if we can get some sort of comment from the crew. The entire field now coming under control of the Techno safety car. I'm going to pick up the car of Alfie Sinisi. So we've seen Steve Engel out in the Evo, and now we're seeing Alfie Sinisi out in the number 15. Field coming around and just getting a good look at where that oil was. So it was Jake White in the number 87 BMW that got all caught up in it. He arrived on the scene very quickly after that, so it would suggest that the flaggies hadn't even had the chance to get deteriorating surface flag out, or oil flag as people want to call it. So that will bring the field back under control. So we will go down to Bree now. She's been chasing the story that led to the number 18 car starting out of position 9. Down to Bree in pit lane.
Yeah, so Grant, a bit unfortunate with the penalty earlier, so we've had to start from 9 on the grid, but Ian's certainly working his way up.
Yeah, no, he's got a great start, so he got off to a good start, and I think he was by turn 2, he's up to 3rd position, so now he's moved into 2nd, so and moving up on Tim, so see how we go, but he's doing a great job out there at the moment.
And do you reckon he can push for that 1st position?
Definitely hope so. That's the name of the game, so yeah, no, he's going driving really well, so times are in the car, so we'll see how we go.
Well, good luck to him, and we'll try and... yeah, so sorry, I'm just hearing from Darren. What happened in that pit stop?
Oh, we just didn't do the rear wheel correctly, and didn't follow the procedure in doing it correctly, so we got a penalty for it.
No worries. Well, hopefully you can keep pushing and get that 1st position. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bree, and thank you very much, Grant Sharon down there. Those guys roll with the punches. They've taken their penalty, and they have continued on with it. The good thing is that Ian has managed to get on with the job out on track, and I guess this will give the hard charge that Ian has had to do over the last 20 minutes or so. It'll give him a bit of a reprieve, have a bit of a breather, and get the 2nd stanza of this race back underway. Looks like we've got the car coming up on the truck. Doesn't look like anyone's attending the oil down on the track as of yet. Hopefully we get a bit of oil downer on there to soak that up. It's be interesting if we can get word from the team whether it's a gearbox or an engine issue that just occurred to that Hyundai. I bet you they're pretty keen to try and hear news on their team as well. So we'll try and bring that to you, and Bree has already made her way down to the Hyundai team. It's going down to Bree in pit lane.
All right, Frank, so we saw car number 15 come off there. Do we know what's happened?
At this stage, no. It looks like it's had some sort of fluid come out from under the car, or maybe even out the exhaust. So he's spun out infield and got out of the car straight away because apparently there was smoke in the car. So at this stage, we have no idea.
So there's smoke coming out the car. Does he know of any other in the car? So does he know of any other damage or anything specific?
He wasn't reporting any damage. The car was going fine. It was in the braking area. Have no idea.
Well, you still got car 14 out there, so hopefully he can keep pushing for C1.
Yeah, he's reporting everything fine. Fingers crossed. So let's hope for it.
We'll see how we got the restart after the safety car.
Yep.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Who was driving that car with Kate? He's driving the car with Cade that's currently 6th on the road in this race, and that was Alfie Sinesi there. And it's always hard to get an interview with a guy that's Frank Mammarello. Difficult to get a word from the team when things haven't gone exactly the way they wanted it. There's the car. As Alan Moffat used to say, these vultures come around and pick them. Not too sure why this car is in the lane at the moment. They're not going to be counted as their compulsory pit stop, so this is going to be controversy as the race gets back underway as well. So the pit lane is not open. The compulsory pit stop window is not open at this point in time, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. That's going to be an interesting story to keep an eye on. Tim Lay currently at the wheel and will remain at the wheel. There's no driver change signified to continue for that one, so they've done left side tyres on that car, off and back on again. And as we've seen all weekend long, the MRF tyre engineers getting as close as they possibly can without interrupting the team to have a look at the the rubber. And we've got the recovery crews down there now putting the dust down. There it is, to try and soak up the oil. And we will try and get racing back underway as quick as we can. A fair bit of it has gone down there, so try and soak things up so that we can get that certainly on the on and around the apex of that corner. So we'd love to have that cleaned up to get the remaining 34 minutes of this race under best conditions that we possibly can. And Berwick Linton will come onto the back of the train. Ian Sharon now being shown as the leader. Matt Holt, of course, got a fantastic start, but does have a 5-second penalty logged against that car, so that will be applied at the end of the race. So whatever he does, wants to try and get in front, 5 seconds in front of the car. So we've got Bree working very hard down in the pit lane. She's with Berwick Linton.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. Berwick, we just saw Tim come in. Why was that?
Look, we made some changes in between races. He wasn't real happy with it, so we've reverted back to the previous setup and see what he thinks.
So is that all part of the strategy this time around?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a tyre test at the same time as being the first round. They're new to us. We're trying to get the most out of them. We're trying to get them to last. So, everybody's working on it, trying to see what they can do, and that's what we're doing. So now's the time.
Are you pretty confident now with this setup?
Yeah, I think he'll find it better. We know we still got to do our CPS, but it was just changing both fronts takes longer, so we thought we'd take that hit now under safety car, and then we'll do the normal CPS later.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully it works out for you.
Thanks.
Back to you.
Down there, he's a tough guy to get to line up for an interview. She's done a terrific job down there, so good to see Berwick Linton as part of a plan, I guess, on the run. I dare say they didn't plan to do that initially, but once the safety car came out, as he said, this is a live test session as well as trying to gather points in the championship. Just to give you an idea of where, if they finish where they are now, they still finish second in the round. Interestingly enough, first in the round will be shared by Ian Sharon, Grant Sharon, and the guys in car number 64. Now, we've still got over half an hour of racing to go today. So the guys in car number 64, the big Commodore, will be looking to try and take that equal points with Ian and Grant Sharon. So it's Chris Lillis and Matty Holt are sitting currently on 116 points. Tim Lay and Berwick Linton currently sitting on 114 points. I'm not going to say that Tim Lay's going to finish 10th. I'd like to think he'll get on the back of the field, and within a couple of laps we'll be right back up within outright podium contention. That is just the pace of the M3. But very, very interesting that the A1 car and the Aussie Muscle 1 car, the AM1 car, so Ian and Grant Sharon and Matt Holt and Chris Lewis. The brand new car to the field will be equal first for the round. Colby Cowan and Lindsay Kearns continue to do a tremendous job. They're currently sitting on 94 points, and that will put them third for the round, because equal first would be number 18 and number 64. Then it would be the number 23 of Tim Lay and Berwick Linton, and then the number 25 of Colby Cowan and Lindsay Kearns on debut. So two cars in that, so far in the round finishing points, out of the top three are brand new cars to the MRF Tyres Australian production car scene. And of course, that Mustang just sitting outside the heat of the stream of the two cars in front, really cool to see. Motivation for numerous other teams to get themselves into a Mustang in the very rapid future. Of course, these guys will all be going to that one-off event at Easter at Mount Panorama, the draw of Mount Panorama. We'll have them all on their way up there, and these guys will have distinct advantages. The safety car peels off in this race of having an entire race weekend running on the MRF tyre, and really, really cool to see how strong these cars that have raced here this weekend will be out of the bag, knowing we've got 3 whole days of using the MRF tyre and liaising with the MRF engineers and crew down there as we get set for a restart. And there it is, green flag, and the number 18 BMW M4 of Ian and Grant Sharon. Currently Ian Sharon at the wheel, get a jump away The Mustang draws right alongside the Commodore. The Commodore sweeps through there for Evolution Roofing. The HSV goes right out after the M3. In fact, shows the Mustang a clean set of heels in the power race down to turn 1. Here comes Tim Lay now down the inside. Goes out over the kitty litter or the concrete down, whatever you want to call it. In the old days, this used to be raw old concrete dust. There's the number 14 Hyundai i30N. Just getting through on a couple of the Beamers there and a Volkswagen Golf R. And here he comes down the inside of Clay Eckhart. Upholstery pit stop window is now open. Now open. So I'm going to suggest a stream of cars into pit lane. Probably not this one. He's fighting his way back through the field now, and Tim Lay has found his way already into 5th place, gone through Clay Eckhart. So next car is Dimitri Agathos, the Subaru WRX STI up the road from him. Around Cornfield they go. There's Clay Eckhart. B1 car, of course, Dimitri Agathos leading that class at the moment, the Subaru. That's the next car up the road. Tim Lay has really got the bit between the teeth now. A couple of new tyres on the front. How are we feeling? Good. Nice turn in. Nice hold through these constant radius corners at turn 1 and turn 8 and around here at turns 10 and 11. Down the straight we come. There's the M4 to the pit lane. Here comes the HSV to the pit lane. Beric Linton goes to the inside of the track, goes past the turbocharged Subaru, ranges up on the back of the Mustang of Colby Cowan, who is now in the lead of this race. Here is Ian Sharon, the 18, and the number 64 of Matty Holt at the wheel of that car. Number 8, Brad Carr in. Cam Usel in the number 40, the C1 class car. The C1 still remains in the hands of Caden Olsen. Believe it or not, 5th on the road at the moment. Caden Olsen lost his teammate before that, causing that safety car, but continues on and continues on strongly as well. This is our now race leader, the Mustang. Sat on the front row of the grid yesterday. It was an iconic moment in Australian production car racing when the icon itself, the Mustang, the pony boy, the pony car, stood proudly. He's going to try and hold up Beric Linton as much as he possibly can here at the moment, try and hold on to the lead of the race. Good marketing footage being gathered here. Leading the MRF Tyres production car race here at Sydney Motorsport Park is a Mustang. There's an M3 behind him, Tim Lay at the wheel. Colby Cowan at the wheel of the Mustang, number 25. A really strong push from the Ford. Exiting the pits now goes the Cam Usel driven Volkswagen Golf R. Previous race leader, started out of 9th. Around through the kitty litter, or the oil down at turn 2 from the car number 15. And there's in the pit lane, Dimitri Agathos. Overemployment for gas racing. And the number 14 Hyundai, Caden Olsen. He'll be given the news of his teammate that the car had expired. And I dare say be told to get on with the race and bring it home in Class C1, because he came into the pits leading it. The number 87 being driven by Jake White. Came into the pits out of 6th place. And there's the swap for the lead. The Mustang finally succumbing to the might and power of the M3. Charging on up to turn 6 now. Underbrakes, the BMW looking comfortable there as well with its new MRF rubber on the front. And the Hyundai, only one wheel coming off, it's the rear wheel. The drink being taken on board by Caden Olsen. Also being driven by Frank Mammarello here at his racing. And sharing these drives, it'll become a lot more team-like once we get into the 4 300k races that we've got on the calendar this year. Of course, 2 of them at Phillip Island on the 29th and 30th of June, and then 2 more at Fight in the Night at Queensland Raceway on the 3rd and 4th of August, and then the final 2 300k races at the Bend in South Australia on the 16th and 17th of November, rounding out the year with the Shannon's Nationals. But certainly get down to Phillip Island for the next round 2 in the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series as the Mustang comes into the lane. Be a great weekend to get down to Phillip Island. 2 300k races for them down there. There'll be numerous other events on down there. I believe Radicals or Prototypes are going to be down there as well. There's going to be, I think, the Vic V8s as well, BMWs. E30 series down there as well. So keep your eyes peeled for that weekend at Phillip Island, the 29th and 30th of June. Jake White in the number 87. Pit stop done, crew back out over the line, and they are dispatching that car as Clay Eckhart stops at the lane. Michael Sharon, car controller at the front, just looking in, peering into the window. You're okay, Clay? Yep, all good. Got 23 minutes left in this race, Michael. I'm right to go. Here's the Mustang. Race Fuels emblazoned across the front there. The partners in this year's Production Car Series, MRF Tyres and Race Fuels. Of course, the crew at Race Fuels making sure that all these teams get the good fuel delivered. Make sure it's consistent right across the whole field, and that is, believe it or not, the science of fuel delivery. They do have operating variances, and Race Fuels do their very best to make sure those operational variances are minimal when it comes to fuel. Very, very important. You don't want any fuel issues. And in fact, both the partners this year don't want issues, MRF or Race Fuels, and so far we haven't seen any. Certainly Race Fuels, a very long history of delivering the highest quality product to the Australian motorsport market. That's why they're preferred supplier to supercars and GT Touring State Series these days here at Sydney Motorsport Park. They are the fuel supplier for Sydney Motorsport Park. As the number 23 comes back into the pits to serve their compulsory pit stop. It will show 2 pit stops for this car. One was for a bit of a setup change and to feel the car out on a different set of tyres, albeit a new set of MRFs. Bruce Linton Cars, www.brucelintoncars.com. Car goes up again. Good practice for the crew. 1 gun, 2 wheels off. That's Berwick having a look at the car, having a look at the tyres down to his knees from the back of the car. So he's very, very keen to get as much information about the MRF tyre as he possibly can before they head up to Mount Panorama for the 6 hour. And that will see Matt Holt go into the lead of the race in the number 64 HSV. And he does. Now remember, Matt Holt has got a 5-second penalty. He has to finish 5 seconds ahead of everyone else in the field to remain in the hot seat at the front of this field. At the moment, just waiting for the field to be cleansed properly as they come round. Tim Lay has gone out of the pits. Dimitri Agathos goes to the dirt. The Subaru loves heading off into the dirt, into the scrub, and he manages to keep it all together. He's probably lost, albeit about 1.5 seconds in that, but that was a real hairy moment for the Nova Employment full gas racing car. Turn 1 here at Sydney Motorsport Park, one of the fastest in Australian motorsport. And he just went off, 4 wheels in the dirt, round the back of the MRF signs, didn't collect any of them. And that would have been a real eye-opener for Dimitri Agathos. He's a fierce racer, a fierce and fair racer is Dimitri Agathos. The pit window is now closed. So there goes our race leader. Compulsory pit stop window now closed, confirmed from race control. That is the last time we should see anyone down through the pit lane in the MRF tyres 240 here at Sydney. It's looking at turn 9 now, the exit of the corner. So we saw some 20 seconds ago Matt Holt go through. Here comes Colby Cowan. And here comes Beric Linton and Ian Sherrin. Sorry, Tim Lay and Ian Sherrin. In front is Clay Eckhardt and Dimitri Agathos. So all those cars on screen just then are in play. They're second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth in the race, and that's how they are on the road as well. We can see the gaps. There's Tim Lay just giving Ian Sherrin a face full of dirt. Certainly not deliberate. Off the back of the ripple strip. They don't want to go off the back of the ripple strip because you never know what sharp edges. So car number 87 in the pits now. Jake White at the wheel, I believe. That's gone back out. No, it's Gavin Driscoll at the wheel, so it must be Jake White with Bree down in the pits.
Come again. We'll just start again. We had some microphone problems, of course. So I'm here with Jake. Gavin's just jumped in the car. How was your stint just then?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, good. Bit slidey, but good fun. Lots of fun.
And how are you finding the track out there? Is it a bit hot?
It's a bit hot. Turn 2 is a bit slippery, but going really good. Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw you jump out of the car and also jump onto the tools as well.
That's correct. Yep. Yeah, I'm one of the pit guys from last year at the SIP Bathurst 6 hour. So we're down a man, and it's all just a learning curve to get ready for the Bathurst 6 hour.
So just working hard all together as a team?
That's correct. Yeah, it's all a team. So. Yeah.
No worries. Well, best of luck out there, and hopefully Gavin gets the job done.
He will. Thank you. Cheers.
Back to you, Darren.
Let's hope those guys, the number 87, keep it going strong. Bree, thank you very much down there. Great to see Jake White. Fantastic. That is this sort of racing, and this is this sort of racing as well. 3 different classes of cars all banked up with each other, and this is for track position. So it's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, and they're being mixed up as I say them. That's why I didn't put a name next to the number, but we'll just keep an eye out. At the moment, it looks like Tim Lay working his way through to be 4th at the moment. Clay Eckhardt is currently 3rd, but you have to suggest that the M3 and the M4 are going to push hard, but Clay has been driving the wheels off this number 19. In fact, everyone that gets behind the wheel of this car, whether it's 18 or 19 on the side, have drive the wheels off it. Must be a ripping little piece of production car to get out there and drive around. It certainly always looks the part on track. Tough looking car, staunch competitor. If it was a dog, you get the feeling it'd be something like a Staffy Terrier or something like that. Just wants to get out there and have a bit of fun. Up the inside, ever taking advantage of a situation goes Dimitri Agathos, and that will not sit well with Clay Eckhardt because they're both in B1. And streaming on through is the number 1 car in the Sherrin Rentals team, and tagging on the back of it is Dimitri Agathos in B1. So now Tim Lay sits in position 3 on the road, and he heads out after the Mustang. Colby Cowan at the wheel. Tim Lay last catch the splits just a moment as they come around to the second timing marker on this lap. 32.4 for Cowan, 32.4 for Tim Lay, and Ian Sherrin at 32.7. So Ian Sherrin really pushing hard in the early part of this lap, getting right back onto the back of Tim Lay. Hear the roar coming from the paddock. The final race of the day, the New South Wales Production Sports 1 hour race, getting themselves ready. Tim Lay driving the car right hard around. 15 minutes left to go in this final 1 hour race as they come storming down the straight. There goes the Mustang. Colby Cowan at the wheel, and the gap to Tim Lay is now 4.5 seconds. Gap is under 1 second back to Ian Sherrin. Dimitri Agathos 2.3 further back. Clay Eckhardt 1.1 further back. So this is the battle for 3rd on the road. Matty Holt has driven a very strong race, starting off the front row, leading the race now. Didn't lead the race initially. It's a 21 second gap back to Colby Cowan. Remember that, 21.2 seconds back. It's 25.7 seconds back to Tim Lay, and it's 26 seconds back to the M4 of Ian Sherrin. There's 14 and a half minutes left to go, and let's see how those gaps move around in the next 14 minutes. Leading Class AM1 and the race is Matt Holt in the Revolution Roofing HSV on debut here this weekend in the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. There it is, number 64, leading the way. It's got a 5-second start line infringement hanging over its head, so essentially a 16-second lead to Colby Cowan. And 14 minutes left to go. Does this car win a race on its debut weekend? Charging down the straight, menacing in black and red livery, the big thumping V8. Here comes the chasing pack, being led by Colby Cowan in the Mustang. It's an A2 car. That's Tim Lay and Ian Sheeran, both A1 outright cars. Dimitri Agathos, B1, is 5th. Kyle Eckhart, B1, is 6th in the Sheeran Rentals car. That's them coming down the straight now. That's 3 and 4 on the road. That's number 2 on the road. So they're starting to come in on the back of the Mustang. The gap now well down on what it was. 22 seconds. It's now 3 seconds between Tim Lay and the Mustang. You can see the gap between the M3 and the M4, that's for sure. The M3, the 4-door, the dark blue car, and the M4, the 2-door coupe. In red and yellow Sheeran Rentals colours. Look at that. And Sheeran looked at the inside, just letting Tim Lay know that I'm feeling pretty happy with what I've got under me. And I haven't even got a new set of fronts yet. Not in this race anyway. He's our race leader. 12 minutes left to go. 14-second gap. So we're going down to Bree. She's got one of the pit crew on this car that's currently leading the race.
All right, Stuart. So Holt is charging ahead at the moment. I think he's got something like a 20-second lead.
That's right, yeah, at the moment. Unfortunately, we got a 5-second penalty at the start for rolling at the start, apparently. But we've calculated that going in the amount of time left, the amount of laps left, is going to come right down to the wire. The last couple of laps, they're going to be on our tail because the cars behind us are faster. But hopefully with that 20-second buffer, we can try and hold them out till the end.
Yeah. Do you think he's really feeling the pressure at the moment? Have you had communication with him?
Oh, we've had he's feeling really comfortable in the car. We've tried a few different things with the tyre pressures and starting pressures, etc. this time. He's a lot happier in the car. He's happy with the performance. He's just got to keep charging forward.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear. Good luck to him. Hopefully he can hold that lead.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Darren.
Much, Bree. Good to get word from that team. They should be very, very proud of themselves, no matter what happens from here. If their calculations are true and they think that they'll be all over the back of this Commodore, then let's hope that Matty Holt can stand up and do the very best thing he can with his hands and feet behind the wheel of this car, because these two are coming at them. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It's now a 20-second literal gap, but in actual fact a 15-second gap, so they've got to take that 5 seconds for the penalty off. And these cars are starting to range up. 10 minutes left to go. They've got to be a second and a half a lap. Well, yeah, second and 3/4, second and a half every lap faster, all the way to the very end of this race. But at the moment, they're racing between them. And have a look at Ian Sheeran. He's actually cracking the back of the M4 out, driving off the corner with a bit of wheel spin there. So he's actually handing out the punishment to the MRF tyres as well. Tim Lay driving the wheels off this M3, and he has got mirrors full of this M4. And the Mustang as well, they're just starting to close in on them. The gap now down to 1.65 between the Mustang, Colby Cowan, and Tim Lay in the M4, and the gap to the lead. Colby Cowan is now 17 seconds, and to Tim Lay is now 19 seconds. So let's correct that. And that is actually 12 seconds to the Mustang, to the Commodore, the HSV, and 14 seconds Tim Lay to the HSV, and 9.5 minutes left to go. It's going to be one of those watch the clock with one eye and watch the race with the other type of events. Class C lead is being fought out on the main straight as we speak at the moment. So they are currently sitting on the road. It is the number 48. Sorry, 87 BMW and Ash Jarvis aboard the BMW, the number 8 there. So Alfie Snessie's out. Glenn Driscoll now in the 87 BMW, the 130i. Here it is. This is capturing all of our imaginations, the battle between these two A1 cars chasing the win. Last lap round, it was Sharon Rental's car that laid rubber coming out of there. There's our class leaders, the MRF Tyres Sydney 240. A1 Extreme Performance being led by Tim Lay. The race being led by Matt Holt in the AM1 Aussie Muscle High Performance. A2 High Performance Production, Cowan in the Mustang. Dimitri Agathos leading Performance Production B1. And C1 Extreme Performance being led by number 14, Caden Olsen in the I30N. Lay just getting a little bit early on the turn in there and having to ease the steering wheel to make sure the front of the car follows, the back of the car follows the front through the corner. Coming right up onto the back now of Colby Cowan. This is for place. In fact, this is for second place on the road. They've caught the A2 car, these two BMWs, which are A1 outright frontline contenders. Being driven by Tim Lay, doing a tremendous job keeping this car on the track. He's performed an extra pit stop, and even having done that, is now in contention on the podium in third place in this race. And Sharon relentless with his pressure on the back of the M3. They come down to the hairpin at turn 9. A lot of oil go down today. That lot there was done by a Lotus in the New South Wales Production Sports race. And trail from turn 6 all the way around Corporate Hill down into the braking area at 9. And the stories keep unfolding in pit lane as this Mustang continues on its happy way and breathes with Lindsay Kearns down in the pit lane.
All right, Lindsay, so the Mustang is closing the gap at the moment by about a second to a second and a half per lap. So he is reeling him in. Do you think he might have the pace towards the end to get Holt?
He's had the green light to go as hard as he wants. And as long as we can, he seems like he's calmed himself down and he's good through the corners and stuff now. He was sort of like a bit sideways before, but he's doing his best anyway.
Yeah, he was saying before he's just learning the car and just getting a hang of it. Is that how you feel too now that you've got the hang of it?
It's very tempting to give it too much throttle, and it just lights it up, and then you pay the consequence. So you've got to try and keep it under control.
Well, we've all really enjoyed watching the Mustang this weekend, so best of luck to you. We hope you can get there.
Yeah, the interest has been good, and it's been good to finish or be close to the finish now. Yeah.
Well, good luck. Hopefully you can get there.
Thank you.
Hard-nosed saloon car competitor Lindsay Kearns over many, many years, and a great race driver at the moment. Colby Cowan at the wheel has just lost second place in the race through turn 1. Tim Lay put the car down the inside and drove away through turn 1. Looks like the M4 now. Colby Cowan, in fact, signalling him through. So he has put up a tremendous fight. Don't forget, this is not an A1 car. This car is an A2 car. They're not even in the same class to be racing with each other. So these guys, Lindsay Kern, who we've just seen Bree talking with, and Colby Cowan at the wheel of this car, and of course all the guys at Mark Cars with Ryan McLeod being behind the build of this Mustang, have done a tremendous job. Ian Sharon has now gone through. So the complexity on the podium has changed. There's now 2 A1 cars on the podium with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. The gap to Matt Holt from Tim Lay in that M3, that dark blue M3. There goes Matt Holt down the straight, and Matt and Tim Lay at the top of the straight. So the gap is actually 14.9 seconds, minus the 5-second penalty. So it's now 9 seconds away. Can you make up 9 seconds and pass for the lead in the race in 4 minutes and 17 seconds? Well, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This might be the most exciting 4 minutes of your life, watching the end of this production car race. And I tell you what, if Ian Sherrin continues to drive like that, it's going to be very, very exciting. 2 wheels out over the ripple strip and sliding the car through turn 1 here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I guess that is why he hasn't been able to stick with Tim Lay. Tim did get 2 new bags on the front, 2 new MRF tyres on the front, and has got good steer. At the moment, Ian Sherrin is just driving off the rear wheels. The car's starting to move around a lot. Well, we've seen the tyres can run a full 1 hour stint under punishing conditions, a mini enduro, but the lap times tell a different story. It's a long sprint race, essentially. The lap times say it. They haven't dropped back, 5 or 6, 7 seconds off the pace and just tickled around. They've been relentless with the lap times. Seems to be the way with enduro racing now. Get out there and punish absolute living brains out of these race cars. And if they break, they break. Come back with a better cricket bat next time you go to a game. But this new tyre on this M3, which has been around for a couple of years now, and of course the M4 also a couple of years. And this car, starting off its development phase, is now leading this race. Across the line goes Matty Holt. It's been a while since we've seen a V8 of any description in an Aussie-built car win an Australian production car race. It's a shame we don't build them in this country anymore. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The gap is 11 seconds literally, but that comes back to 6 seconds. So that's all Matt Holt has got to work with over the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Essentially could be longer than that because the checkered flag comes out after the time is up and then the next time the race leader crosses the line. So he needs to hold on. He can only relinquish 5 more seconds to this car of Tim Lay. It's now 10.79 seconds. It is a ticking clock. So in actual effect, it's now 5 seconds. It is actually now 5 seconds once the penalty has been served on the lap time of this car leading this race. Let's not get too caught up in that. Let's actually get caught up in the celebration that it's a HSV leading a production car race on debut. What a fantastic effort by everyone behind this car. You know what? In fact, I think the guys driving these 2 BMWs behind it are pretty much in awe of what this team have achieved as well. They've both done the hard yards of developing a race car. The Berwick Linton and the Sherrin boys, they've both developed their M3 and M4. These guys are developing this HSV. With now 1 minute and 5 seconds left to go, so that will see our final lap starting this time around as we see the Mustang slowing. The Mustang slowing. So both those cars, in fact, our second and in fact, Ian Sherrin's gone through to second in the race. There goes Ian Sherrin down the strike now. So Tim Lay's lost a spot and gone off. So Tim Lay, off camera, has gone off. Our race leader is driving the HSV and on the final lap. There's only 32 seconds left in this race, so we will see the checkered flag come out, no doubt, to the Commodore next time around. He comes over and plunges down into turn 4. 20 seconds left in this race. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's count it down. We've only got a half a dozen corners away before this number 64 Revolution Rents Roofing outfit approaches the finish line. What a massive build program in the off-season this team has had. Steve and all the boys down there putting this thing together. It's been a joint effort between Chris Lewis and Nathan Callahan. Matty Holt now at the wheel of the car. Made a little mistake at the start of this race. The gap is actually 12 seconds, so take 5 seconds away. He'll have won this race by about 7 seconds. Coming up, only the top complex here at Sydney Motorsport Park left for this car to complete. What a tremendous effort from this crew from Western Australia to travel all the way to the eastern seaboard. I can see the checkered flag being ready. There it is, and Matt Holt can also see it now. At the rostrum, the crow's nest, there it is, the checkered flag being waved. The crew from Jack Motorsport make their way over to the fence. Very Formula One style to congratulate Matty Holt. He lost 5 seconds off the start. Here comes Ian Sherrin. And let's see what ultimately to the line that gap is. The M4 comes home nicely in second place and a big celebration. I know Ian was feeling pretty nervous about this race. They wanted to get all the cars home. They wanted to prove that all the work in the off-season that MRF have done with this tyre will stand up, and these cars have. We have not seen one deflating tyre, not one damaged tyre. MRF have done a tremendous job on debut with this series, as has that Mustang. It comes home in 4th place in this race. So we take 5 seconds away from Matthew Holt's finishing spot, and he still wins the race. Ultimately home in 13 seconds. Take 5 off that. So he wins the race with 8 seconds on debut with that HSV. Got to dig deep to try and work out on debut in Australian production cars when a car has won a race. And in fact, Tim Lay wins the round to Matt Holt in the Commodore, to Ian Sherrin in the BMW, and then Colby Cowan in the Mustang. So that's outright points. In A1, it's Tim Lay that will win A1. AM1 won by Matt Holt and Chris Lillis. So it's Beric Linton and Tim Lay in A1. Matt Holt, Chris Lillis in AM1. Colby Cowan in A2, and then it is Dimitri Agathos in the Subaru in B1. Let's have a look at C1. This is hotly contested across the weekend. So C1 will be Caden Olsen in C1, and the Volkswagen Golf R, Cam Ussel and Ian Salteri will be second in C1, and that will round out our weekend. So on debut, the Commodore wins a race, and on debut, the Hyundai wins a race, and on debut, Commodore, Mustang and Hyundai win their classes. Wow, what a changing of the guard in Australian production car racing, and congratulations to all involved in the 2019 MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. A big congratulations to the team led by Vivek from MRF Tyres, doing a great job. Thumbs up from a lot of the crews coming down pit lane now for this big Commodore. Everyone in the lane knows what it's like to try and develop a new car, let alone, I guess you'd say, a tough decision taken to produce a big V8 rear-wheel drive car. There's the Jack Motorsport team. Well worth all of that off-season, burning the midnight oil, and they have won a race, convincingly won a race. Terrific job. And hopefully we'll get down and have a quick chat with Matt. We've also got a podium presentation coming up for all of these guys. A fantastic effort from Matt Holt. What a great drive. And let's take absolutely nothing away from the crew behind the scenes of the Revolution Roofing, Bill Stein Suspension, Sid Chrome Tools, Cachet Homes, HSV. A fantastic effort. They do a terrific job. All the safety gear coming off down there, and what a tremendous job. Let's see the smile on this guy's face. He's driven an hour of his life and driven the absolute ring out of it. Matt Holt, down there with Bree in pit lane. Congratulations to our race winner.
All right, Matt. 13 seconds ended up being the gap by the end. Even with the penalty, you were way ahead. What a drive.
Amazing. Yeah, I didn't even know we were leading. I had no clue whatsoever. I did roll on the start. I'm used to having a handbrake. I've got exactly the same car, but it's got a handbrake. Without it, I've just crept a tiny bit. And, yeah, but what a result. I can't believe it. Yeah, unbelievable. The guys did a fantastic pit stop, and that's where it was.
And for a car that was only completed on Thursday, you must be ecstatic with its performance.
It's been a lot of work getting it to here. We've been flat out on it, especially Jamie, but all the guys. We've been under the pump since just a couple of days after Australia Day, and it's been full on every day, every night. But what a result. Stoked.
Yeah, well, credit to the team and credit to you. Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Down there, Breed. It's always fun to be in the winners' circle, and Matt Holt speaking very, very well. Clearly pretty emotional, that crew down there. They were all for hugs with Matt, and big congratulations, Chris Lillis and Nathan Callahan, who have been instrumental in the building of that car. I'm going to take a quick break because we've still got an hour race of the New South Wales Production Sports and also the podium for the MRF Tyres Australian production cars coming on the live stream as well. Be back in just a few moments for the last race of the weekend here at the MRF Tyres Sydney 240.
All right, Tim, with just a couple laps to go there, what happened?
She just conked out, just decided I didn't want to go anymore. So I had to turn it off, reset it and start it, and it went again. But it hasn't done that all weekend, but it is a little gremlin in the car that we've got to try and get rid of before the 6 hours. So
It's a bit of investigating to do there to find out what that problem was, or do you know what it was?
No idea. But anyway, I managed to get it going again and finish. But I'm not sure we caught the other car, but we just didn't have the grip, and we haven't got a handle on these tyres yet. So, but it was testing for us for the 6 hours. So happy days.
Well, a bit unfortunate end there, but good luck for Bathurst 6 on. Hopefully, you can get it back out there.
Thank you. Good on you. Ta.
Welcome back trackside here on Blendline TV for the MRF Tyres Sydney 240. That part of the race weekend is done. Yeah, okay.
Tell me one. Welcome everyone to the MRF Tyres Sydney 240 presentation. We've got Vivek here from MRF to present our trophies for us. So we'll get going with Class C1. In third place, we have Jake White and Gavin Driscoll. They can come up the front. In second place, we have Caden Olsen. And in first place, we have Sam Usel. Congratulations to our drivers in C1.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Okay. In Class B1, in third place, we have Jordan Cox. In second place, we have Dimitri Agathos. And in first place, we have Clay Eckhart. Congratulations to our B1 drivers. In Class A2, in second place, we have Brad Carr and Ashley James. Sorry, Jarvis. And in first place, we have Colby Cohen. Congratulations to our A2 drivers. And in Australian Muscle, in second place, we have Michael Benton. Michael? No. And in first place, we have Matthew Holt. And Chris Lillis. And lastly, for our Class A1 drivers, in third place we have Anthony Sewell. It's not here. So in second place we have Tim Leahy. And Barrick Linton. And in first place, we have Ian and Grant Sharon. Congratulations to our A1 drivers. Now we'll move on to our outright winners. In third place, I'll get the Sharon boys to come back up. We have Ian and Grant Sharon. And in second place, we have Matthew Holt and Chris Lillis. And in first place, we have Tim Leahy and Barry Clinton. Well done to our outright winners.
Thank you very much down there on the MRF Tyres Race Fuels OnTic Events podium there for round one of the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. A great weekend in the MRF Tyres 240. Can't thank the people at OnTic Events, Ian Sharon and all of his crew down there that brought this weekend to us. It's been a fantastic opening round for the Australian Production Car Series. Our final race for the weekend is going to be some of the world's automotive finest. And we've already had some controversy on the start line. We've seen Nick Kelly come off the front row of the grid and come down the pit lane, and haven't actually seen whether he's been able to get back on the back of this field or in fact whether the car has gone away into the shed. Can't see the black and gold Audi down the tail end of the field. I can see Richard Gartner in the Lambo that was taking off rear of the grid. Let's have a look at the grid. It was to be Nick Kelly and Barton Moore on the front row there, but it is Gary Higgin and Daniel Gaunt after a race win yesterday that will take up pole position. The second spot on the grid will be left vacant because the Audi hasn't made its way around. Vince Moretti in his Audi, and that's Stephen Voigt and Aaron Tebb in that car there. So we're just looking down the lane. Arthur Maritas is with me as well. Margaritas is with me as well as part of New South Wales Production Sports Cars. Arthur, we've got a pretty good field of cars here, a good mix of what production sports is all about. But these GT cars out in front, they're rapid, aren't they?
Oh, they're very quick, and I think we're about to start now. Here we go.
Away we go, getting away nicely from the second row. Vince Moretti gets right down the inside of the KFC car on Gary Higgin. He's at the wheel. He'll sling Daniel Gaunt into it to do the second stanza of this race. And we've got a Lotus that's getting away very, very slowly at the back of the field. In fact, it was a Lotus earlier on today that Stephen Wan was at the wheel of, dropped the oil cooler and gave the back end from turn 6 right round to turn 8 a good coating of Lotus's finest on the track. So let's hope that doesn't happen again. That oil there as part of the incident that occurred with the number 15 in the last race of the production cars. And just seeing the Cobra getting short back and sides there by the charging KFC. Number 23 out there at the moment, which is coming from the rear of the grid. That's Matt Stupas. Got to watch out because Matt Stupas is not afraid to take the wings and mirrors off the side of your car as he comes through the field as well. As just getting out of the way, there was Ben Schutz in that magnificent looking Daytona coupe out of Richard Bendel's shed. And these German thoroughbreds, the Porsches and the Audis in the front of the field, jump away nicely, don't they?
They're a bit of a heavy car, and GTs are notoriously difficult to get off the line.
Yeah, I guess that's part of running in production sports, isn't it? Ideally, they would argue that they need to have a rolling start, their little 6-inch triple plate clutches and things like that. They are hard to get away from the line, but that's the nuance of this sort of racing. If you don't like the way the start is, then work your way around it.
That's right. They're constantly asking us for rolling starts, and I think we've just got that organised for wet weather conditions.
Well, there it is. There's the compromise right there, isn't it? So everyone's kept happy. There's one lap down now completed, which will lead us into 58 minutes in this race. It's Vince Moretti leading in the Audi. Stephen Voigt has pushed his way through in that fantastic and very, very wide Porsche. He has got his hands on out there, the Cup R type, 4-litre flat 6 in that car, and it looks fantastic. I remember when they were running in the VIP trim, running in GT, the black, certainly in the white. So Stephen Voigt's got his car and it's menacing. There's a whole plethora of Porsches in that middle part of the field there, all starting to get together. The Audi of Matt Stupas. He's on those Le Mans flashes, letting everyone know with the green lights. Subtle, aren't they?
Trying to get your attention with those things flashing.
Here I come.
Yeah, I think Nick Kelly's out on track too. He's circulating, so he had to start from the pit lane.
That's good. Good to see the number 99 out there. Big supporter of production sports here in New South Wales is Matt Kelly.
Yes, he's been sponsoring the series for a couple of years, along with Justin at Q, and very good racers and great people, and helped the club along quite nicely too.
Certainly look forward to what is part of the landscape down at Isle of Magic each year now. The Q 1 hour race is going to be the best part of a decade that the Q 1 hour race has been run as part of Isle of Magic.
I think it's more than 10 years now, I believe, but very successful.
You can make the call to Jeff Bull and ask him how long it's been going on for.
He'll give me a full story of that.
Exactly, yeah. You know I'm ringing from a mobile and interstate, don't you? G'day, Jeff. We're all heading down there for the next round of the production cars at Phillip Island on the 29th and 30th of June, so get down there. There's your free plug, Jeff. We've done it for you. And, of course, Isle of Magic is the best way to round out the Australian motorsport year every year down at Phillip Island.
Everyone loves it.
It's a great weekend.
The drivers love going down there. I love going down there, and great track, obviously.
It certainly is. These Q1 hour races really have established themselves, I guess, off that national scene of GT and all the glare and glitter of what goes on there, just off, at the upper end of state level and just off national level. It's in that sort of middle road there.
Yeah, it's like a little niche, and the drivers appreciate it. It's a little bit more laid back than GT, and everyone comes and has a bit of fun.
I think we might be starting to see something a little bit more than laid back. About to break loose with these 4 Porsches and the Daytona with Ben Schutz at the wheel. At the moment, it's going to be anything but laid back. Looks like they're about to get pretty jiggy with it, actually. There's a guy that had a big shunt yesterday, and well, turned in there on the number 46 onto the Daytona. Came down hard onto Anthony Skinner. Tore off a bit of guard there, so not sure whether he saw the Daytona, but it was well and truly down there. It's taken the dive plane off the car being driven by Ben Schutz. And a good touch up there. I would suggest Ben Schutz might have been right in the blind spot of that car as he turned in quite late. Looking out from behind comes the Jason Miller Richard Basker car. They had a horrible day yesterday in their Evo 9 production car. There goes the magnificent Raging Bull, Richard Gartner, the Minister for Happiness. Loves going to the racetrack. Even a bad day at the racetrack's the best day of his life for Richard Gartner. We're going to get a quick look back, if we can, at that coming together between Ben Schutz and Anthony Skinner. Here it is coming down to the hairpin. Tucks the nose in there. Yeah, tell you what, maybe the Daytona understeered mid-corner there as well.
It looks like it.
It's a fair bit of, they're going to call that 50-50 at that point in time. A couple of people to be blamed for that, but certainly has put the dive plane on the front of the Daytona Coupe upside down as Nick Kelly gets through in his Audi, the number 99 car, an R8 LMS Ultra, which is the older style of car. The KFC car, which we saw in racing yesterday, is the newer iteration. So you can tell that because the factory car. The car from Kelly has got the rounded sort of rear arches, whereas the newer car, the LMS, has got a more squared off rear aero. And the other thing that's really distinctive is they've got the mounting over the top of the wing as opposed to under the wing with the older car as well. So that's always a pretty easy way to tell. So both KFC cars, one's the older one, one's the newer one, and a really easy way to tell is that duckbill style mounting. And we're getting a good look at the Daytona's dive plane as it's obviously exited the Daytona now as Ben shoots and charges into turn one. And that magnificent Daytona coupe. Carroll Shelby really got that design right all those years ago in the 60s. Stood the test of time. Here's the Ginetta. Burgess boys, the number 99 getting down the inside of the number 71 of Nathan Halstead there. Doing a nice job in that Ginetta too. They're throwing a bit of support behind the category this year as well.
Yeah, the boys in the Ginetta are sponsoring the series as well. We've got Craig's Sydney Helicopter School, and his son Adam Burgess is also sponsoring with Advan Performance.
Pretty cool way to go racing, isn't it?
Son and
father and son.
That's it, father and son. And I would have loved my dad to take me racing, but no, I don't think he enjoys racing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't think we would have survived the first weekend if my dad and I were going racing together.
And
around he goes, the number 24, and that is Gary Higgin. He's sharing it with Daniel Gaunt. That's not what Daniel wanted to see. He's lost a couple of spots. The older of the two KFC cars streams on through. In fact, Arthur, you know my dad pretty well. You work with him at Island Magic every year, Ken Smith.
Oh, is that your dad?
He's hard-nosed.
The loveliest guy. I love him.
Yeah, you're one of the few that said that when I've said his name in public. G'day, Dad. Hope you're watching the live stream.
Baby blue eyes. How could you argue with that guy?
He's purposeful, isn't he? Yes. He's got a mission.
Always helpful too.
Here's Gary Higgins, though. He's had a spin. There's that rear wing I was talking about with the mounting over the top of the wing. That's the newer way that GT cars seem to be doing it these days. And he's, I guess, a car that's been for 20 years now part of production sports racing, that Lotus Elise / Exige. Oh, this is not good. Here. That looks like an engine.
Peter Lucas's.
That's certainly not a lock-up. That is a power plant. That's a very expensive power plant too.
Wow.
Let's just hope it's a rocker cover gasket. And let's hope that hasn't poured oil all the way from turn 1 round to turn 2 as well, because that will be troublesome for this preceding 50 minutes of this race. Still going, so it may be just, like I said, an all-leak. Porsches do like to occasionally pop a rocker cover gasket which sits right above the exhaust, and you get a good coating and therefore dramatic smoke as well. Let's hope it's pulled way out of harm's way, because race control will take evasive action as in a safety car if the car's in tough position. Just watching, we've got a great view of the crow's nest, which is where any safety car boards do get thrown from, and they're actually armed themselves with their yellow flags. Oh, here's a big spin.
This is Marcel.
Massive spin, Marcel Zazula. That's actually Sergio Perez at the wheel at the moment.
Okay.
These guys both running in the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge. So now we've got 2 reasons for a safety car. 49 minutes to go, only 10 minutes completed. And we've got a safety car.
And narrate another one. Who's that?
That's Gary Higgins again. So
he's
I
off
hope he
at
doesn't
turn
have
2.
an issue. I think that was the one they did the gearbox on overnight as well.
Right.
That was interesting to watch the guys from Audi Customer Sport Racing down there. Really slick, well-drilled machine from MPC. Pulling that gearbox out. It was a noise. They referred back to the logbook of that car, and it had done a certain amount of hours. Double wave yellows at turn 1, and very quickly indeed we've had a tow dispatched. But some fairly relaxed recoveries over this weekend.
I think there's a bit of oil down at turn 1 possibly.
Well, that might be from that Porsche that went around.
Peter Lucas's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. So that was certainly a rapid exit down there for Sergio Perez. Of course, running with Jose Fernandez, a guy that needs very little introduction into Australian motorsport.
He's a character, isn't he?
Absolutely. wouldn't go to the racetrack without him. Love your work, Jose, even if it is slightly exaggerated. Drove supercars for a while, drove Time Attack. There's a great race car preparation business, and here's this car getting back underway again. We've dispatched the tow truck and the safety car, and now has to tuck in behind the safety car. No, in front of the safety car. Got a bit of that sacrificial trim off the front of the Porsche. There we go again, off backwards. Thank goodness for that massive runoff down there at turn 1. Absolutely thank goodness. Across the grass, across the gravel track, onto the hard stand. And I think the ensuing minute or two that he sat there was just catching at the breath and pulling down on the harnesses. There's Gary Higgins, and there's definitely got to be something down there.
Serge probably couldn't believe that he didn't touch anything, so yeah, you're quite right.
Yeah. There's the Porsche that went off in a haze of smoke. The cars all come under control now for the 47th minute, or 47 minutes left to go. There's the number 9 of Peter Lucas. Real shame, really well turned out car. Great livery on board, and he's really disappointed too, as you would be. There's nothing worse than shoveling your car onto the truck at the end of the weekend, onto the trailer. There's Richard Gartner as well in car number 69.
That car's supposed to be going down to Formula One in about a week and a half.
GT Trophy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So let's hope that they've got time to rectify whatever the concern is there. It looked as though the crew were packing up the shed around it there, so doesn't look like he's going to be taking any further part. There's Sergio Perez. I dare say he'll come back to the lane just to have a bit of a check-up, make sure that we'll get rid of that debris that's hanging off the side of the car, the side skirt, and bring it in. So Jose Fernandez ran both Marcilla and Sergio last year. Looks like a brake issue in the back of the Richard Gartner car. We got the car up on the stands, the wheel off pretty quickly to work through that. So where are we off to next as part of the 2019 New South Wales Prod Sports scene?
We're out at Bathurst for the Easter, the 6 hour.
Nice, nice, good weekend.
I think we'll have the similar sort of contingent. We've got quite a few more cars entered for that round as well. So it looks like it's going to be a great event. It always has and always will be. But it's Bathurst is Bathurst, so
it's the lure of Mount Panorama, isn't it?
Of course.
Absolutely. The ultimate challenge in Australian motorsport is to get up and across that mountain and back down the hill again. It's like a birthright to get up there and have a crack at it. And there really is only a couple of opportunities. You certainly can't expect you're going to get on that weekend with the 1,000. So try and get on with the 24-hour and the 6 hour. Oh, sorry, the 12-hour.
12 hour, yeah.
Of course, Drive Bathurst has made it a little bit more accessible. Lost the headlight out of the pod there. The Belmont car. So 45 minutes remain. It's been a terrific weekend here at the MRF 240, and we're actually counting down the last 45 minutes of racing for this weekend. Let's have a look at how the first 6 laps has transpired. Richard Gartner's now come back out into the lane. So well done to the crew in there. Came in on lap 6. He'll only go 2 laps down with the concern there. The Lotus also coming into the lane there as well, with the massive rear diffuser that these cars are running these days.
Not quite sure why the Lotus tracked through. They've gone, you probably received the black flag or something.
Possibly, didn't see it. But Richard Gartner's now at the exit. He's being waved out onto the back of the train. Sergio Perez comes through. Trackies getting debris off the track, heading back. Thumbs up to race control, job done. And back over the barrier there. So a very big thank you to all of our trackside officials and indeed pit and paddock officials as well that keep motor racing going alive and well. There's a lot of motorsport going on around the country this weekend. I guess the highlight act here this weekend. Of course, the state round at Sandown in Melbourne this weekend, and also the Adelaide 500 on the over there as well for the supercars. And from car number 69, the Richard Gartner car, down in pit lane with Bree. A little bit of a technical issue down there with Bree and Gary Manel. Of course, calling the shots there for Richard Gartner. As he brings his Lamborghini around. The Lambo back out there. The only Origin Bull we've got here this weekend. And good to see it back out on track. But our race leader right from the start got a terrific jump. It was Vince Verratti, and it is Stephen Voigt in the Porsche. Matt Stupas, who's come from right down the back of the field and charged hard all the way through the field. Collect anyone on the way through. So it's back down to Bree and Gary Manel.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Now, you got Richard back out there, Gary. Can you tell us what happened with the car?
Look, there's nothing wrong with the car. What we're actually doing is
in those classes.
Okay, Class A runs over a certain time period. We used to be a power to weight ratio in class, but now we run to an actual time. So Class A is, I think, a 1:33 to a minute 38. That's a Class A car. Class B cars run from a minute.
And that's a Sydney Motorsport Park lap time?
That's a Sydney Motorsport lap time. So we've got lap times for each track around that we compete at.
Yep.
For Class B, it runs between 1 minute 38 to 1 minute 44. And Class C is higher than that. And then we've actually got Class X, which is the GT category, and they run within their class as well, homologated to their GT specs. And we're looking very close to the compulsory pit stop. It looks like everyone's going to be rushing in again and doing the compulsory drivers swap or pit stop.
So that comes up at 40?
It comes up at now at 20 minutes to close
into the race. Yep.
40 minutes in the
race.
race.
So it won't be pit lane won't be open under safety car though.
No, it is open. No,
it is open.
It
okay, so you can do your
open.
pit stop under safety car.
Yes.
Yep.
So we're about to see a whole lot of mayhem happening.
You'd suggest so because they'll have an opportunity with a really slow lap on the safety car. It's car number 41 in the lane right below our vantage point, pulling up in the older, so almost Group S style of 911 Carrera.
Yeah, that's Jeff Morgan's car, and it's quite a historic car. It's a 1975 make.
The old air-cooled Porsche Flat 6. Guess the model and shape that really started it all, got the Porsche established as a desirable sports car.
Yeah. 2.7 litre.
1.7 litre RS, really famous sort of Porsche. Just asking the officials to clarify something about pit stops, as we can kind of hear in the background there, but certainly drivers at the ready for those two car teams. We've got the Gary Higgin crew out, we've got the Nick Kelly crew out. So where did Nick Kelly land before the safety car? So fourth from the back of the grid. So both Matt Stupas and Nick Kelly in their Audis have charged really hard in those opening 6 laps, haven't they?
It's very impressive to get from the back of the grid to the front there.
Absolutely. We started this race with 24 cars on the track. And when you look at the quality of cars out there, it's a really strong field. Let's see if we get the long shot and how many cars actually just ease their way down pit lane. Looks like Stephen Voigt. Possibly, no. Everyone's staying out. Not one of them looking to the pit lane.
That's interesting.
So Ben Schutz putting in some detailed work in the Daytona Coupe back there. There goes one of the Lotuses. Heading down pit lane. We'll pick that one up as he heads in.
Looks like that's Glenn Townsend. We're competing in that car next weekend at the 300.
Well, let's hope it gets through trouble-free this weekend. The number 73 Better Marine Lotus Exige. Real purposeful-looking little car, aren't they?
He's driving straight through. It looks like something's gone wrong there. They must have the pit lane closed for some reason.
Sure, look at that. There's where the oil went down. They've got the all the way around from turn 1 around to where the Porsche parked up at the top of turn, or the exit of turn 3. So right on the line, turn 1. Looks like it's gone. Well, he did go wide through turn 2, so they'll be able to tuck in there, cross back over. You can see that as he exits turn 1 there. The Ginetta running right through the dust. So trying to distribute as much as they possibly can. And there's the pit window open, I would say. There's a sign held out the safety car. Yes, pit window now open. Compulsory pit stop window now open, and that happened at the 36-minute mark.
That's strange because it is at 20-minute mark, so there's been a bit of a delay. Jeff Morgan came in, served his compulsory pit stops. This will be quite interesting to see how the stewards look at this. Glenn Townsend drove through without stopping.
Yep. I hadn't seen any black flags, but that doesn't mean that didn't happen whilst I wasn't looking over to the officials at the Crow's Nest. And Richard Gartner is certainly tagged on the back of the field in the number 69. 2 pit stops already. 8 laps, 2 laps off the lead lap now. Lights are out on the safety car, so we're about to get back underway with 35 minutes remaining. What's going to be under 35 minutes once the field gets around there. And Vince Moretti wants to go with the safety car. He really should be pacing the field about now in the 991 Perfect Auto Body car. See, the safety car should be peeling off. Lights are certainly out, notice that. Field line up, there goes the safety car, and they're all going to follow him straight in. Have a look at that, they all go in. Nick Kelly sold the dummy, he's now going to go and try and set Sydney Motorsport Park alight, get some fast laps in. Ben Schutz goes with him as well in the Daytona Coupe. A lot of the front runners now coming into pit lane. Vince Moretti, Stephen Voigt was second, third was Matt Stupas, he's in. Gary Higgin is in as well. So we're seeing the lane. Wilson in the number 82. So we see basically the front segment of this field all in. The 4, 5, 6 is now in of Musman. Driver change here in this Porsche.
There's a bit of tactics going on here because, yeah, like you said, Nick Kelly
looked like he was going in and then avoided it, didn't he? Not a problem with that. And then, well, he's now got clear track in front of him, so he can go and basically he has to set fastest lap after fastest lap now to get some advantage of this, because once these cars come back out, they're going to be right back up on the pace.
That's right, but what he's done here is he's banking on possibly another safety car.
Rolled the dice, hasn't he? Take the challenge. Take the Pepsi challenge, as they used to say.
Yeah, you have to. Well, look, they've got nothing else to lose, and
that's right.
Give it a try.
Paul Sadler swimland across the back of this Audi as well. Very clearly. Now in the car, and he's wanting to get on with things here as well. There's the compulsory third. Another 24 out. Releases the clutch and gets underway. Vince Moretti is the first one to exit the lane. Here's our MRF Tyres production cars. Now in Parc Ferme after the production car race. Stephen Voigt out. There's Aaron Tebb jumped on board there with the number 29. Was co-driving with that car. And there's Nick Kelly emerging now right in behind the Gary Higgin car. So he needs to actually get through on that car. And he's now a lap up. So that's going to give him, what's the compulsory pit stop, a minute?
1 minute.
This could work out for him quite well, in fact. The Gary Higgin car has got Daniel Gaunt at the wheel. So he's now got that time up his sleeve. So it would probably suggest that unless they've got another, they know something about the way this race is going to transpire, probably come in sooner rather than later now. Daniel Gaunt from number 24 now. Nick Kelly behind him. Nick Kelly, of course, sharing with Barton Moore. Why not put the two Hot Shoe Shuffle guys out together, one in the white and red car and one in the black and gold car. Nick Kelly had a tremendous race yesterday, those two guys. They're Audis. It's leading the Class A or the GT class. Nick Kelly and Jason Miller in the Porsche. Fair way back from Nick at the moment, and then Ben Schutz in the, looks like Nick's coming in. Yep, there he is. Wouldn't be surprised if Jason Miller and Ben Schutz come in as well, and the Burgess team in the Ginetta, but no, they don't. Daytona stays out, Ginetta stays out, and Nick Kelly in. Streaming on down to the Audi Customer Sport Racing outfit. Perfect auto body team. Nick Kelly out. A fresh Barton Moore in he gets. Booster seat in hand and ready to go out in this race and resume the battle with Daniel Gaunt from yesterday. Not sure what's going on in the cockpit there, just getting the car ready for Barton Moore. Great fella. One of those fun blokes to have around in the pit lane. In fact, here at Sydney Motorsport Park on a quiet day, you can hear him laughing from one end of the pit lane to the other.
Always got a smile on his face.
Yeah, great fella. Need more of him at the racetrack, that's for sure. Here's the battle, Vince Moretti. Now, these guys, now let's see, 11th on the road. Townsend and Nick Kelly in the pits. Jeff Morgan is also out there. There goes Jeff in the green Porsche. Barton Moore now exits the pits. Okay. Let's see what sort of advantage the number 99 car has, if any at all, over Daniel Gaunt, because that was where they came in at. I have to suggest a pretty good advantage, actually.
It's coming out of the pit lane now.
And here comes Daniel Gaunt. Wow, this is going to be very interesting. They'll probably go through on Barton. Just carrying the speed in this race. Here they come. Barton Moore pulls right out onto the racing line.
That's as close as it can get.
Yep, that certainly is. So the Nick Kelly strategy worked. Stay out for that extra lap. Let's hope Bart gets up the pace straight away. There's actually no doubt that he will. In fact, these two guys have got to get through. Matt Stupas, and they've got to get through on the Vince Moretti car as well. Here comes Dan down the inside. He'll get through on Matt. Oh, Matt slams the door shut on him.
That's aggressive, but fair.
Sorry, that's Matt Stupas in the 23. Sorry,
it's through now.
Yep, through now. So you probably don't want to make a show of it with the team owners with both cars there, do you?
No, that's one thing you can't do, is it?
Yeah, let's
knock off your teammate.
Yeah, you know, if they look like your car, then they're probably your teammate. you're going to get a bill if something comes your way. Around the outside, Daniel Gaunt looks on bits ready. Tucks back in. It was a long, long way around, even for the talent of Dan Gaunt, which is absolutely unquestioned. But Barton Moore now just up the road from them. Jason Miller leading in the Porsche. Ben Schutt's currently second in the Daytona Coupe, but has not completed the compulsory pit stop. Going to suggest they want to get this done. Can't bank on a safety car. We do see them from time to time in production sports racing, but it's not something you know is going to happen. And there goes Ben Schutt's in the lane now in the Daytona Coupe. They'll, I dare say, have a look at that dive plane that was damaged up. They're coming together Porsche earlier on in this race. A magnificent looking number 65 Daytona Coupe of Ben Schutt's frontals down the pit lane. And here comes Daniel Gaunt onto the back of Barton Moore. Fighting it out. And, well, there is a generation between these two cars. Bart just tips into that corner. Here's the number 21 Lotus. Going slow, already been through the pit lane.
Yeah, Aaron's suffering some electrical issues. It seems to be going into limp mode occasionally, so I hope you can sort that out. Very frustrating for him this weekend.
So Barton Moore in the older of these two Audis, Dan Gaunt in the KFC car.
Looks like Glenn Townsend's in for his compulsory pit stop.
So we've gone past half race distance. Richard Bendel counting the time down there and just letting the car know go now. Great that Richard continues to bring this car to the racetrack. For great young drivers like Ben Schutt's, really should have a regular steer and a GT type car, I would think. Exceptional motorsport mind, in fact, an exceptional motorsport family and thinkers of the Schutz family out of the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. And have a look at now Barton Moore using all the years of experience he's got to make sure that Daniel Gaunt stays behind him. Not blocking in any stretch of the imagination, just driving the wheels off this industry Audi. And Daniel Gaunt just at the moment observing the strengths and weaknesses of the car in front of him, so that when he does commit to a manoeuvre, which he did do yesterday, and Bart had nothing that he could do about it, so the pass went through quite effectively for Daniel. Bart won't want that happening 2 days in a row, that's for sure. And this was the run yesterday where it happened as well. Up the inside, looks Daniel Gaunt. Bart said, no, not today, or not this lap anyway. I want to lead a few more laps. There it is again. That's exactly what Daniel did yesterday.
Yeah, he's peppering his back end.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just disturbing him, letting him know he's there. Daniel Gaunt now in the stream as they absolutely rocket down Sydney Motorsport Park front straight. I don't care how good the TV pictures get. You don't get the sense of speed from TV, do you?
No.
Have a look at Daniel Gaunt down the inside. Barton Moore not going to lay down either. He's going to stay with him here across the back of the oil downer there. Daniel Gaunt uses it to his advantage. He actually slid it like a forklift across the top of the dust.
It's good hard racing there. That's good.
It is, absolutely. That's what these guys come to the track for. Now, I still don't think that they've got the technology with television or anything to actually give you the sense of the speed they're actually doing, do they?
No. And when you're actually looking inside in-car footage of these things, you still can't really grasp the real sense of speed. You're right.
That's right. 260, 270 down the straight. Ben Schutt's is back into the pit lane. Obviously an issue with the Daytona Coupe. Hopefully we can get someone down there to check it out with Richard Bendel and the crew. Try and get some sort of comment on that beautiful Daytona Coupe.
That's I think that's been racing since 2010 as well.
Yeah, she's been around a while. I think that's Ben's dad, Bill. And Richard Bendel barking the orders from behind the red line. The gut, that's Gary Manel as well. They're bringing Richard Gartner back out, so he's going to head back out. Completed 12 laps, and I think Gary, I'm just sort of reading the way the game's playing out here, and I think he was about to say, yes, we're doing this as a live test session. We're heading up to Mount Panorama for the next round. We need to get a read on a few things before we get there. Mount Panorama certainly not as forgiving if you get in trouble as what it is here at Sydney Motorsport Park. You've got some nice hard stand-on corners, big runoff areas, as does Bathurst in certain spots, but certainly once you get up to the cutting for the next kilometre and a half, you're between two concrete walls, that's for sure. You want the thing doing the best possible job it can. Cars coming down the pit lane now. The number 46 of Anthony Skinner got mixed up in that early race scuffle with Ben Schutz, and Ben in the Daytona is still in pit lane. Really like to know what's going on down there with the Daytona. Jeff Morgan coming storming down the straight. Even the older Porsche from the early 70s got a real sense of speed about it, hasn't it?
Great looking car and great presentation. So he's a bit wide there.
Get out in that oil down of dust. It's going to get a bit skatey and slippery. You look at the width of the tyre that they used to put on the Porsche compared to the modern Porsche. They're like 3 times the width of those tyres now, aren't they?
And probably 3 times the cost as well.
Yeah, it goes with it, doesn't it? You get 3 times of anything, you're going to get increase in cost. The GT cars run on that fantastic Pirelli though. Like they were triple stinting them at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year, with some of the world's finest GT drivers doing 05s and 06s at Bathurst. So they're a strong tyre. Absolutely purpose built for GT racing. The guys at Pirelli offer up to them. Number 41 of Jeff Morgan, 13th on the road at the moment. And Ben Schutz still hasn't emerged from the pit lane. Jason Miller now in the pit lane, out of the lead of the race. So to complete the compulsory pit stop, he'll hand over to Richard Baskus. As I said earlier, horrible day for those two guys yesterday in their Evo 9. I still haven't heard the judgment on it, but I would say it's a horrendously large rebuild for that car, or it has been categorically a write-off. A big shunt with Scotty Cameron. And there goes Sergio Perez again in the number 56.
It's probably Marcel.
Is it Marcel now at the wheel?
It's Marcel, yes.
Okay, there he is, yeah, number 56. So they both had a spin at the exact same spot, turn 1. In fact, Marcel's had it further up the road than what Sergio did. But they're certainly getting the feeling of the blue Porsche in waltzing conditions, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think this is their, it's Sergio's first drive of 991, and I believe...
yeah, both of them were running the 997 last year in GT3 Cup Challenge, and they're stepping up to the 991 this year. Great to see them back at the GT3 Cup Challenge. Dusting up the tyres a bit, and pulling down on the harness again, making sure safe and secure on board the Valmont Porsche. Certainly checking out the underside of that car. Here we go, coming down the straight. Bit of debris on the track, or something come off the track there.
Looks like something's come off the end plate, or no? Was a bit of
something
debris.
Flexible, maybe a bit of inner guard or something like that that's landed on the straight. Can't really see down there from our vantage point, but certainly looked like something came off the car. And Marcel Zazula certainly has not picked up the pace again, just continuing to motor on around. So plucked the headlight out. That's somewhere down at turn 1. And that time around looked like something flexible, maybe a bit of inner guard or something like that has come off the car. It's not showing any initial signs of damage, though, is it? It's something that's
no, it looks okay. So
tucked away underneath the car.
You probably ride something from in the guard. Looks like Jeff Morgan's retiring in the Porsche 41.
So Ben Schutz came into the pit lane just a couple of laps ago out of the Daytona Coupe, and it's a sorry sight to see Ben Schutz out of the car when he should be out there racing and leading races. Down there with Bree is Ben Schutz in pit lane.
An issue with the throttle, so I decided to do what he wants to do rather than what I want to do. So yeah, it's half stuck on and it's not responding to my input, so it is what it is.
And any idea what the problem is, or you'll have to do some investigating?
We think his stepper motor's probably failed, but yeah, we'd have to go through it and find out.
And up until then, were you happy with how the car was performing?
Yeah, car was good. It was probably getting better and better, to be honest, and it's pretty easy on the tyres, this car, so that's where its strength is, and yeah, I think we're pretty comfortable where we were. So.
And it is very hot out there. How's the track feeling?
Yeah, it's a bit greasy, but hey, it's Eastern Creek or Sydney Motorsport Park. That's how the track is when the sun hits it, but it's fine.
No worries. Well, hopefully you can get it fixed, and we'll see you next round.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Cheers. Thanks.
Thanks, Darren.
Thanks, Bree. It's a shame that Ben's retired from this race, but certainly, yeah, catch him at the next round, and they'll come back with some demon tweaks on the Daytona Coupe. Certainly the program down there at Richard Bendel at the moment has been to put a bit of attention onto the Sin GT car that they're also running. It's what they ran at the Q 1 hour race at Island Magic. There's the calendar, Arthur, for the Q Enduro Super Series for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and as you can see, we've got the bend in there. We're just trying to confirm the logistics for that. Hopefully we'll get there. We've got the date set aside, but logistics, we need to come up with permits and officials and flag marshals and so forth.
Number 62 just getting out of the way of the charging number 29 Porsche at BMW. It's been driven very well this weekend by Adrian Wilson. That M4, I think it's M4.
It's an M4, yes.
M4 GT R, I guess it is.
Recently made an application to CAMS to get that put on the eligibility list, and we're happy to have that racing with us as well. And it meets all the category criteria, so yeah.
And it's good, and Adrian's been driving well too. He's got out of the way when he has to, and he's raced those around him that he's racing with. Compulsory pit stop window is now closed, which is not an issue. Everyone has been through and served their compulsory pit stops with 15 minutes and 45 seconds left to go in this race. So goalpost bit have been moved around a little bit as far as compulsory pit stops have been concerned.
We'll have to have a look at the that and speak to officials and see what's going on with that.
So we're closing in on the end of this Q 1 hour race as part of the Industry New South Wales Production Sports Series. And certainly, as we mentioned, the last round at Phillip Island for that 1 hour race on the Sunday afternoon. The Belmont Racing car, which is at Sergio Perez, now Marcel Zazula at the wheel. They head back out. Jose Fernandez giving them the all clear. They've just given it some new tyres, I would suggest. And there's that Daytona Coupe sitting on the pit lane. Vince Moretti leading the way in his Audi. sorry, not leading the way. It's Daniel Gaunt over Barton Moore, Vince Moretti, and that's Matt Stupas closing in on the back of the 991 in the KFC car. .13 left to go in this race. A fantastic weekend for the MRF Tyres 240. And these production sports cars have certainly had a different race this time, punctuated by a safety car period. And we saw a couple of master strokes. The first one was Nick Kelly staying out under the safety car. It worked initially. And then Daniel Gaunt started to apply the pressure to Barton Moore and got through. And now, in fact, Daniel Gaunt's now eased a 13.5 second lead out of Barton. Bart's 12 seconds ahead of this orange and black perfect auto body Audi. And there goes Richard Gartner off of turn 1. So Gary Manell and the crew just learning this car. Of course, not the one that Richard Gartner ran with Wall Racing. Going back last year and the year before when he won the GT Trophy. So we're going down to pit lane with Bree, the number 56 Porsche.
All right, so I've got Jeff Morgan here from the Porsche. Jeff, you had a few issues and you've had to come in. Can you talk us through what the problems were?
Yeah, well, yesterday we had a gearbox problem and we had to rebuild the clutch overnight. And we finished the race yesterday with one gear. So I've got an historic car here. This is a 1975 Porsche. So it's a hard ask for that to do an hour in this sort of company. And today we had a few issues with the gearbox, but it was going okay. And then I lost brakes completely going into turn 1 just then. So
you can go without gears, but not without brakes?
No, can't do without brakes. And we can't say what I was screaming on the radio when I was going through there without brakes.
No, we won't mention that.
No.
That's right. Well, are you at least happy with how you went up until now?
Yeah, we've done our best. We won the class yesterday. We were leading the class then, which is not bad for an old car. And so, anyway.
Well, I think we're going to see you maybe next round in a different car.
Yeah, I'll be at Bathurst at the next round. I'll have my Gen 2 Porsche Cup car then.
Well, we look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, look forward to it, Bree. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Back to you, Darren.
Fantastic. Great to see Jeff Morgan at the racetrack, a guy that has had massive success in the Australian motorsport scenery, and it's just nice that he's got a car like that Porsche that he can bring out as a bit of a backup to run in that class. He said took it out yesterday, so Jeff's still got it. As we see the manoeuvre down the straight, Matt Stupas goes through on Vince Moretti. He's been all over him for the last 6 or 7 laps, and it's a straight line drag race, and the Brave pills into turn 1 that eventually happens. Richard Gartner back in the pit lane, and he has got a lot of dry grass over the front grille section of that car and straight back into the garage again.
Yeah, and the other thing we know about Jeff Morgan is he loves to give back to the motorsport community, and he's trying to get youngsters up into the upper echelons of racing, trying to get them overseas as well.
He's been a huge benefactor and instrumental in many race drivers' career behind the scenes, initially with the Australian Motorsport Foundation and now with Podium as well. He's just had so much fantastic input into so many race drivers' career, and massive generosity with what he has been able to do. And now we'll go back down. We've spoken with Jeff Morgan. Now we'll get downstairs for team number 50, car number 56. I believe it's Jose Fernandez.
All right, so Jose, we're standing next to a pretty poor-looking tyre. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, it looks like one of the other Porsches lost an engine through turn 1, so we were the unfortunate car to catch it, and then had a couple of loops and not much tyre left, and Marcel was kicking and screaming, so we put a set of tyres on for him, but I didn't realise they were so bad.
And you said there's a couple of issues on the track. Can you tell us about those as well?
No, not really. Other than the oil turn 1, this Eastern Creek, normally it's very good or really bad. It's probably pretty bad, so it's just how it is.
And up until then, are you happy with how you've gone this weekend?
Yeah, we were 4th, I think, or 5th. But as I could use some adjectives here that would make things clear, but no, it's just one of those things that happened. Unfortunately, we're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and
always room for improvement.
Always room for improvement. Always.
All right, we'll hopefully make it through to the end, and we'll see you next round.
Thank you. No problem. Bye.
Thanks, Bree. Thanks, Jose, for his time as well. Up there as we seem to have lost our timing. We're back on with timing now, so we've got Vince Moretti in the 991 perfect auto body car parked up in the sand trap. Is that turn one?
And it looks like it's turn one again. It seems to be catching everyone out, so
that's
it's
that oil
very
that Jose
slippery.
just
Yeah.
referred to in that interview with Bree as well. So catching out another one of the Germans' finest that we've got represented here in this race with just on 8 minutes remaining. And I would suggest if we don't get that car out of there, we're going to see another safety car.
Yeah,
I would not like to be the next one that arrives on the scene down there.
No, that
car
looks
parked
well and truly parked in the sand pit. So
yep.
Here's the replay.
Nasty. Rubber trap does its job, doesn't it? Ultimately, at the end of the day, arresting the car. We don't walk away with anyone parked up to their knees in the tyre barrier. But I would suggest that race control are considering their options very closely here right now. And, well, basically the only option they've got is to cover it with double waved yellows from halfway up the straight, which they could do. They don't tend to do it that way anymore. They tend to throw a safety car out and nullify the race so that they can put people trackside. But I would certainly not like to be sitting there where Vince is right now.
Marcel's looking a bit more comfortable with new rubber on.
Strange what a bag of air will do with rubber over it, isn't it? A fresh one. Fresh set of Pirellis on board there.
Drivers are always looking for the fresh stuff too, like
exactly.
brand new rubber.
Things feel so much better, don't they? Yeah, Barton Moore just streaming on through there on Marcel Zazula. It's really good watching those two guys, Marcel and Sergio, last year during the GT3 Cup Challenge. Just getting better and better at each round that they went to. They were certainly part of an exceptionally strong season in the GT3 Cup Challenge where Cooper Murray and Simon Fallon, ultimately it went to Simon Fallon, but Cooper Murray was awesome. Christian Pancioni was an absolute pleasure to watch in the Class B car, and he's going to be even more fun to watch this year, that young racer. He's got a new 991 car that he's going to run in Class A in the GT3 Cup Challenge and really take it up to the front in that championship. These two guys were certainly a pleasure to watch. They grew in their racing ability leaps and bounds during last season. Class leaders GT number 24 Daniel Gawn, Brad Schumacher, and the number 55 has kind of flown below the radar for us a little bit here today. Class B is the 456 of Levi and Craig Townsend leading Class C in the number 73 with 5.5 minutes left to go in this race meeting. We have still got that car parked up at turn one, so this is going to be very, very interesting. I haven't even seen yellow flags down there at the moment. But, obviously there's plenty of information being fed back to race control. Vasquez now at the wheel of number 74, currently 7th on the road and 2nd in Class A behind Brad Schumacher. At the moment, is that Nick Halstead right behind him? So this is for not only position in the race but position in the class, number 71. So this is 7th and 8th on the road and 2nd and 3rd in the class. So this is a live battle going into the last 4.5 minutes of this race. There's no yellow flags out, is there?
I haven't seen any there, but there would have to be. Just a nice
local. There it is, yes, turn one. So hopefully there's a green out on the run into yellow still there at the medium point between the corners, and hopefully we've got a green out at turn two, because that's kind of nullifies a braking manoeuvre going into that corner. There's Halstead. So it's good that there's yellows out. They don't always track attracts all that much attention. A couple of like Porsches charging with each other. Around the back of Corporate Hill they go. Differing lines, you've got to try something different, don't you, at this point in time of the weekend to try and get through. And that is exactly what we're seeing here with Nick Halstead. Nathan Halstead in the 360 Motorsport Porsche. Sorry about that, Nathan. There's the production sports race lead being led. 30 laps completed by 21 seconds by Daniel Gaunt over Barton Moore in the number 99. And completing the trio of Audis is Matt Stoops in the KFC car number 23. So that team have got 1 and 3 on the road in GT at the moment. Aaron Tebb at the wheel of the number 29, running very wide, hugely wide for Richard Baskus. In fact, tries a little bit of rallycross action at that speed is nothing but scary. Let's hope that
very lucky to get away with that one.
Let's hope that the concentration level is lifted right after that little excursion. There's only 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go, you two. So let's keep the concentration level up. And here comes, I think it's race leader Daniel Gaunt into the back of shot here too. So he doesn't want to get caught up in anyone else's off-track excursions. Stupus, I'm sorry. So that's car 3 on the road, the number 23 catching these two. So they're going to drop off. Well, they've already dropped off the lead lap. As they go through. So Richard Baskus just lost a position there. Nathan Halstead was very, very patient. You could obviously see things weren't working quite as well in the 74 as what he thought they would be. Stupus tries to go around the outside. And
Turn 1 seems to have caught out quite a few drivers today.
it does, yeah. There's an issue down there, and also once that oil downer goes down there, you get out in that and you understeer off even further. So they've been hanging on pretty tight to turn 1. It's not as nice to flow the car through there when you're holding everything on the wheel and not wanting to run wide at all. Make sure you check us out at facebook.com/Blendline TV for all of the Australian motorsport coverage. And check out the Blendline TV live every week on the Facebook page as well. We'd love to see you all there. Facebook.com/Blendline TV and Blendline TV live. So out wide again goes Richard Baskus, and Matt Stupus just keeps the number 23 Audi on the black stuff. Closing in on a race finish here. 36 seconds left to go in our racing weekend here at the MRF Tyres 240. Final lap. There's Daniel Gaunt heading off on his final lap. So 22 seconds remaining in time. The next time that car comes across the line, what a great race they've run, Gary Higgin and Daniel Gaunt. In fact, Daniel, each time he's got in the car this weekend, has been nothing short of rapid. Thrown everyone a clean set of heels this weekend. Got together with an old racing protagonist in Barton Moore. Bart didn't have the car under him that Daniel did. Couldn't go with him for more than only about 4 or 5 laps. Take nothing away from Barton Moore. He is still red hot when you drop him into the seat of a race car. Sought after driving coach too at around this level of motorsport. The GT cars have really lifted the level of presentation in Australian motorsport these days. Power plant storming out of the hairpin, wide open throttle, back up through the gearbox, and Daniel Gaunt just runs out over the ripple strip there. Deliberate move, just flowing the car nicely. Comes to the top of the straight and will charge on down to take the checkered flag. Just up the road, the Burgess car and that little Lotus. You're running in next weekend, Arthur.
That's right, yes. So he's brought that home nice, just about nice and cleanly, so he's got one more lap on that to do.
Absolutely, they'll go around again. Daniel Gaunt takes the race, so the final race for the weekend, the final 1 hour in the New South Wales Production Sports race. Big thanks to Industry and Q for all of the support that they throw around, and Marcellus has always gone around again. I want to flat spot another set of new Michelins there, Marcel. So obviously just finding the nuances of the newer car to bring that car home. Arthur, thank you very much for your time during this 1 hour race. Certainly a full calendar for you guys to get to. Of course, you're running next weekend in, what's that, the Wakefield 300?
Wakefield 300, yes.
300. And,
thank you very much.
Good luck with that. And certainly good luck with the rest of the season for the New South Wales Production Sports. Certainly some big fields being presented. I know there was a big field of sports cars in the State Series at Sandown this weekend. So popular category, and be interesting to see how many numbers you get at Bathurst at least.
We're over 45 at the moment, so and still entries are coming in.
Yeah. It's one of those ones. As soon as they open, you want to get them in, don't you? Absolutely. So the race continues. Here comes the Class C leader, Glenn Townsend. He'll bring it around the top end of the complex here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So
That's
Daniel Gaunt beat home Barton Moore and Matt Stupas. So it's a whitewash on the podium for the Audis. Aaron Ted, the first Porsche home, then Aaron Skinner rounds out the GT field. Brad Schumacher, flown absolutely under the radar all weekend, brings home his class victory over Nathan Halstead and Richard Baskus, who tried to throw it all away at one point right near the end of the race there. Then it's Szabo and Burgess in the Ginetta. Then Class B is Levi, Townsend, Wilson and Marcel Zazula, as we see the Audi just coming straight back into the garage. Fantastic weekend of racing here at the MRF 240. I'm pretty sure we'll get down to pit lane for the last interview of the day with Daniel Gaunt. But from Central Commentary, thank you very much to all of our volunteer officials around the track here this weekend. The crew working very, very hard at Blendline TV. There's a small army of people that put the Blendline TV show together. They work very, very well. It's a close-knit team, and they bring us the best possible coverage with the resources that they've got. They do a terrific job as the GT and New South Wales Production Sports cars come in. A big thanks to Ontic Sports for opening the gates and allowing everyone to come in for free this weekend. You don't often get that in motorsport. It's one of the most generous gestures you'll ever see in Australian motorsport. We thank them, and a very big welcome to Australian Circuit Racing, to MRF and the support they've thrown behind the Australian Production Car Series. Join us trackside at Phillip Island on the 29th and 30th of June for two 300k races in the MRF Tyres Australian Production Car Series. Round 3 at Queensland Raceway on 3rd and 4th of August, the Saturday night, Bite in the Night. Well worth getting trackside for. We'll go down to pit lane. We'll catch you at the next round with Bree and our race winner, Daniel Gaunt.
All right, Daniel, big gap there, over 20 seconds. Great end to the weekend.
Yeah, it was good. Challenging with that oil down. You know, obviously turn 2 here is sort of the favourite place to pass, and it made it quite narrow. Obviously coming off a 1 with that oil slick. So you know, Bart was driving a great race. You know, obviously he knows his way around here and made his car really wide. So yeah, it was good fun. Good fun like yesterday. Clean racing, hard racing, and just glad for the Audi Sport team. KFC and Gary that we came away with a win again.
And the Audi performed very well the whole weekend. You must be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, it's it performs faultlessly. Saying that, I'll probably curse it for the next round, but yeah, it always performs really well, and yeah, really happy with the way it's handling today.
Well, congratulations. We'll go and let you enjoy your victory.
Cool, thank you. Go and catch my flight, which takes off in an hour to New Zealand.
Brad, winner of Class A, you must be happy.
Yeah, definitely happy with 2 one-hour podiums in first, of course, Class A this weekend. Had 2 horrible starts off the line, you know, and I think yesterday dropped back to 24th and brought it back up to first in class, and again today. But the car's been great, the crew's been fantastic, and yeah, we've had the pace to bring it up to the front.
Yeah, so you didn't like to make it easier for yourself?
Definitely not, but I made it fun, that's for sure.
Well, very good work. You made it look easy out there, so congratulations.
Thanks a lot for that, much appreciated.
Winner of Class C, Glenn, you can't wipe that smile off your face.
Yeah, I know, it was hard work. There was a big mix-up when the safety car came out. I will be having a talk to the officials because it was during the pit time. They didn't have a sign out closed pit lane. That cost me probably a top 10 position. Having said that, look on the bright side, I did get winner of Class C both days, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, always good to be positive. Right. We did see there was a bit of confusion out there.
Exactly. If they're going to make a snap decision, close pit lane, they need to have a red light on or the board held out, one or the other. Yeah.
Well, as you said, look on the bright side and congratulations. Enjoy that class win.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We've got the winners of Class B, Val and Justin here. Was it a team effort?
It was definitely a team effort, but he was the fastest driver with some problems. You know, we didn't have very good driver change yesterday. It was a lot better today, except he set the fire extinguisher off in the car.
That wouldn't have been too good.
Oh, I got to learn how to use a car. You'd think being a racing car driver, you'd know what all the buttons mean by now, but sometimes we press the wrong ones. But fortunately, it was quite refreshing. We don't have a cool suit in this car, so I'm claiming I did it on purpose, hit the fire extinguisher just to get a nice cool breeze before getting out on the drive.
Well, apart from that, were you happy with how the car performed and how you drove?
Well, I wasn't meant to be driving with Val's car today, so I'm very, very lucky he's given me the drive. It's such a beautifully prepared car. It's wonderful. I wouldn't been able to get such a result with such a well-prepared car that was nice and good to drive. So thank you, Val.
You're most welcome. It could be better if you had some radios and stuff that should be working, which didn't work. But anyway.
Oh, well done to win your class. Good end to the weekend. Congratulations.
Fantastic. All in one piece, and in the win, it's all good.
Very good. Back to you guys.